Question 89, Part 1 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 89, of Oaths, in 10 Articles. Part 1, Articles 1 through 5. We must now consider those external acts of religion, whereby something divine is taken by man, and this is either a sacrament or the name of God. The place for treating of the taking of a sacrament will be in the third part of this work. Of the taking of God's name we shall treat now. The name of God is taken by man in 3 ways. First, by way of oath in order to confirm one's own assertion. Secondly, by way of adjuration as an inducement to others. Thirdly, by way of invocation for the purpose of prayer or praise. Accordingly, we must first treat of oaths, and under this head there are 10 points of inquiry. First, what is an oath? Second, whether it is lawful. Third, what are the accompanying conditions of an oath? Fourth, of what virtue is it an act? Fifth, whether oaths are desirable and to be employed frequently as something useful and good. Sixth, whether it is lawful to swear by a creature. Seventh, whether an oath is binding. Eighth, which is more binding, an oath or a vow. Ninth, whether an oath is subject to dispensation. 10th, who may lawfully swear and when. First article, whether to swear is to call God to witness. Objection 1. It would seem that to swear is not to call God to witness. Whoever invokes the authority of Holy Writ calls God to witness, since it is His word that Holy Writ contains. Therefore, if to swear is to call God to witness, whoever invoked the authority of Holy Writ would swear. But this is false. Therefore, the antecedent is false also. Objection 2 further. One does not pay anything to a person by calling him to witness. But he who swears by God pays something to him, for it is written in Matthew 5:33, "Thou shalt pay thy oaths to thy Lord." And Augustine says that to swear, jurare, is to pay the right, jus redere, of truth to God. Therefore, to swear is not to call God to witness. Objection 3 further. The duties of a judge differ from the duties of a witness, as shown above in questions 67 and 70. Now, sometimes a man, by swearing, implores the divine judgment, according to Psalm 7, verse 5. "If I have rendered to them that repaid me evils, let me deservedly fall empty before my enemies." Therefore, to swear is not to call God to witness. On the contrary, Augustine says in a sermon on perjury, "When a man says, 'By God,' what else does he mean that God is his witness?" I answer that, as the Apostle says in Hebrews 6:16, oaths are taken for the purpose of confirmation. Now speculative propositions receive confirmation from reason, which proceeds from principles known naturally and infallibly true. But particular contingent facts regarding man cannot be confirmed by a necessary reason, wherefore propositions regarding such things are wont to be confirmed by witnesses. Now a human witness does not suffice to confirm such matters for two reasons. First, on account of man's lack of truth, for many give way to lying, according to Psalm 16, verse 10. Their mouth has spoken lies. Secondly, on account of his lack of knowledge, since he can know neither the future, nor secret thoughts, nor distant things, yet men speak about such things, and our everyday life requires that we should have some certitude about them. Hence the need to have recourse to a divine witness, for neither can God lie, nor is anything hidden from him. Now to call God to witness is named iorare, to swear, because it is established as though it were a principle of law, iure, that what a man asserts under the invocation of God as his witness should be accepted as true. Now sometimes God is called to witness as when we assert present or past events, and this is termed a declaratory oath, while sometimes God is called to witness in confirmation of something future, and this is termed a promissory oath. But oaths are not employed in order to substantiate necessary matters, and such as come under the investigation of reason, for it would seem absurd in a scientific discussion to wish to prove one's point by an oath. Reply to Objection 1. It is one thing to employ a divine witness already given, as when one adduces the authority of Holy Scripture, and another to implore God to bear witness, as in an oath. Reply to Objection 2. A man is said to pay his oaths to God because he performs what he swears to do, or because, from the very fact that he calls upon God to witness, he recognizes him as possessing universal knowledge and unerring truth. Reply to Objection 3. A person is called to give witness in order that he may make known the truth about what is alleged. Now there are two ways in which God makes known whether the alleged facts are true or not. In one way, he reveals the truth simply, either by inward inspiration or by unveiling the facts, namely, by making public what was hitherto secret. In another way, by punishing the lying witness, and then he is at once judge and witness, since by punishing the liar he makes known his lie. Hence oaths are of two kinds. One is a simple contestation of God, as when man says, "God is my witness," or "I speak before God," or "by God," which has the same meaning, as Augustine states, in the citation of the On the Contrary. The other is by cursing, and consists in a man binding himself or something of his to punishment, if what is alleged be not true. Second article. Whether it is lawful to swear. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not lawful to swear. Nothing forbidden in the divine law is lawful. Now swearing is forbidden, according to Matthew 5:34, "But I say to you not to swear at all." And in James 5:12, "Above all things, my brethren, swear not." Therefore, swearing is unlawful. Objection 2 further. Whatever comes from an evil seems to be unlawful, because according to Matthew 7:18, "Neither can an evil tree bring forth good fruit." Now swearing comes from an evil, for it is written in Matthew 5:37, "But let your speech be, yea, yea, no, no. And that which is over and above these is of evil." Therefore, swearing is apparently unlawful. Objection 3 further. To seek a sign of divine providence is to tempt God, and this is altogether unlawful, according to Deuteronomy 6:16, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God." Now he that swears seems to seek a sign of divine providence, since he asks God to bear witness, and this must be by some evident effect. Therefore, it seems that swearing is altogether unlawful. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 6, verse 13, "Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and shalt swear by his name." I answer that nothing prevents a thing being good in itself, and yet becoming a source of evil to one who makes use thereof unbecomingly. Thus to receive the Eucharist is good, and yet he that receives it unworthily eateth and drinketh judgment to himself, as is stated in 1 Corinthians 11:29. Accordingly, in answer to the question in point, it must be stated that an oath is in itself lawful and commendable. This is proved from its origin and from its end. From its origin, because swearing owes its introduction to the faith whereby man believes that God possesses unerring truth and universal knowledge and foresight of all things. And from its end, since oaths are employed in order to justify men and to put an end to controversy. Cf. Hebrews 6:16. Yet an oath becomes a source of evil to him that makes evil use of it, that is, who employs it without necessity and due caution. For if a man calls God as witness for some trifling reason, it would seemingly prove him to have but little reverence for God, since he would not treat even a good man in this manner. Moreover, he is in danger of committing perjury, because man easily offends in words, according to James 3:2. If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man. Wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 23, verse 9, "Let not thy mouth be accustomed to swearing, for in it there are many falls." Reply to Objection 1. Jerome, commenting on Matthew 5:34, says, "Observe that our Saviour forbade us to swear, not by God, but by heaven and earth. For it is known that the Jews have this most evil custom of swearing by the elements." Yet this answer does not suffice, because James adds, "nor by any other oath." Wherefore we must reply that, as Augustine states in On Lying 15, when the Apostle employs an oath in his epistles, he shows us how we are to understand the saying, "I say to you not to swear at all," lest, to wit, swearing lead us to swear easily, and from swearing easily we contract the habit, and from swearing habitually we fall into perjury. Hence we find that he swore only when writing, because thought brings caution and avoids hasty words. Reply to Objection 2. According to Augustine, in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 1:17, if you have to swear, note that the necessity arises from the infirmity of those whom you convince, which infirmity is indeed an evil. Accordingly, he did not say, "That which is over and above is evil," but "is of evil." For you do no evil, since you make good use of swearing by persuading another to a useful purpose. Yet it comes of evil of the person by whose infirmity you are forced to swear. Reply to Objection 3. He who swears tempts not God, because it is not without usefulness and necessity that he implores the divine assistance. Moreover, he does not expose himself to danger if God be unwilling to bear witness there and then. For he certainly will bear witness at some future time when he will bring to light the hidden things of darkness and will make manifest the counsels of hearts, as is stated in 1 Corinthians 4:5. And this witness will be lacking to none who swears neither for nor against him. Third article. Whether three accompanying conditions of an oath are suitably assigned, namely, justice, judgment, and truth. Objection 1. it would seem that justice, judgment, and truth are unsuitably assigned as the conditions accompanying an oath. Things should not be enumerated as diverse if one of them includes the other. Now, of these three, one includes another, since truth is a part of justice, according to Tully in Rhetoric 253. And judgment is an act of justice, as stated above in question 60, Article 1. Therefore, the three accompanying conditions of an oath are unsuitably assigned. Objection 2 further. Many other things are required for an oath, namely, devotion and faith, whereby we believe that God knows all things and cannot lie. Therefore, the accompanying conditions of an oath are insufficiently enumerated. Objection 3 further. These three are requisite in man's every deed, since he ought to do nothing contrary to justice and truth, or without judgment, according to 1 Timothy 5:21, do nothing without prejudice, that is, without previous judgment. Therefore, these three should not be associated with an oath any more than with other human actions. On the contrary, it is written in Jeremiah 4:2, "Thou shalt swear, as the Lord liveth, in truth, and in judgment, and in justice." Which words Jerome expounds, saying, "Observe that an oath must be accompanied by these three conditions: truth, judgment, and justice." I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, an oath is not good except for one who makes good use of it. Now, two conditions are required for the good use of an oath. First, that one swear, not for frivolous but for urgent reasons, and with discretion. And this requires judgment or discretion on the part of the person who swears. Secondly, as regards the point to be confirmed by oath, that it be neither false nor unlawful, and this requires both truth, so that one employ an oath in order to confirm what is true, and justice, so that one confirm what is lawful. A rash oath lacks judgment, a false oath lacks truth, and a wicked or unlawful oath lacks justice. Reply to Objection 1. Judgment does not signify here the execution of justice, but the judgment of discretion, as stated above. Nor is truth here to be taken for the part of justice, but for a condition of speech. Reply to Objection 2. Devotion, faith, and like conditions, requisite for the right manner of swearing, are implied by judgment. For the other two, regard things sworn to, as stated above. We might also reply that justice regards the reason for swearing. Reply to Objection 3. There is great danger in swearing, both on account of the greatness of God, who is called upon to bear witness, and on account of the frailty of the human tongue, the words of which are confirmed by oath. Hence these conditions are more requisite for an oath than for other human actions. Fourth article. Whether an oath is an act of religion or latria. Objection 1. It would seem that an oath is not an act of religion or latria. Acts of religion are about holy and divine things, but oaths are employed in connection with human disputes, as the Apostle declares in Hebrews 6:16. Therefore, swearing is not an act of religion or latria. Objection 2 further. It belongs to religion to give worship to God, as Tully says in his Rhetoric 253. But he who swears offers nothing to God, but calls God to be his witness. Therefore, swearing is not an act of religion or latria. Objection 3 further. The end of religion or latria is to show reverence to God. But the end of an oath is not this, but rather the confirmation of some assertion. Therefore, swearing is not an act of religion. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 6 verse 13, "Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and shalt serve him only, and thou shalt swear by his name." Now he speaks there of the servitude of religion. Therefore, swearing is an act of religion. I answer that, as appears from what has been said above in Article 1, he that swears calls God to witness in confirmation of what he says. Now nothing is confirmed save by what is more certain and more powerful. Therefore, in the very fact that a man swears by God, he acknowledges God to be more powerful by reason of his unfailing truth and his universal knowledge, and thus in a way he shows reverence to God. For this reason, the Apostle says in Hebrews 6:16 that men swear by one greater than ourselves, and Jerome, commenting on Matthew 5:34, says that he who swears either reveres or loves the person by whom he swears. The philosopher too states in Metaphysics 1:3 that to swear is to give very great honor. Now to show reverence to God belongs to religion or latria. Wherefore it is evident that an oath is an act of religion or latria. Reply to Objection 1. Two things may be observed in an oath: the witness adduced, and this is divine, and the thing witnessed to, or that which makes it necessary to call the witness, and this is human. Accordingly, an oath belongs to religion by reason of the former, and not of the latter. Reply to Objection 2. In the very fact that a man takes God as his witness by way of an oath, he acknowledges him to be greater, and this pertains to the reverence and honor of God, so that he offers something to God, namely, reverence and honor. Reply to Objection 3. Whatsoever we do, we should do it in honor of God. Wherefore there is no hindrance, if by intending to assure a man, we show reverence to God. For we ought so to perform our actions in God's honor, that they may conduce to our neighbor's good, since God also works for his own glory and for our good. Fifth Article. Whether oaths are desirable and to be used frequently as something useful and good. Objection 1. It would seem that oaths are desirable and to be used frequently as something useful and good. Just as a vow is an act of religion, so is an oath. Now it is commendable and more meritorious to do a thing by vow, because a vow is an act of religion, as stated above in question 88, Article 5. Therefore, for the same reason, to do or say a thing with an oath is more commendable, and consequently, oaths are desirable as being good essentially. Objection 2 further. Jerome, commenting on Matthew 5:34, says that he who swears either reveres or loves the person by whom he swears. Now reverence and love of God are desirable as something good essentially. Therefore, swearing is also. Objection 3 further. Swearing is directed to the purpose of confirming or assuring. But it is a good thing for a man to confirm his assertion. Therefore, an oath is desirable as a good thing. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 23 verse 12, "A man that sweareth much shall be filled with iniquity." And Augustine says in On Lying 15 that "The Lord forbade swearing, in order that for your own part you might not be fond of it, and take pleasure in seeking occasions of swearing, as though it were a good thing." I answer that, whatever is required merely as a remedy for an infirmity or a defect is not reckoned among those things that are desirable for their own sake, but among those that are necessary, This is clear in the case of medicine, which is required as a remedy for sickness. Now an oath is required as a remedy to a defect, namely, some man's lack of belief in another man. Wherefore an oath is not to be reckoned among those things that are desirable for their own sake, but among those that are necessary for this life, and such things are used unduly whenever they are used outside the bounds of necessity. For this reason Augustine says, in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount, 1:17, "He who understands that swearing is not to be held as a good thing, that is, desirable for its own sake, restrains himself as far as he can from uttering oaths, unless there be urgent need." Reply to Obj. 1. There is no parity between a vow and an oath, because by a vow we direct something to the honor of God, so that for this very reason a vow is an act of religion. On the other hand, in an oath, reverence for the name of God is taken in confirmation of a promise. Hence, what is confirmed by oath does not, for this reason, become an act of religion, since moral acts take their species from the end. Reply to Obj. 2. He who swears does indeed make use of his reverence or love for the person by whom he swears. He does not, however, direct his oath to the reverence or love of that person, but to something else that is necessary for the present life. Reply to Obj. 3. Even as a medicine is useful for healing, and yet the stronger it is, the greater harm it does if it be taken unduly, so too an oath is useful indeed as a means of confirmation, yet the greater the reverence it demands, the more dangerous it is, unless it be employed aright. For, as it is written in Ecclesiasticus 23:13, "If he make it void," that is, if he deceive his brother, "his sin shall be upon him, and if he dissemble it," by swearing falsely and with dissimulation, "he offendeth double." Because, to wit, pretended equity is a twofold iniquity, as Augustine declares, and if he swear in vain, that is, without due cause and necessity, he shall not be justified. End of question 89, Part 1, read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 89, Part 2, of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 89, of Oaths, in 10 articles. Part 2, Articles 6 through 10. Sixth Article. Whether it is lawful to swear by creatures. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not lawful to swear by creatures. It is written in Matthew 5, verses 34 and 36, "I say to you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, nor by earth, nor by Jerusalem, nor by thy head." And Jerome, expounding these words, says, "Observe that the Saviour does not forbid swearing by God, but by heaven and earth," etc. Objection 2, further. Punishment is not due save for a fault. Now a punishment is appointed for one who swears by creatures, for it is written, in the canon Clericum, "If a cleric swears by creatures, he must be very severely rebuked, and if he shall persist in this vicious habit, we wish that he be excommunicated." Therefore, it is unlawful to swear by creatures. Objection 3 further. An oath is an act of religion, as stated above in Article 4. But religious worship is not due to any creature, according to Romans 1, verses 23 and 25. Therefore, it is not lawful to swear by a creature. On the contrary, Joseph swore, "By the health of Pharaoh." Confer Genesis 42:16. Moreover, it is customary to swear by the gospel, by relics, and by the saints. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, third reply, there are two kinds of oath. One is uttered as a simple contestation, or calling God as witness. And this kind of oath, like faith, is based on God's truth. Now faith is essentially and chiefly about God, who is the very truth, and secondarily about creatures in which God's truth is reflected, as stated above in Question 1, Article 1. In like manner, an oath is chiefly referred to God whose testimony is invoked, and secondarily an appeal by oath is made to certain creatures considered, not in themselves but as reflecting the divine truth. Thus we swear by the gospel, that is, by God whose truth is made known in the gospel, and by the saints who believed this truth and kept it. The other way of swearing is by cursing, and in this kind of oath a creature is adduced that the judgment of God may be wrought therein. Thus a man is wont to swear by his head, or by his son, or by some other thing that he loves, even as the Apostle swore, in 2 Corinthians 1:23, saying, "I call God to witness upon my soul." As to Joseph's oath by the health of Pharaoh, this may be understood in both ways, either by way of a curse, as though he pledged Pharaoh's health to God, or by way of contestation, as though he appealed to the truth of God's justice, which the princes of the earth are appointed to execute. Reply to Objection 1. Our Lord forbade us to swear by creatures so as to give them the reverence due to God. Hence Jerome adds that the Jews, through swearing by the angels and the like, worshipped creatures with a divine honor. In the same sense, a cleric is punished, according to the canons, for swearing by a creature, for this savors of the blasphemy of unbelief. Hence, in the next chapter it is said, "If anyone swears by God's hair or head, or otherwise utter blasphemy against God, and he be in ecclesiastical orders, let him be degraded." This suffices for the reply to the second objection. Reply to Objection 3. Religious worship is shown to one whose testimony is invoked by oath. Hence the prohibition, in Exodus 23, verse 13, "By the name of strange gods you shall not swear." But religious worship is not given to creatures employed in an oath in the ways mentioned above. Seventh Article. Whether an oath has a binding force. Objection 1. It would seem that an oath has no binding force. An oath is employed in order to confirm the truth of an assertion. But when a person makes an assertion about the future, his assertion is true, though it may not be verified. Thus Paul lied not in 2 Corinthians 1:15 and following, though he went not to Corinth, as he had said he would in 1 Corinthians 16:5. Therefore, it seems that an oath is not binding. Objection 2 further. Virtue is not contrary to virtue, according to Categories 8:22. Now an oath is an act of virtue as stated above in Article 4. But it would sometimes be contrary to virtue, or an obstacle thereto, if one were to fulfill what one has sworn to do. For instance, if one were to swear to commit a sin, or to desist from some virtuous action. Therefore, an oath is not always binding. Objection 3 further. Sometimes a man is compelled against his will to promise something under oath. Now, such a person is loosed by the Roman pontiffs from the bond of his oath. Therefore, an oath is not always binding. Objection 4, further. No person can be under two opposite obligations. Yet sometimes the person who swears and the person to whom he swears have opposite intentions. Therefore, an oath cannot always be binding. On the contrary, it is written in Matthew 5, verse 33, "Thou shalt perform thy oaths to the Lord." I answer that an obligation implies something to be done or omitted, so that apparently it regards neither the declaratory oath, which is about something present or past, nor such oaths as are about something to be effected by some other cause, as, for example, if one were to swear that it would rain tomorrow, but only such as are about things to be done by the person who swears. Now, just as a declaratory oath, which is about the future or the present, should contain the truth, so too ought the oath which is about something to be done by us in the future. Yet there is a difference, since in the oath that is about the past or present, this obligation affects not the thing that already has been or is, but the action of the swearer, in the point of his swearing, to what is or was already true. Whereas, on the contrary, in the oath that is made about something to be done by us, the obligation falls on the thing guaranteed by oath. For a man is bound to make true what he has sworn, else his oath lacks truth. Now, if this thing be such as not to be in his power, his oath is lacking in judgment of discretion, unless perchance what was possible when he swore become impossible to him through some mishap, as when a man swore to pay a sum of money which is subsequently taken from him by force or theft. For then he would seem to be excused from fulfilling his oath, although he is bound to do what he can, as in fact we have already stated with regard to the obligation of a vow. Confer Question 88, Article 3, Second Reply. If, on the other hand, it be something that he can do, but ought not to, either because it is essentially evil, or because it is an hindrance to a good, then his oath is lacking in justice. Wherefore an oath must not be kept when it involves a sin or a hindrance to good, for in either case its result is evil. Accordingly, we must conclude that whoever swears to do something is bound to do what he can for the fulfillment of truth, provided always that the other two accompanying conditions be present, namely, judgment and justice. Reply to Objection 1. It is not the same with a simple assertion and with an oath wherein God is called to witness, because it suffices for the truth of an assertion that a person say what he proposes to do, since it is already true in its cause, namely, the purpose of the doer. But an oath should not be employed save in a matter about which one is firmly certain, and consequently, if a man employ an oath, he is bound, as far as he can, to make true what he has sworn, through reverence of the divine witness invoked, unless it leads to an evil result, as stated. Reply to Objection 2. An oath may lead to an evil result in two ways. First, because from the very outset it has an evil result, either through being evil of its very nature, as if a man were to swear to commit adultery, or through being a hindrance to a greater good, as if a man were to swear not to enter religion, or not to become a cleric, or that he would not accept a prelacy, supposing it would be expedient for him to accept, or in similar cases. For oaths of this kind are unlawful from the outset, yet with a difference, because if a man were to swear to commit a sin, he sinned in swearing, and sins in keeping his oath. Whereas if a man swear not to perform a greater good, which he is not bound to do withal, he sins indeed in swearing, through placing an obstacle to the Holy Ghost, who is the inspirer of good purposes, yet he does not sin in keeping his oath, though he does much better if he does not keep it. Secondly, an oath leads to an evil result through some new and unforeseen emergency. An instance is the oath of Herod, who swore to the damsel who danced before him that he would give her what she would ask of him. For this oath could be lawful from the outset, supposing it to have the requisite conditions, namely, that the damsel asked what it was right to grant. But the fulfillment of the oath was unlawful. Hence Ambrose says On the Duties of the Clergy 150, "Sometimes it is wrong to fulfill a promise and to keep an oath, as Herod, who granted the slaying of John rather than refuse what he had promised." Reply to Obj. 3. There is a twofold obligation in the oath which a man takes under compulsion. One, whereby he is beholden to the person to whom he promises something, and this obligation is cancelled by the compulsion, because he that used force deserves that the promise made to him should not be kept. The other is an obligation whereby a man is beholden to God, in virtue of which he is bound to fulfill what he has promised in his name. This obligation is not removed in the tribunal of conscience, because that man ought rather to suffer temporal loss than violate his oath. He can, however, seek in a court of justice to recover what he has paid, or denounce the matter to his superior, even if he has swore to the contrary, because such an oath would lead to evil results, since it would be contrary to public justice. The Roman pontiffs, in absolving men from oaths of this kind, did not pronounce such oaths to be unbinding, but relaxed the obligation for some just cause. Reply to Obj. 4. When the intention of the swearer is not the same as the intention of the person to whom he swears, if this be due to the swearer's guile, he must keep his oath in accordance with the sound understanding of the person to whom the oath is made. Hence Isidore says On the Supreme Good 231, "However artful a man may be in wording his oath, God who witnesses his conscience accepts his oath as understood by the person to whom it is made." And that this refers to the deceitful oath is clear from what follows. "He is doubly guilty who both takes God's name in vain and tricks his neighbor by guile." If, however, the swearer uses no guile, he is bound in accordance with his own intention. Wherefore Gregory says in his commentary on Job 26:7, "The human ear takes such like words in their natural outward sense, but the divine judgment interprets them according to our inward intention." Eighth Article. Whether an oath is more binding than a vow. Objection 1. It would seem that an oath is more binding than a vow. A vow is a simple promise, whereas an oath includes, besides a promise, an appeal to God as witness. Therefore, an oath is more binding than a vow. Objection 2 further. The weaker is wont to be confirmed by the stronger. Now a vow is sometimes confirmed by an oath. Therefore, an oath is stronger than a vow. Objection 3 further. The obligation of a vow arises from the deliberation of the mind, as stated above in question 88, Article 1, while the obligation of an oath results from the truth of God, whose testimony is invoked. Since, therefore, God's truth is something greater than human deliberation, it seems that the obligation of an oath is greater than that of a vow. On the contrary, a vow binds one to God, while an oath sometimes binds one to man. Now one is more bound to God than to man. Therefore, a vow is more binding than an oath. I answer that the obligation both of vow and of an oath arises from something divine, but in different ways. For the obligation of a vow arises from the fidelity we owe God, which binds us to fulfill our promises to Him. On the other hand, the obligation of an oath arises from the reverence we owe Him, which binds us to make true what we promise in His name. Now, every act of infidelity includes an irreverence, but not conversely, because the infidelity of a subject to his lord would seem to be the greatest irreverence. Hence, a vow by its very nature is more binding than an oath. Reply to Objection 1. A vow is not any kind of promise, but a promise made to God, and to be unfaithful to God is most grievous. Reply to Objection 2. An oath is added to a vow not because it is more stable, but because greater stability results from two immutable things. Cf. Hebrews 6:18. Reply to Objection 3. Deliberation of the mind gives a vow its stability on the part of the person who takes the vow, but it has a greater cause of stability on the part of God, to whom the vow is offered. Ninth Article. Whether anyone can dispense from an oath. Objection 1. It would seem that no one can dispense from an oath. Just as truth is required for a declaratory oath, which is about the past or the present, so too is it required for a promissory oath, which is about the future. Now, no one can dispense a man from swearing to the truth about present or past things. Therefore, neither can anyone dispense a man from making truth that which he promised by oath to do in the future. Objection 2 further. A promissory oath is used for the benefit of the person to whom the promise is made. But apparently, he cannot release the other from his oath, since it would be contrary to the reverence of God. Much less, therefore, can a dispensation from this oath be granted by anyone. Objection 3 further. Any bishop can grant a dispensation from a vow, except certain vows reserved to the Pope alone, as stated above in question 88, Article 12, third reply. Therefore, in like manner, if an oath admits of dispensation, any bishop can dispense from an oath, and yet seemingly this is to be against the law. Therefore, it would seem that an oath does not admit of dispensation. On the contrary, a vow is more binding than an oath, as stated above in Article 8. But a vow admits of dispensation, and therefore an oath does also. I answer that, as stated above in question 88, Article 10, the necessity of a dispensation, both from the law and from a vow, arises from the fact that something which is useful and morally good in itself and considered in general may be morally evil and hurtful in respect of some particular emergency, and such a case comes under neither law nor vow. Now, anything morally evil or hurtful is incompatible with the matter of an oath. For if it be morally evil, it is opposed to justice, and if it be hurtful, it is contrary to judgment. Therefore, an oath likewise admits of dispensation. Reply to Objection 1. A dispensation from an oath does not imply a permission to do anything against the oath, for this is impossible, since the keeping of an oath comes under a divine precept which does not admit of dispensation. But it implies that what hitherto came under an oath no longer comes under it, as not being due matter for an oath, just as we have said with regard to vows, in question 88, Article 10, second reply. Now, the matter of a declaratory oath, which is about something past or present, has already acquired a certain necessity, and has become unchangeable. wherefore the dispensation will regard not the matter but the act itself of the oath. So that such a dispensation would be directly contrary to the divine precept. On the other hand, the matter of a promissory oath is something future, which admits of change, so that, to wit, in certain emergencies, it may be unlawful or hurtful, and consequently undue matter for an oath. Therefore, a promissory oath admits of dispensation, since such a dispensation regards the matter of an oath and is not contrary to the divine precept about keeping of oaths. Reply to Objection 2. One man may promise something under an oath to another in two ways. First, when he promises something for his benefit. For instance, if he promised to serve him or to give him money, and from such a promise he can be released by the person to whom he made it. For he is understood to have already kept his promise to him when he acts toward him according to his will. Secondly, one man promises another something pertaining to God's honor or to the benefit of others. For instance, if a man promise another under oath that he will enter religion, or perform some act of kindness. In this case, the person to whom the promise is made cannot release him that made the promise, because it was made principally not to him but to God, unless perchance it included some condition, for instance, provided he give his consent, or some such like condition. Reply to Objection 3. Sometimes that which is made the matter of a promissory oath is manifestly opposed to justice, either because it is a sin, as when a man swears to commit a murder, or because it is an obstacle to a greater good, as when a man swears not to enter religion, and such an oath requires no dispensation. But in the former case, a man is bound not to keep such an oath, while in the latter it is unlawful for him to keep or not to keep an oath, as stated above in Article 7, second reply. Sometimes what is promised an oath is doubtfully right or wrong, useful or harmful, either in itself or under the circumstance. In this case, any bishop can dispense. Sometimes, however, that which is promised under oath is manifestly lawful and beneficial. An oath of this kind seemingly admits not of dispensation, but of commutation, when there occurs something better to be done for the common good, in which case the matter would seem to belong chiefly to the power of the Pope, who has charge over the whole Church, and even of absolute relaxation, for this too belongs in general to the Pope in all matters regarding the administration of things ecclesiastical. Thus, it is competent to any man to cancel an oath made by one of his subjects in matters that come under his authority. For instance, a father may annul his daughter's oath, and a husband his wife's. Confer Numbers, verse 30 and following, as stated above with regard to vows, in question 88, Articles 8 and 9. 10th Article. Whether an oath is voided by a condition of person or time. Objection 1. It would seem that an oath is not voided by a condition of person or time. An oath, according to the Apostle in Hebrews 6:16, is employed for the purpose of confirmation. Now it is competent to anyone to confirm his assertion and at any time. Therefore, it would seem that an oath is not voided by a condition of person or time. Objection 2 further. To swear by God is more than to swear by the Gospels, wherefore Chrysostom says, "If there is a reason for swearing, it seems a small thing to swear by God, but a great thing to swear by the Gospels. To those who think thus, it must be said, nonsense! The Scriptures were made for God's sake, not God for the sake of the Scriptures." Now men of all conditions and at all times are wont to swear by God. Much more, therefore, is it lawful to swear by the Gospels. Objection 3 further. The same effect, does not proceed from contrary causes, since contrary causes produce contrary effects. Now some are debarred from swearing on account of some personal defect. Children, for instance, before the age of 14, and persons who have already committed perjury. Therefore, it would seem that a person ought not to be debarred from swearing either on account of his dignity as clerics, or on account of the solemnity of the time. Objection 4. Further, in this world no living man is equal in dignity to an angel, for it is written in Matthew 11:11 that "He that is lesser in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he," namely, than John the Baptist, while yet living. Now an angel is competent to swear, for it is written in Apocalypse 10:16 that the angel "swore by him that liveth for ever and ever." Therefore, no man ought to be excused from swearing on account of his dignity. On the contrary, it is stated in the canon Si quis presbyter, "Let a priest be examined by his sacred consecration, instead of being put on his oath." And again, in the canon Nullus, "Let no one in ecclesiastical orders dare to swear on the holy Gospels to a layman." I answer that two things are to be considered in an oath. One is on the part of God, whose testimony is invoked, and in this respect we should hold an oath in its greatest reverence. For this reason, children before the age of puberty are debarred from taking oaths, and are not called upon to swear because they have not yet attained the perfect use of reason, so as to be able to take an oath with due reverence. Perjurers are also debarred from taking an oath, because it is presumed from their antecedents that they will not treat an oath with the reverence due to it. For this reason, in order that oaths might be treated with due reverence, the law says, in the canon Honestum, "It is becoming that he who ventures to swear on holy things should do so fasting, with all propriety and fear of God." The other thing to be considered is on the part of the man, whose assertion is confirmed by oath. For a man's assertion needs no confirmation save because there is a doubt about it. Now it derogates from a person's dignity that one should doubt about the truth of what he says, wherefore it becomes not persons of great dignity to swear. For this reason the law says in canon Si quis presbyter that priests should not swear for trifling reasons. Nevertheless, it is lawful for them to swear if there be need for it, or if great good may result therefrom. Especially is this the case in spiritual affairs, when moreover it is becoming that they should take an oath on days of solemnity, since they ought then to devote themselves to spiritual matters. Nor should they on such occasions take oaths for temporal matters, except perhaps in cases of grave necessity. Reply to Objection 1. Some are unable to confirm their own assertions on account of their own defect, and some there are whose words should be so certain that they need no confirmation. Reply to Objection 2. The greater the thing sworn by, the holier and the more binding is the oath considered in itself, as Augustine states. And accordingly, it is a graver matter to swear by God than by the Gospels. Yet the contrary may be the case on account of the manner of swearing. For instance, an oath by the Gospels might be taken with deliberation and solemnity, and an oath by God frivolously and without deliberation. Reply to Objection 3. Nothing prevents the same thing from arising out of contrary causes by way of superabundance and defect. It is in this way that some are debarred from swearing, through being of so great authority that it is unbecoming for them to swear, while others are of such little authority that their oaths have no standing. Reply to Objection 4. the angel's oath is adduced not on account of any defect in the angel, as though one ought not to credit his mere word, but in order to show that the statement made issues from God's infallible disposition. Thus too God is sometimes spoken of by Scripture as swearing, in order to express the immutability of his word, as the Apostle declares in Hebrews 6:17. End of question 89. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 90 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 90. Of the taking of God's name by way of adjuration, in 3 articles. We must now consider the taking of God's name by way of adjuration, under which head there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether it is lawful to adjure a man. Second, whether it is lawful to adjure the demons. Third, whether it is lawful to adjure irrational creatures. First article, whether it is lawful to adjure a man. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not lawful to adjure a man. Origen says in his commentary on Matthew, "I deem that a man who wishes to live according to the gospel should not adjure another man. For if, according to the gospel mandate of Christ, it be unlawful to swear, it is evident that neither is it lawful to adjure, and consequently it is manifest that the high priest unlawfully adjured Jesus by the living God." Objection 2 further. Whoever adjures a man compels him after a fashion. But it is unlawful to compel a man against his will. Therefore, seemingly, it is also unlawful to adjure a man. Objection 3 further. To adjure is to induce a person to swear. Now it belongs to man's superior to induce him to swear, for the superior imposes an oath on his subject. Therefore, subjects cannot adjure their superiors. On the contrary, even when we pray God, we implore him by certain holy things, and the Apostle too besought the faithful by the mercy of God, according to Romans 12:1. And this seems to be a kind of adjuration. Therefore, it is lawful to adjure. I answer that a man who utters a promissory oath, swearing by his reverence for the divine name, which he invokes in confirmation of his promise, binds himself to do what he has undertaken, and so orders himself unchangeably to do a certain thing. Now just as a man can order himself to do a certain thing, so too can he order others by beseeching his superiors or by commanding his inferiors, as stated above in question 83, Article 1. Accordingly, when either of these orderings is confirmed by something divine, it is an adjuration. Yet there is this difference between them, that man is master of his own actions, but not of those of others, wherefore he can put himself under an obligation by invoking the divine name, whereas he cannot put others under such obligation unless they be his subjects, whom he can compel on the strength of the oath they have taken. Therefore, if a man, by invoking the name of God or any holy thing, intends by this adjuration to put one who is not his subject under an obligation to do a certain thing, in the same way as he would bind himself by oath, such an adjuration is unlawful, because he usurps over another a power which he has not. But superiors may bind their inferiors by this kind of adjuration if there be need for it. If, however, he merely intend, through reverence of the divine name or of some holy thing, to obtain something from the other man without putting him under any obligation, such an adjuration may be lawfully employed in respect of anyone. Reply to Obj. 1. Origen is speaking of an adjuration whereby a man intends to put another under an obligation in the same way as he would bind himself by oath, for thus did the high priest presume to adjure our Lord Jesus Christ, as is related in Matthew 26, verse 63. Reply to Obj. 2. This argument considers the adjuration which imposes an obligation. Reply to Obj. 3. To adjure is not to induce a man to swear, but to employ terms resembling an oath in order to provoke another to do a certain thing. Moreover, we adjure God in one way and man in another, because when we adjure a man, we intend to alter his will by appealing to his reverence for a holy thing, and we cannot have such an intention in respect of God, whose will is immutable. If we obtain something from God through his eternal will, it is due not to our merits, but to his goodness. Second article: whether it is lawful to adjure the demons. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful to adjure the demons. Origen says in his commentary on Matthew, "To adjure the demons is not in accordance with the power given by our Savior, for this is a Jewish practice." Now, rather than imitate the rites of the Jews, we should use the power given by Christ. Therefore, it is not lawful to adjure the demons. Objection 2 further. Many make use of necromantic incantations when invoking the demons by something divine, and this is an adjuration. Therefore, if it be lawful to adjure the demons, it is lawful to make use of necromantic incantations, which is evidently false. Therefore, the antecedent is false also. Objection 3 further. Whoever adjures a person, by that very fact associates himself with him. Now, it is not lawful to have fellowship with the demons, according to 1 Corinthians 10:20. "I would not that you should be made partakers with devils." Therefore, it is not lawful to adjure the demons. On the contrary, it is written in Mark 16, verse 17, "In my name they shall cast out devils." Now, to induce anyone to do a certain thing for the sake of God's name is to adjure. Therefore, it is lawful to adjure the demons. I answer that, as stated in the preceding article, there are two ways of adjuring, one by way of prayer or inducement through reverence of some holy thing, the other by way of compulsion. In the first way, it is not lawful to adjure the demons because such a way seems to savor of benevolence or friendship, which it is unlawful to bear toward the demons. As to the second kind of adjuration, which is by compulsion, we may lawfully use it for some purposes and not for others. For during the course of this life, the demons are our adversaries, and their actions are not subject to our disposal, but to that of God and the holy angels, because, as Augustine says in On the Trinity 3:4, "The rebel spirit is ruled by the just spirit." Accordingly, we may repulse the demons as being our enemies, by adjuring them through the power of God's name, lest they do us harm of soul or body, in accord with the divine power given by Christ as recorded by Luke 10:19. "Behold, I have given you power to tread upon serpents and scorpions, and upon all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall hurt you." It is not, however, lawful to adjure them for the purpose of learning something from them, or of obtaining something through them, for this would amount to holding fellowship with them. Except perhaps when certain holy men, by special instinct or divine revelation, make use of the demon's actions in order to obtain certain results. Thus we read of the blessed James that he caused Hermogenes to be brought to him by the instrumentality of the demons. Reply to Objection 1. Origen is speaking of adjuration made, not authoritatively by way of compulsion, but rather by a way of friendly appeal. Reply to Objection 2. Necromancers adjure and invoke the demons in order to obtain or learn something from them, and this is unlawful as stated above. Wherefore Chrysostom, commenting on our Lord's words to the unclean spirit in Mark 1:25, "Speak no more, and go out of the man," says, "A salutary teaching is given us here, lest we believe the demons, however much they speak the truth." Reply to Objection 3. This argument considers the adjuration whereby the demon's help is besought in doing or learning something, for this savors of fellowship with them. On the other hand, to repulse the demons by adjuring them is to sever oneself from their fellowship. Third article. Whether it is lawful to adjure an irrational creature. Objection 1. It would seem unlawful to adjure an irrational creature. An adjuration consists of spoken words, but it is useless to speak to one that understands not, such as an irrational creature. Therefore it is vain and unlawful to adjure an irrational creature. Objection 2 further. Seemingly, wherever adjuration is admissible, swearing is also admissible. But swearing is not consistent with an irrational creature. Therefore, it would seem unlawful to employ adjuration towards one. Objection 3. Further, there are two ways of adjuring as explained above in Articles 1 and 2. One is by way of appeal, and this cannot be employed towards irrational creatures, since they are not masters of their own actions. The other kind of adjuration is by way of compulsion, and seemingly neither is it lawful to use this towards them, because we have not the power to command irrational creatures, but only he of whom it was said in Matthew 8:27, "For the winds and the sea obey him." Therefore, in no way, apparently, is it lawful to adjure irrational creatures. On the contrary, Simon and Jude are related to have adjured dragons and to have commanded them to withdraw into the desert. Translator's note: this reference comes from apocryphal writings. I answer that irrational creatures are directed to their own actions by some other agent. Now the action of what is directed and moved is also the action of the director and mover. Thus the movement of the arrow is an operation of the archer. Wherefore the operation of the irrational creature is ascribed not only to it, but also and chiefly to God, who disposes the movements of all things. It is also ascribed to the devil, who, by God's permission, makes use of irrational creatures in order to inflict harm on man. Accordingly, the adjuration of an irrational creature may be of two kinds. First, so that the adjuration is referred to the irrational creature in itself, and in this way it would be vain to adjure an irrational creature. Secondly, so that it be referred to the director and mover of the irrational creature, and in this sense a creature of this kind may be adjured in two ways. First, by way of appeal made to God, and this relates to those who work miracles by calling on God. Secondly, by way of compulsion, which relates to the devil, who uses the irrational creature for our harm. This is the kind of adjuration used in the exorcisms of the Church, whereby the power of the demons is expelled from an irrational creature. But it is not lawful to adjure the demons by beseeching them to help us. This suffices for the replies to the objections. End of question 90. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 91 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 91. Of taking the divine name for the purpose of invoking it by means of praise. In 2 articles. We must now consider the taking of the divine name for the purpose of invoking it by prayer or praise. Of prayer we have already spoken in question 83. Wherefore, we must speak now of praise. Under this head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether God should be praised with the lips. Second, whether God should be praised with song. First article, whether God should be praised with the lips. Objection 1. It would seem that God should not be praised with the lips. The philosopher says in Ethics 1:12, "The best of men e'er accorded not praise, but something greater." But God transcends the very best of all things. Therefore, God ought to be given not praise, but something greater than praise. Wherefore he is said in Ecclesiasticus 43:33 to be above all praises. Objection 2 further. Divine praise is a part of divine worship, for it is an act of religion. Now God is worshipped with the mind rather than with the lips. Wherefore our Lord quoted against certain ones the words of Isaiah 29:13, "This people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me." Therefore, the praise of God lies in the heart rather than on the lips. Objection 3 further. Men are praised with the lips that they may be encouraged to do better. Since just as being praised makes the wicked proud, so does it incite the good to better things. Wherefore it is written in Proverbs 27:21, "As silver is tried in the fining pot, so a man is tried by the mouth of him that praiseth." But God is not incited to better things by man's words, both because he is unchangeable, and because he is supremely good, and it is not possible for him to grow better. Therefore, God should not be praised with the lips. On the contrary, it is written in Psalm 62 verse 6, "My mouth shall praise thee with joyful lips." I answer that, we use words in speaking to God for one reason, and in speaking to man for another reason. For when speaking to man, we use words in order to tell him our thoughts which are unknown to him. Wherefore we praise a man with our lips, in order that he or others may learn that we have a good opinion of him, so that in consequence we may incite him to yet better things, and that we may induce others who hear him praised to think well of him, to reverence him, and to imitate him. On the other hand, we employ words in speaking to God, not indeed to make known our thoughts to Him, who is the searcher of hearts, but that we may bring ourselves and our hearers to reverence Him. Consequently, we need to praise God with our lips, not indeed for His sake, but for our sake, since by praising Him, our devotion is aroused towards Him, according to Psalm 49, verse 23, "The sacrifice of praise shall glorify me, and there is the way by which I will show him the salvation of God." And forasmuch as man, by praising God, ascends in his affections to God, by so much is he withdrawn from things opposed to God, according to Isaiah 48, verse 9, "For my praise I will bridle thee, lest thou shouldest perish." The praise of the lips is also profitable to others, by inciting their affections towards God, wherefore it is written in Psalm 33, verse 2, "His praise shall always be in my mouth." And further on, "Let the meek hear and rejoice, O magnify the Lord with me." Reply to Objection 1. We may speak of God in two ways. First, with regard to His essence, and thus, since He is incomprehensible and ineffable, He is above all praise. In this respect we owe Him reverence and the honor of latria, wherefore Psalm 64, verse 2 is rendered by Jerome in his Psalter, "Praise to Thee is speechless, O God," as regards the first, and as to the second, "A vow shall be paid to Thee." Secondly, we may speak of God as to His effects, which are ordained for our good. In this respect we owe Him praise. Wherefore it is written in Isaiah 63, verse 7, "I will remember the tender mercies of the Lord, and praise the Lord for all the things that the Lord hath bestowed upon us." Again, Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 1, "Thou wilt find that all the sacred hymns," that is, divine praises, "of the sacred writers are directed respectively to the blessed processions of the Theologica," that is, of the Godhead, "showing forth and praising the names of God." Reply to Objection 2. It profits one nothing to praise with the lips, if one praise not with the heart. For the heart speaks God's praises when it fervently recalls the glorious things of His works, cf. Ecclesiasticus 17:7. Yet the outward praise of the lips avails to arouse the inward fervor of those who praise, and to incite others to praise God, as stated above. Reply to Objection 3. We praise God not for His benefit, but for ours, as stated. Second article. Whether God should be praised with song. Objection 1. It would seem that God should not be praised with a song. For the Apostle says in Colossians 3:16, "Teaching and admonishing one another in psalms, hymns, and spiritual canticles." Now we should employ nothing in the divine worship save what is delivered to us on the authority of Scripture. Therefore, it would seem that in praising God we should employ not corporal but spiritual canticles. Objection 2 further. Jerome, in his commentary on Ephesians 5:19, "Singing and making melody in your hearts to the Lord," says, "Listen, young men, whose duty it is to recite the office in the church. God is to be sung not with the voice but with the heart. Nor should you, like play actors, ease your throat and jaws with medicaments and make the church resound with theatrical measures and airs." Therefore, God should not be praised with song. Objection 3 further. The praise of God is competent to little and great, according to Apocalypse 14. "Give praise to our God, all ye His servants, and you that fear Him, little and great." But the great, who are in the church, ought not to sing, for Gregory says, "I hereby ordain that in this see the ministers of the sacred altar must not sing," according to the decretal in Sancta Romana Ecclesia. Therefore, singing is unsuitable to the divine praises. Objection 4 further. In the Old Law, God was praised with musical instruments and human song, according to Psalm 32, verses 2 and 3. "Give praise to the Lord on the harp, sing to him with the psaltery, the instrument of 10 strings, sing to him a new canticle." But the Church does not make use of musical instruments such as harps and psalteries in the divine praises, for fear of seeming to imitate the Jews. Therefore, in like manner, neither should be song used in the divine praises. Objection 5 further. The praise of the heart is more important than the praise of the lips. But the praise of the heart is hindered by singing, both because the attention of the singers is distracted from the consideration of what they are singing, so long as they give all their attention to the chant, and because others are less able to understand the things that are sung than if they were recited without chant. Therefore, chants should not be employed in the divine praises. On the contrary, Blessed Ambrose established singing in the Church of Milan, as Augustine relates, in Confessions 9. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the praise of the voice is necessary in order to arouse man's devotion towards God. Wherefore, whatever is useful in conducing to this result is becomingly adopted in the divine praises. Now it is evident that the human soul is moved in various ways according to various melodies of sound, as the Philosopher states in Politics 8:5, and also Boethius in De Musica, the prologue. Hence the use of music in the divine praises is a salutary institution, that the souls of the faint-hearted may be the more incited to devotion. Wherefore Augustine says in Confessions 10:33, "I am inclined to approve of the usage of singing in the Church, so that by the delight of the ears the faint-hearted may rise to the feeling of devotion." And he says of himself in Confessions 9:6, "I wept in thy hymns and canticles, touched to the quick by the voices of thy sweet-attuned Church." Reply to Objection 1. The name of spiritual canticle may be given not only to those that are sung inwardly in spirit, but also to those that are sung outwardly with the lips, inasmuch as such like canticles arouse spiritual devotion. Reply to Objection 2. Jerome does not absolutely condemn singing, but reproves those who sing theatrically in church, not in order to arouse devotion, but in order to show off or to provoke pleasure. Hence Augustine says in Confessions 10:33, "When it befalls me to be more moved by the voice than by the words sung, I confess to have sinned penally, and then had rather not hear the singer." Reply to Objection 3. To arouse men to devotion by teaching and preaching is a more excellent way than by singing. Wherefore deacons and prelates, whom it becomes to incite men's minds towards God by means of preaching and teaching, ought not to be instant in singing, lest thereby they be withdrawn from greater things. Hence Gregory states, "It is a most discreditable custom for those who have been raised to the diaconate to serve as choristers, for it behooves them to give their whole time to the duty of preaching and to taking charge of the alms." Reply to Objection 4. As the Philosopher says in Politics 8:6, "Teaching should not be accompanied with a flute or any artificial instrument, such as the harp or anything else of this kind, but only with such things as make good hearers." For such like musical instruments move the soul to pleasure rather than create a good disposition within it. In the Old Testament, instruments of this description were employed, both because the people were more coarse and carnal, so that they needed to be aroused by such instruments as also by earthly promises, and because these material instruments were figures of something else. Reply to Objection 5. The soul is distracted from that which is sung by a chant that is employed for the purpose of giving pleasure. But if the singer chant for the sake of devotion, he pays more attention to what he says, both because he lingers more thereon, and because, as Augustine remarks in Confessions 10:33, each affection of our spirit, according to its variety, has its own appropriate measure in the voice, and singing by some hidden correspondence wherewith it is stirred. The same applies to the hearers, for even if some of them understand not what is sung, yet they understand why it is sung, namely for God's glory, and this is enough to arouse their devotion. End of question 91. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 92 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 92 of Superstition, in 2 articles. In due sequence, we must consider the vices that are opposed to religion. First, we shall consider those which agree with religion in giving worship to God. Secondly, we shall treat of those vices which are manifestly contrary to religion, through showing contempt of those things that pertain to the worship of God. The former come under the head of superstition, the latter under that of irreligion. Accordingly, we must consider in the first place superstition and its parts, and afterwards irreligion and its parts. Under the first head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether superstition is a vice opposed to religion. Second, whether it has several parts or species. First article, whether superstition is a vice opposed to religion. Objection 1. It would seem that superstition is not a vice contrary to religion. One contrary is not included in the definition of the other. But religion is included in the definition of superstition, for the latter is defined as being immoderate observance of religion, according to a gloss on Colossians 2:23, which things have indeed a show of wisdom in superstition. Therefore, superstition is not a vice contrary to religion. Objection 2 further. Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, Cicero states that the superstitious were so called because they spent the day in praying and offering sacrifices that their children might survive, superstities, them. But this may be done even in accordance with true religious worship. Therefore, superstition is not a vice opposed to religion. Objection 3 further. Superstition seems to denote an excess. But religion admits of no excess, since, as stated above in question 81, Article 5, third reply, there is no possibility of rendering to God, by religion, the equal of what we owe to him. Therefore, superstition is not a vice contrary to religion. On the contrary, Augustine says, Thou strikest the first chord in the worship of one God, and the beast of superstition hath fallen. Now the worship of one God belongs to religion. Therefore, superstition is contrary to religion. I answer that, as stated above in question 81, Article 5, religion is a moral virtue. Now every moral virtue observes a mean, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 64, Article 1. Therefore, a twofold vice is opposed to a moral virtue, one by way of excess, the other by way of deficiency. Again, the mean of virtue may be exceeded, not only with regard to the circumstance called how much, but also with regard to other circumstances, so that in certain virtues, such as magnanimity and magnificence, vice exceeds the mean of virtue, not through tending to something greater than the virtue, but possibly to something less, and yet it goes beyond the mean of virtue, through doing something to whom it ought not, or when it ought not, and in like manner as regards other circumstances, as the Philosopher shows in Ethics 4, 1, 2, and 3. Accordingly, superstition is a vice contrary to religion by excess, not that it offers more to the divine worship than true religion, but because it offers divine worship either to whom it ought not, or in a manner it ought not. Reply to Objection 1. Just as we speak metaphorically of good among evil things, thus we speak of a good thief, so too sometimes the names of the virtues are employed by transposition in an evil sense. This prudence is sometimes used instead of cunning, according to Luke 16:8. The children of this world are more prudent in their generation than the children of light. It is in this way that superstition is described as religion. Reply to Objection 2. The etymology of a word differs from its meaning, for its etymology depends on what it is taken from for the purpose of signification, whereas its meaning depends on the thing to which it is applied for the purpose of signifying it. Now these things differ sometimes, for lapis, a stone, takes its name from hurting the foot, lederepedem. But this is not its meaning, else iron, since it hurts the foot, would be a stone. In like manner, it does not follow that superstition means that from which the word is derived. Reply to Objection 3. Religion does not admit of excess in respect of absolute quantity, but it does admit of excess in respect of proportionate quantity, insofar, to wit, as something may be done in divine worship that ought not be done. Second article. Whether there are various species of superstition. Objection 1. It would seem that there are not various species of superstition. According to the Philosopher in Topics 113, if one contrary includes many kinds, so does the other. Now religion, to which superstition is contrary, does not include various species, but all its acts belong to the one species. Therefore, neither has superstition various species. Objection 2 further. Opposites relate to one same thing. But religion, to which superstition is opposed, relates to those things whereby we are directed to God, as stated above in question 81, Article 1. Therefore superstition, which is opposed to religion, is not specified according to divinations of human occurrences or by the observances of certain human actions. Objection 3 further. A gloss on Colossians 2:23, which things have a show of wisdom in superstition, adds, that is to say, in a hypocritical religion. Therefore, hypocrisy should be reckoned a species of superstition. On the contrary, Augustine assigns the various species of superstition in On Christian Doctrine 2:20. I answer that, As stated above, sins against religion consist in going beyond the mean of virtue in respect of certain circumstances. Cf. Article 1. For as we have stated in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 72, Article 9, not every diversity of corrupt circumstances differentiates the species of a sin, but only that which is referred to diverse objects for diverse ends. Since it is in this respect that moral acts are diversified specifically, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 1, Article 3, and in question 18, Articles 2 and 6. Accordingly, the species of superstition are differentiated, first on the part of the mode, secondly on the part of the object. For the divine worship may be given either to whom it ought to be given, namely to the true God, but in an undue mode, and this is the first species of superstition. Or to whom it ought not be given, namely to any creature whatsoever, and this is another genus of superstition, divided into many species in respect of the various ends of divine worship. For the end of divine worship is in the first place to give reverence to God, and in this respect the first species of this genus is idolatry, which unduly gives divine honor to a creature. The second end of religion is that man may be taught by God whom he worships, and to this must be referred divinatory superstition, which consults the demons through compacts made with them, whether tacit or explicit. Thirdly, the end of divine worship is a certain direction of human acts according to the precepts of God, the object of that worship, and to this must be referred the superstition of certain observances. Augustine alludes to these three in On Christian Doctrine 220, where he says that anything invented by man for making and worshipping idols is superstitious, and this refers to the first species. Then he goes on to say, or any agreement or covenant made with the demons for the purpose of consultation and of compact by tokens, which refers to the second species. And a little further on he adds, to this kind belong all sorts of amulets and such like, and this refers to the third species. Reply to Objection 1. As Dionysius says in On the Divine Names 4, good results from a cause that is one and entire, whereas evil arises from each single defect. Wherefore, several vices are opposed to one virtue, as stated above in Article 1, as well as in question 10, Article 5. The saying of the philosopher is true of opposites wherein there is the same reason of multiplicity. Reply to Objection 2. Divinations and certain observances come under the head of superstition insofar as they depend on certain actions of the demons, and thus they pertain to compacts made with them. Reply to Objection 3. Hypocritical religion is taken here for religion as applied to human observances, as the gloss goes on to explain. Wherefore this hypocritical religion is nothing else than worship given to God in an undue mode, as, for instance, if a man were, in the time of grace, to wish to worship God according to the rite of the old law. It is of religion taken in this sense that the gloss speaks literally. End of question 92. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 93 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 93. Of superstition consisting in undue worship of the true God, in 2 articles. We must now consider the species of superstition. We shall treat 1. Of the superstition which consists in giving undue worship to the true God. 2. Of the superstition of idolatry. 3. Of divinatory superstition. 4. Of the superstition of observances. Under the first head, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether there can be anything pernicious in the worship of the true God. Second, whether there can be anything superfluous therein. First article, whether there can be anything pernicious in the worship of the true God. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be anything pernicious in the worship of the true God. It is written in Joel 2:32, "Everyone that shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." Now whoever worships God calls upon his name. Therefore, all worship of God is conducive to salvation, and consequently, none is pernicious. Objection 2 further. It is the same God that is worshipped by the just in any age of the world. Now before the giving of the law, the just worshipped God in whatever manner they pleased, without committing mortal sin. Wherefore Jacob bound himself by his own vow to a special kind of worship, as is related in Genesis chapter 28. Therefore, now also no worship of God is pernicious. Objection 3 further. Nothing pernicious is tolerated in the Church. Yet the Church tolerates various rites of divine worship. Wherefore Gregory, replying to Augustine, Bishop of the English, who stated that there existed in the churches various customs in the celebration of Mass, wrote, "I wish you to choose carefully whatever you find likely to be most pleasing to God, whether in the Roman territory, or in the land of the Gauls, or in any part of the Church." Therefore, no way of worshipping God is pernicious. On the contrary, Augustine, in a letter to Jerome, says that, "After the gospel truth had been preached, the legal observances became deadly." And yet these observances belonged to the worship of God. Therefore, there can be something deadly in the divine worship. I answer that, as Augustine states in Against Lying 14, "A most pernicious lie is that which is uttered in matters pertaining to Christian religion." Now, it is a lie if one signify outwardly that which is contrary to truth. But just as a thing is signified by word, so it is by deed. And it is in this signification by deed that the outward worship of religion consists, as shown above in question 81, Article 7. Consequently, if anything false is signified by outward worship, this worship will be pernicious. Now this happens in 2 ways. In the first place, it happens on the part of the thing signified, through the worship signifying something discordant therefrom. And in this way, at the time of the new law, the mysteries of Christ being already accomplished, it is pernicious to make use of the ceremonies of the old law, whereby the mysteries of Christ were foreshadowed as things to come. Just as it would be pernicious for anyone to declare that Christ has yet to suffer. In the same place, falsehood in outward worship occurs on the part of the worshipper, and especially in common worship, which is offered by ministers impersonating the whole Church. For even as he would be guilty of falsehood who would, in the name of another person, proffer things that are not committed to him, so too does a man incur the guilt of falsehood who, on the part of the Church, gives worship to God contrary to the manner established by the Church or divine authority, and according to ecclesiastical custom. Hence Ambrose says, "He is unworthy who celebrates the mystery otherwise than Christ delivered it." For this reason, too, a gloss on Colossians 2:23 says that superstition is the use of human observances under the name of religion. Reply to Objection 1. Since God is truth, to invoke God is to worship Him in spirit and truth, according to John 4:23. Hence a worship that contains falsehood is inconsistent with a salutary calling upon God. Reply to Objection 2. Before the time of the law, the just were instructed by an inward instinct as to the way of worshipping God, and others followed them. But afterwards men were instructed by outward precepts about this matter, and it is wicked to disobey them. Reply to Objection 3. The various customs of the Church in the divine worship are in no way contrary to the truth, wherefore we must observe them, and to disregard them is unlawful. Second article. Whether there can be any excess in the worship of God. Objection 1. It would seem that there cannot be excess in the worship of God. It is written in Ecclesiasticus 43:32, "Glorify the Lord as much as ever you can, for He will yet far exceed." Now the divine worship is directed to the glorification of God. Therefore, there can be no excess in it. Objection 2 further. Outward worship is a profession of inward worship, whereby God is worshipped with faith, hope, and charity, as Augustine says in his Enchiridion 3. Now there can be no excess in faith, hope, and charity. Neither, therefore, can there be in the worship of God. Objection 3 further. To worship God consists in offering to Him what we have received from Him. But we have received all our goods from God. Therefore, if we do all that we possibly can for God's honor, there will be no excess in the divine worship. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2:18, that the good and true Christian rejects also superstitious fancies from Holy Writ. But Holy Writ teaches us to worship God. Therefore, there can be superstition by reason of excess, even in the worship of God. I answer that a thing is said to be in excess in two ways. First, with regard to absolute quantity, and in this way, there cannot be excess in the worship of God, because whatever man does is less than he owes God. Secondly, a thing is in excess with regard to quantity of proportion, through not being proportionate in its end. Now the end of divine worship is that man may give glory to God, and submit to Him in mind and body. Consequently, whatever a man may do conducing to God's glory, and subjecting his mind to God, and his body too, by a moderate curbing of the concupiscences, is not excessive in the divine worship, provided it be in accordance with the commandments of God and of the Church, and in keeping with the customs of those among whom he lives. On the other hand, if that which is done be in itself not conducive to God's glory, nor raise man's mind to God, nor curb inordinate concupiscence, or again, if it not be in accordance with the commandments of God and of the Church, or if it be contrary to the general custom, which according to Augustine has the force of law. All this must be reckoned excessive and superstitious, because consisting, as it does, of mere externals. It has no connection with the internal worship of God. Hence Augustine, in On True Religion 3, quotes the words of Luke 17:21, "The kingdom of God is within you," against the superstitious, those to wit, who pay more attention to externals. Reply to Obj. 1. The glorification of God implies that what is done for God's glory, and this excludes the excess denoted by superstition. Reply to Obj. 2. Faith, hope, and charity subject the mind to God, so that there can be nothing excessive in them. It is different with external acts, which sometimes have no connection with these virtues. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument considers excess by way of absolute quantity. End of question 93. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 94 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 94. Of idolatry in 4 articles. We must now consider idolatry, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether idolatry is a species of superstition. Second, whether it is a sin. Third, whether it is the gravest sin. Fourth, of the cause of this sin. First article. Whether idolatry is rightly reckoned a species of superstition. Objection 1. It would seem that idolatry is not rightly reckoned a species of superstition. Just as heretics are unbelievers, so are idolaters. But heresy is a species of unbelief, as stated above in question 11, Article 1. Therefore, idolatry is also a species of unbelief, and not of superstition. Objection 2 further. Latria pertains to the virtue of religion, to which superstition is opposed. But latria apparently is univocally applied to idolatry, and to that which belongs to the true religion. For just as we speak univocally of the desire of false happiness, and of the desire of true happiness, so too seemingly we speak univocally of the worship of false gods, which is called idolatry, and the worship of the true God, which is the latria of true religion. Therefore, idolatry is not a species of superstition. Objection 3 further. That which is nothing cannot be the species of any genus. But idolatry apparently is nothing, for the Apostle says in 1 Corinthians 8:4, "We know that an idol is nothing in the world." And further on in 1 Corinthians 10:19, "What, then? Do I say that what is offered in sacrifice to idols is anything, or that the idol is anything?" Implying that the answer is in the negative. Now, offering things to idols belongs properly to idolatry. Therefore, since idolatry is like to nothing, it cannot be a species of superstition. Objection 4 further. It belongs to superstition to give divine honor to whom that honor is not due. Now, divine honor is undue to idols, just as it is undue to other creatures, Wherefore certain people are reproached in Romans 1:25, for they that worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator. Therefore, this species of superstition is unfittingly called idolatry, and should rather be named worship of creatures. On the contrary, it is related in Acts 17, verse 16, that when Paul awaited Silas and Timothy at Athens, his spirit was stirred within him, seeing the whole city given to idolatry. And further on in Acts 17, verse 22, he says, "Ye men of Athens, I perceive that in all things you are too superstitious." Therefore, idolatry belongs to superstition. I answer that, as stated above in question 92, Article 2, it belongs to superstition to exceed the due mode of divine worship, and this is done chiefly when divine worship is given to whom it should not be given. Now it should be given to the Most High uncreated God alone, as stated above in question 81, Article 1, when we were treating of religion. Therefore, it is superstition to give worship to any creature whatsoever. Now just as this divine worship was given to sensible creatures by means of sensible signs, such as sacrifices, games, and the like, so too was it given to a creature represented by some sensible form or shape, which is called an idol. Yet divine worship was given to idols in various ways. For some, by means of a nefarious art, constructed images which produced certain effects by the power of the demons, wherefore they deemed that the images themselves contained something godlike, and consequently the divine worship was due to them. This was the opinion of Hermes Trismegistus, as Augustine states in On the City of God 8:23, while others gave divine worship not to the images, but to the creatures represented thereby. The Apostle alludes to both of these in Romans 1 at verses 23 and 25. For as regards the former, he says, "They changed the glory of the incorruptible God into the likeness of the image of a corruptible man, and of birds, and of four-footed beasts, and of creeping things." And of the latter he says, "Who worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator." These latter were of three ways of thinking. For some deemed certain men to have been gods, whom they worshipped in the images of those men, for instance, Jupiter, Mercury, and so forth. Others again deemed the whole world to be one God, not by reason of its material substance, but by reason of its soul, which they believed to be God, for they held God to be nothing else than a soul governing the world by movement and reason, even as a man is said to be wise in respect not of his body but of his soul. Hence they thought that divine worship ought to be given to the whole world and to all its parts, heaven, air, water, and to all such things, and to these they referred the names of their gods, as Varro asserted, and Augustine relates, in On the City of God 7:5. Lastly, others, namely the Platonists, said that there is one supreme God, the cause of all things. After him they placed certain spiritual substances created by the supreme God. These they called gods on account of their having a share of the Godhead, but we call them angels. After these they placed the souls of the heavenly bodies, and beneath these the demons, which they stated to be certain animal denizens of the air, and beneath these again they placed human souls, which they believed to be taken up into the fellowship of the gods or of the demons by reason of the merit of their virtue. To all these they gave divine worship, as Augustine relates, in On the City of God 18:14. The last two opinions were held to belong to natural theology, which the philosophers gathered from their study of the world and taught in the schools, while the other, relating to the worship of men, was said to belong to mythical theology, which was wont to be represented on the stage according to the fancies of poets. The remaining opinion relating to images was held to belong to civil theology, which was celebrated by the pontiffs in the temples. Now all these come under the head of the superstition of idolatry. Wherefore Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2:20, "Anything invented by man for making and worshipping idols, or for giving divine worship to a creature or any part of a creature, is superstitious." Reply to Obj. 1. Just as religion is not faith, but a confession of faith by outward signs, so superstition is a confession of unbelief by external worship. Such a confession is signified by the term idolatry, but not by the term heresy, which only means a false opinion. Therefore heresy is a species of unbelief, but idolatry is a species of superstition. Reply to Obj. 2. The term latria may be taken in two senses. In one sense, it may denote a human act pertaining to the worship of God, and then its signification remains the same, to whomsoever it be shown, because in this sense, the thing to which it is shown is not included in its definition. Taken thus, latria is applied univocally, whether to true religion or to idolatry, just as the payment of a tax is univocally the same, whether it is paid to the true or to a false king. In another sense, latria denotes the same as religion, and then, since it is a virtue, it is essential thereto that divine worship be given to whom it ought to be given, and in this way latria is applied equivocally to the latria of true religion and to idolatry, just as prudence is applied equivocally to the prudence that is a virtue and to that which is carnal. Reply to Obj. 3. The saying of the Apostle that "an idol is nothing in the world" means that those images which were called idols were not animated or possessed of a divine power, as Hermes maintained, as though they were composed of spirit and body. In the same sense, we must understand the saying that "what is offered in sacrifice to idols is not anything," because by being thus sacrificed, the sacrificial flesh acquired neither sanctification, as the Gentiles thought, nor uncleanness, as the Jews held. Reply to Obj. 4. It was owing to the general custom among the Gentiles of worshipping any kind of creature under the form of images that the term idolatry was used to signify any worship of a creature, even without the use of images. Second article. Whether idolatry is a sin. Objection 1. It would seem that idolatry is not a sin. Nothing is a sin that the true faith employs in worshipping God. Now the true faith employs images for the divine worship, since both in the tabernacle there were images of the cherubim, as related in Exodus 25, and in the church are images set up which the faithful worship. Therefore, idolatry, whereby idols are worshipped, is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Reverence should be paid to every superior. But the angels and the souls of the blessed are our superiors. Therefore, it will be no sin to pay them reverence by worship, of sacrifices or the like. Objection 3 further. The Most High God should be honored with an inward worship, according to John 4:24. God they must adore in spirit and in truth. And Augustine says in his Enchiridion 3 that God is worshipped by faith, hope, and charity. Now a man may happen to worship idols outwardly, and yet not wander from the true faith inwardly. Therefore, it seems that we may worship idols outwardly without prejudice to the divine worship. On the contrary, It is written in Exodus 20, verse 5, "Thou shalt not adore them," that is, outwardly, "nor serve them," that is, inwardly, as a gloss explains it. And it is a question of graven things and images. Therefore, it is a sin to worship idols whether outwardly or inwardly. I answer that there has been a twofold error in this matter. For some, notably the school of Plato, have thought that to offer sacrifices and other things pertaining to latria, not only to God but also to others aforesaid, is due and good in itself, since they held that divine honor should be paid to every superior nature as being nearer to God. But this is unreasonable. For though we ought to revere all superiors, yet the same reverence is not due to them all, and something special is due to the Most High God, who excels all in a singular manner, and this is the worship of latria. Nor can it be said, as some have maintained, that these visible sacrifices are fitting with regard to other gods, and that to the Most High God, as being better than those others, better sacrifices, namely, the service of a pure mind, should be offered. The reason is that, as Augustine continues to state further on in the City of God 10:19, external sacrifices are signs of internal, just as audible words are signs of things. Wherefore, just as by prayer and praise we utter significant words to Him, and offer to Him in our hearts the things they signify, so too in our sacrifices we ought to realize that we should offer a visible sacrifice to no other than to Him, whose invisible sacrifice we ourselves should be in our hearts. Others held that the outward worship of latria should be given to idols, not as though it were something good or fitting in itself, but as being in harmony with the general custom. Thus Augustine, again in On the City of God 6:10, quotes Seneca as saying, "We shall adore," says he, "in such a way as to remember that our worship is in accordance with custom rather than with the reality." And in On True Religion 5, Augustine says that we must not seek religion from the philosophers, who accepted the same things for sacred as did the people, and gave utterance in the schools to various and contrary opinions about the nature of their gods and the sovereign good. This error was embraced also by certain heretics, for example, the Helchesite, who affirmed that it is not wrong for one who is seized in time of persecution to worship idols outwardly so long as he keeps the faith in his heart. But this is evidently false. For since outward worship is a sign of the inward worship, just as it is a wicked lie to affirm the contrary of what one holds inwardly of the true faith, so too is it a wicked falsehood to pay outward worship to anything counter to the sentiments of one's heart. Wherefore Augustine condemns Seneca in On the City of God 6:10 in that his worship of idols was so much the more infamous, for as much as the things he did dishonestly were so done by him that the people believed him to act honestly. Reply to Obj. 1. Neither in the tabernacle or temple of the Old Law, nor again now in the Church, are images set up that the worship of latria may be paid to them, but for the purpose of signification, in order that belief in the excellence of angels and saints may be impressed and confirmed in the mind of man. It is different with the image of Christ, to which latria is due on account of his divinity, as we shall state in the third part, question 25, Article 3. The replies to the second and third objections are evident from what has been said above. Third article. Whether idolatry is the gravest of sins. Objection 1. It would seem that idolatry is not the gravest of sins. The worst is opposed to the best, as stated in Ethics 8:10. But interior worship, which consists of faith, hope, and charity, is better than external worship. Therefore, unbelief, despair, and hatred of God, which are opposed to internal worship, are graver sins than idolatry, which is opposed to external worship. Objection 2 further. The more a sin is against God, the more grievous it is. Now, seemingly, a man acts more directly against God by blaspheming or denying the faith than by giving God's worship to another, which pertains to idolatry. Therefore, blasphemy and denial of the faith are more grievous sins than idolatry. Objection 3 further. It seems that lesser evils are punished with greater evils. But the sin of idolatry was punished with the sin against nature, as stated in Romans 1:26. Therefore, the sin against nature is a graver sin than idolatry. Objection 4 further. Augustine says in Against Faustus 20:5, "Neither do we say that you," notably the Manichees, "are pagans or a sect of pagans, but that you bear a certain likeness to them, since you worship many gods. And yet you are much worse than they are, for they worship things that exist, but should not be worshipped as gods, whereas you worship things that exist not at all. Therefore, the vice of heretical depravity is more grievous than idolatry." Objection 5 further. A gloss of Jerome on Galatians 4:9, "How turn you again to the weak and needy elements?" says, "The observance of the law to which they were then addicted was a sin almost equal to the worship of idols, to which they had been given before their conversion." Therefore, idolatry is not the most grievous sin. On the contrary, a gloss on the saying of Leviticus 15:25 about the uncleanness of a woman suffering from an issue of blood says, "Every sin is an uncleanness of the soul, but especially idolatry." I answer that the gravity of a sin may be considered in two ways. First, on the part of the sin itself, and thus idolatry is the most grievous sin. For just as the most heinous crime in an earthly commonwealth would seem to be for a man to give royal honor to another thing than the true king, since, so far as he is concerned, he disturbs the whole order of the commonwealth, so in sins that are committed against God, which indeed are the greater sins, the greatest of all seems to be for a man to give God's honor to a creature, since, so far as he is concerned, he sets up another god in the world and lessens the divine sovereignty. Secondly, the gravity of a sin may be considered on the part of the sinner. Thus the sin of one that sins knowingly is said to be graver than the sin of one that sins through ignorance, and in this way nothing hinders heretics, if they knowingly corrupt the faith which they have received, from sinning more grievously than idolaters who sin through ignorance. Furthermore, other sins may be more grievous on account of greater contempt on the part of the sinner. Reply to Objection 1. Idolatry presupposes internal unbelief, and to this it adds undue worship. But in a case of external idolatry without internal unbelief, there is an additional sin of falsehood, as stated above in Article 2. Reply to Objection 2. Idolatry includes a grievous blasphemy, inasmuch as it deprives God of the singleness of his dominion and denies the faith by deeds. Reply to Objection 3. Since it is essential to punishment that it be against the will, a sin whereby another sin is punished needs to be more manifest, in order that it may make the man more hateful to himself and to others.
But it need not be a more grievous sin, and in this way the sin against nature is less grievous than the sin of idolatry. But since it is more manifest, it is assigned as a fitting punishment of the sin of idolatry, in order that, as by idolatry man abuses the order of the divine honor, so by the sin against nature he may suffer confusion from the abuse of his own nature. Reply to Obj. 4. Even as to the genus of the sin, the Manichaean heresy is more grievous than the sin of other idolaters, because it is more derogatory to the divine honor, since they set up two gods in opposition to one another, and hold many vain and fabulous fancies about God. It is different with other heretics who confess their belief in one God and worship Him alone. Reply to Obj. 5. The observance of the law during the time of grace is not quite equal to idolatry as to the genus of the sin, but almost equal, because both are species of pestiferous superstition. Fourth article. Whether the cause of idolatry was on the part of man. Objection 1. It would seem that the cause of idolatry was not on the part of man. In man there is nothing but either nature, virtue, or guilt. But the cause of idolatry could not be on the part of man's nature, since rather does man's natural reason dictate that there is one God, and that divine worship should not be paid to the dead or to inanimate beings. Likewise, neither could idolatry have its cause in man on the part of virtue, since a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, according to Matthew 7:18. Nor again could it be on the part of guilt, because, according to Wisdom 14:27, the worship of abominable idols is the cause and the beginning and end of all evil. Therefore, idolatry has no cause on the part of man. Objection 2 further. Those things which have a cause in man are found among men at all times. Now idolatry was not always, but is stated to have been originated either by Nimrod, who is related to have forced men to worship fire, or by Ninus, who caused the statue of his father Bel to be worshipped. Among the Greeks, as related by Isidore in his Etymologies 8:11, Prometheus was the first to set up statues of men, as the Jews say that Ishmael was the first to make idols of clay. Moreover, idolatry ceased to a great extent in the 6th age. Therefore, idolatry had no cause on the part of man. Objection 3 further. Augustine says in On the City of God 21:6, "It was not possible to learn for the first time, except from their," that is, the demons, "teaching, what each of them desired or disliked, and by what name to invite or compel him, so as to give birth to the magic arts and their professors." And the same observation seems to apply to idolatry. Therefore, idolatry had no cause on the part of man. On the contrary, it is written in Wisdom 14:14, "By the vanity of men they," that is, idols, "came into the world." I answer that, idolatry had a twofold cause. One was a dispositive cause. This was on the part of man, and in 3 ways. First, on account of his inordinate affections, forasmuch as he gave other men divine honor, through either loving or revering them too much. This cause is assigned in Wisdom 14:15, "A father being afflicted with bitter grief, made to himself the image of his son, who was quickly taken away, and him who then had died as a man he began to worship as a god." The same passage goes on to say at verse 21 that "men serving either their affection or their kings gave the incommunicable name," that is, of the Godhead, "to stones and wood." Secondly, because man takes a natural pleasure in representations, as the Philosopher observes in Poetics 4. Wherefore, as soon as the uncultured man saw human images skillfully fashioned by the diligence of the craftsman, he gave them divine worship. Hence it is written in Wisdom 13, verses 11-17, "If an artist, a carpenter, hath cut down a tree, proper for his use, in the wood, and by his skill of art fashioneth it, and maketh it like the image of a man, and then maketh prayer to it, inquiring concerning his substance, and his children, or his marriage." Thirdly, on account of their ignorance of the true God, inasmuch as through failing to consider his excellence, men gave divine worship to certain creatures, on account of their beauty or power. Wherefore it is written in Wisdom 13, verses 1 and 2, "All men, neither by attending to the works have acknowledged who was the workman, but have imagined either the fire, or the wind, or the swift air, or the circle of the stars, or the great water, or the sun and the moon, to be gods that rule the world." The other cause of idolatry was completive, and this was on the part of the demons, who offered themselves to be worshipped by men, by giving answers in the idols, and doing things which to men seemed marvelous. Hence it is written in Psalm 95, verse 5, "All the gods of the Gentiles are devils." Reply to Obj. 1. The dispositive cause of idolatry was, on the part of man, a defect of nature, either through ignorance in his intellect, or disorder in his affections, as stated above. And this pertains to guilt. Again, idolatry is stated to be the cause, beginning, and end of all sin, because there is no kind of sin that idolatry does not produce at some time, either through leading expressly to that sin by causing it, or through being an occasion thereof, either as a beginning or as an end, insofar as certain sins were employed in the worship of idols, such as homicides, mutilations, and so forth. Nevertheless, certain sins may precede idolatry and dispose man thereto. Reply to Obj. 2. There was no idolatry in the first age, owing to the recent remembrance of the creation of the world, so that man still retained in his mind the knowledge of one God. In the sixth age, idolatry was banished by the doctrine and power of Christ, who triumphed over the devil. Reply to Obj. 3. This argument considers the consumative cause of idolatry.
End of question 94. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 95 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 95. Of Superstition in Divinations, in 8 articles. We must now consider superstition in divinations, under which head there are 8 points of inquiry. First, whether divination is a sin. Second, whether it is a species of superstition. Third, of the species of divination. Fourth, of divination by means of demons. Fifth, of divination by the stars. Sixth, of divination by dreams. Seventh, of divination by auguries and like observances. Eighth, of divination by lots. First article, whether divination is a sin. Objection 1. it would seem that divination is not a sin. Divination is derived from something divine, and things that are divine pertain to holiness rather than to sin. Therefore, it seems that divination is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Augustine says in On the Free Will 1, "Who dares to say that learning is an evil?" And again, "I could nowise admit that intelligence can be an evil." But some arts are divinatory, as the philosopher states in On Memory 1, and divination itself would seem to pertain to a certain intelligence of the truth. Therefore, it seems that divination is not a sin. Objection 3 further. There is no natural inclination to evil, because nature inclines only to its like. But men by natural inclination seek to foreknow future events, and this belongs to divination. Therefore, divination is not a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 18, verses 10 and 11, "Neither let there be found among you any one that consulteth Pythonic spirits or fortune-tellers." And it is stated in the Decretals, in the canon Qui Divinationes, "Those who seek for divinations shall be liable to a penance of 5 years' duration, according to the fixed grades of penance." I answer that divination denotes a foretelling of the future. The future may be foreknown in 2 ways. First, in its causes, secondly, in itself. Now the causes of the future are threefold, for some produce their effects of necessity and always, and such like future effects can be foreknown and foretold with certainty from considering their causes, even as astrologers foretell a coming eclipse. Other causes produce their effects not of necessity and always, but for the most part, yet they rarely fail, and from such like causes their future effects can be foreknown, not indeed with certainty, but by a kind of conjecture, even as astrologers, by considering the stars, can foreknow and foretell things concerning rains and droughts, and physicians concerning health and death. Again, other causes considered in themselves are indifferent, and this is chiefly the case in the rational powers, which stand in relation to opposites, according to the Philosopher in Metaphysics 8, 2, 5, and 8. Such like effects, as also those which ensue from natural causes by chance and in the minority of instances, cannot be foreknown from a consideration of their causes, because these causes have no determinate inclination to produce these effects. Consequently, such like effects cannot be foreknown unless they be considered in themselves. Now a man cannot consider these effects in themselves except when they are present, as when he sees Socrates running or walking. The consideration of such things in themselves before they occur is proper to God, who alone in his eternity sees the future as though it were present, as stated in the first part, question 14, article 13, as well as in question 57, article 3, and question 86, article 4. Hence it is written in Isaiah 41, verse 23, "Show the things that are to come hereafter, and we shall know that ye are gods." Therefore, if anyone presume to foreknow or foretell such like future things by any means whatever, except by divine revelation, he manifestly usurps what belongs to God. It is for this reason that certain men are called divines, wherefore Isidore says in his Etymologies 8-9, "They are called divines as though they were full of God, for they pretend to be filled with the Godhead, and by a deceitful fraud they forecast the future to men." Accordingly, it is not called divination if a man foretells things that happen of necessity, or in the majority of instances, for the like can be foreknown by human reason, nor again if anyone knows other contingent future things through divine revelation, for then he does not divine, that is, cause something divine, but rather receives something divine. Then only is a man said to divine when he usurps to himself, in an undue manner, the foretelling of future events, and this is manifestly a sin. Consequently, divination is always a sin, and for this reason Jerome says in his commentary on Micah 3:9 and following that divination is always taken in an evil sense. Reply to Objection 1. Divination takes its name not from a rightly ordered share of something divine, but from an undue usurpation thereof, as stated above. Reply to Objection 2. There are certain arts for the foreknowledge of future events that occur of necessity or frequently, and these do not pertain to divination. But there are no true arts or sciences for the foreknowledge of any other future events, but only vain inventions of the devil's deceit, as Augustine says, in On the City of God 21:8. Reply to Objection 3. Man has a natural inclination to know the future by human means, but not by the undue means of divination. Second article, whether divination is a species of superstition. Objection 1. It would seem that divination is not a species of superstition. The same thing cannot be a species of diverse genera. Now, divination is apparently a species of curiosity, according to Augustine, in On True Religion 38. Therefore, it is not seemingly a species of superstition. Objection 2 further. Just as religion is due worship, so is superstition undue worship. But divination does not seem to pertain to undue worship. Therefore, it does not pertain to superstition. Objection 3 further. Superstition is opposed to religion. But in true religion, nothing is to be found corresponding as a contrary to divination. Therefore, divination is not a species of superstition. On the contrary, Origen says in his Periarchon, Translator's note, the quotation is from his 16th homily on the Book of Numbers, end of note. There is an operation of the demons in the administering of foreknowledge, comprised, seemingly, under the head of certain arts exercised by those who have enslaved themselves to the demons, by means of lots, omens, or the observance of shadows. I doubt not that all these things are done by the operation of the demons. Now, according to Augustine, in On Christian Doctrine 2, 20 and 23, whatever results from fellowship between demons and men is superstitious. Therefore, divination is a species of superstition. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, as well as in questions 92 and 94, superstition denotes undue divine worship. Now, a thing pertains to the worship of God in two ways. In one way, it is something offered to God as a sacrifice, an oblation, or something of the kind. In another way, it is something divine that is assumed, as stated above with regard to an oath, in question 89, Article 4, second reply. Wherefore superstition includes not only idolatrous sacrifices offered to demons, but also recourse to the help of the demons for the purpose of doing or knowing something. But all divination results from the demon's operation, either because the demons are expressly invoked that the future may be known, or because the demons thrust themselves into futile searchings of the future, in order to entangle men's minds with vain conceits. Of this kind of vanity it is written, in Psalm 39, verse 5, "Who hath not regard to vanities and lying follies?" Now, it is vain to seek knowledge of the future when one tries to get it from a source whence it cannot be foreknown. Therefore, it is manifest that divination is a species of superstition. Reply to Objection 1. Divination is a kind of curiosity with regard to the end in view, which is foreknowledge of the future. But it is a kind of superstition as regards the mode of operation. Reply to Objection 2. This kind of divination pertains to the worship of the demons, inasmuch as one enters into a compact, tacit or express, with the demons. Reply to Objection 3. In the New Law, man's mind is restrained from solicitude about temporal things, wherefore the New Law contains no institution for the foreknowledge of future events in temporal matters. On the other hand, in the Old Law, which contained earthly promises, there were consultations about the future in connection with religious matters. Hence, where it is written in Isaiah 8:19, "And when they shall say to you, Seek of pythons and of diviners who mutter their enchantments," it is added by way of an answer, "Should not the people seek of their God a vision for the living and the dead?" In the New Testament, however, there were some possessed of the spirit of prophecy who foretold many things about future events. Third article: Whether we ought to distinguish several species of divination. Objection 1. It would seem that we should not distinguish several species of divination. Where the formality of sin is the same, there are not seemingly several species of sin. Now there is one formality of sin in all divinations, since they consist in entering into compact with the demons in order to know the future. Therefore, there are not several species of divination. Objection 2 further. A human act takes its species from its end, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae question 1, Article 3, and in question 18, Article 6. But all divination is directed to one end, namely, the foretelling of the future. Therefore, all divinations are of one species. Objection 3 further. Signs do not vary the species of a sin, for whether one detracts by word, writing, or gestures, it is the same species of sin. Now divinations seem to differ merely according to the various signs whence the foreknowledge of the future is derived. Therefore, there are not several species of divination. On the contrary, Isidore enumerates various species of divination in his Etymologies 8:9. I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, all divinations seek to acquire foreknowledge of future events by means of some counsel and help of a demon, who is either expressly called upon to give his help, or else thrusts himself in secretly, in order to foretell certain future things unknown to men, but known to him in such manners as have been explained in the first part, question 57, Article 3. When demons are expressly invoked, they are wont to foretell the future in many ways. Sometimes they offer themselves to human sight and hearing by mock apparitions in order to foretell the future, and this species is called prestigiation, because man's eyes are blindfolded, prestinguntur. Sometimes they make use of dreams, and this is called divination by dreams. Sometimes they employ apparitions or utterances of the dead, and this species is called necromancy, for as Isidore observes in his Etymologies 8, in Greek, nekron means dead, and manteia, divination, because after certain incantations and the sprinkling of blood, the dead seem to come to life, to divine and to answer questions. Sometimes they foretell the future through living men, as in the case of those who are possessed. This is divination by pythons, of whom Isidore says that pythons are so called from Pythias Apollo, who was said to be the inventor of divination. Sometimes they foretell the future by means of shapes or signs which appear in inanimate beings. If these signs appear in some earthly body, such as wood, iron, or polished stone, it is called geomancy. If in water, hydromancy. If in the air, aeromancy. If in fire, pyromancy. If in the entrails of animals sacrificed on the altars of demons, aruspicy. The divination which is practiced without expressed invocation of the demons is of two kinds. The first is when, with a view to obtain knowledge of the future, we take observations in the disposition of certain things. If one endeavor to know the future by observing the position and movement of the stars, this belongs to astrologers, who are called genethliacs, because they take note of the days on which people are born. If one observe the movements and cries of birds or of any animals, or the sneezing of men, or the sudden movements of limbs, this belongs in general to augury, which is so called from the chattering of birds, avium garitu, just as auspice is derived from watching birds, avium inspectione. These are chiefly wont to be observed in birds, the former by the ear, the latter by the eye. If, however, these observations have for their object men's words uttered unintentionally, which someone twists so as to apply to the future that he wishes to foreknow, then it is called an omen. And as Valerius Maximus remarks, "The observing of omens has a touch of religion mingled with it, for it is believed to be founded not on a chance movement, but on divine providence." It was thus that when the Romans were deliberating whether they would change their position, a centurion happened to exclaim at the time, "Standard-bearer, fix the banner, we had best stand here." And on hearing these words they took them as an omen, and abandoned their intention of advancing further. If, however, the observation regards dispositions that occur to the eye, of figures in certain bodies, there will be another species of divination. For the divination that is taken from observing the lines of the hand is called chiromancy, that is, divination of the hand, because chir is the Greek for hand, while divination which is taken from signs appearing in the shoulder blades of an animal is called spatulomancy. To this second species of divination, which is without express invocation of the demons, belongs that which is practiced by observing certain things done seriously by men in the research of the occult, whether by drawing lots, which is called geomancy, or by observing the shapes resulting from molten lead poured into water, or by observing which of several sheets of paper, with or without writing upon them, a person may happen to draw, or by holding out several unequal sticks and noting who takes the greater or the lesser, or by throwing dice and observing who throws the highest score, or by observing what catches the eye when one opens a book, all of which are named sortilege. Accordingly, it is clear that there are three kinds of divination. The first is when the demons are invoked openly. This comes under the head of necromancy. The second is merely an observation of the disposition or movement of some other being, and this belongs to augury. While the third consists in doing something in order to discover the occult, and this belongs to sortilege. Under each of these, many others are contained, as explained above. Reply to Objection 1. In all the aforesaid, there is the same general, but not the same special, character of sin. For it is much more grievous to invoke the demons than to do things that deserve the demons' interference. Reply to Objection 2. Knowledge of the future or of the occult is the ultimate end whence divination takes its general formality. but the various species are distinguished by their proper objects or matters, according as the knowledge of the occult is sought in various things. Reply to Obj. 3. The things observed by diviners are considered by them not as signs expressing what they already know, as happens in detraction, but as principles of knowledge. Now it is evident that diversity of principles diversifies the species, even in demonstrative sciences. Fourth article: whether divination practiced by invoking the demons is unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that divination practiced by invoking demons is not unlawful. Christ did nothing unlawful according to 1 Peter 2:22, who did no sin. Yet our Lord asked the demon, "What is thy name?" And the latter replied, "My name is Legion, for we are many," as is stated in Mark 5:9. Therefore, it seems lawful to question the demons about the occult. Objection 2 further. The souls of the saints do not encourage those who ask unlawfully. Yet Samuel appeared to Saul when the latter inquired of the woman that had a divining spirit concerning the issue of the coming war, as is related in 1 Kings 28:8 and following. Therefore, the divination that consists in questioning demons is not unlawful. Objection 3 further. It seems lawful to seek the truth from one who knows, if it be useful to know it. But it is sometimes useful to know what is hidden from us and can be known through the demons, as in the discovery of thefts. Therefore, divination by questioning demons is not unlawful. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 18, verses 10 and 11, "Neither let there be found among you any one that consulteth soothsayers, nor that consulteth pythonic spirits." I answer that all divination by invoking demons is unlawful for two reasons. The first is gathered from the principle of divination, which is a compact made expressly with a demon by the very fact of invoking him. This is altogether unlawful. Wherefore it is written against certain persons in Isaiah 28:15, "You have said, we have entered into a league with death, and we have made a covenant with hell." And still more grievous would it be if sacrifice were offered or reverence paid to the demon invoked. The second reason is gathered from the result. For the demon who intends man's perdition endeavors, by his answers, even though he sometimes tells the truth, to accustom men to believe him, and so to lead him on to something prejudicial to the salvation of mankind. Hence Athanasius, commenting on the words of Luke 4:35, "He rebuked him, saying, Hold thy peace," says, "Although the demon confessed the truth, Christ put a stop to his speech, lest together with the truth he should publish his wickedness and accustom us to care little for such things, however much he may seem to speak the truth. For it is wicked, while we have the divine scriptures, to seek knowledge from the demons." Reply to Objection 1. According to Bede's commentary on Luke 8:30, our Lord inquired not through ignorance, but in order that the disease which he tolerated, being made public, the power of the healer might shine forth more graciously. Now it is one thing to question a demon who comes to us of his own accord, and it is lawful to do so at times for the good of others, especially when he can be compelled by the power of God to tell the truth, and another to invoke a demon in order to gain from him knowledge of things hidden from us. Reply to Objection 2. According to Augustine, in his letter to Simplicius 2:3, there is nothing absurd in believing that the spirit of the just man, being about to smite the king with the divine sentence, was permitted to appear to him, not by the sway of magic art or power, but by some occult dispensation of which neither the witch nor Saul was aware. Or else the spirit of Samuel was not in reality aroused from his rest, but some phantom or mock apparition formed by the machinations of the devil and styled by Scripture under the name of Samuel, just as the images of things are wont to be called by the names of those things. Reply to Obj. 3. No temporal utility can compare with the harm to spiritual health that results from the research of the unknown by invoking the demon. Fifth article. Whether divination by the stars is unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that divination by the stars is not unlawful. It is lawful to foretell effects by observing their causes. Thus a physician foretells death from the disposition of the disease. Now the heavenly bodies are the cause of what takes place in the world, according to Dionysius in On the Divine Names 4. Therefore, divination by the stars is not unlawful. Objection 2 further. Human science originates from experiments, according to the Philosopher in Metaphysics 1:1. Now it has been discovered through many experiments that the observation of the stars is a means whereby some future events may be known beforehand. Therefore, it would seem not unlawful to make use of this kind of divination. Objection 3 further. Divination is declared to be unlawful in so far as it is based on a compact made with the demons. But divination by the stars contains nothing of the kind, but merely an observation of God's creatures. Therefore, it would seem that this species of divination is not unlawful. On the contrary, Augustine says in his Confessions 4:3, "Those astrologers whom they call mathematicians I consulted without scruple, because they seemed to use no sacrifice, nor to pray to any spirit for their divinations, which art, however, Christian and true piety rejects and condemns." I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 2, the operation of the demon thrusts itself into those divinations which are based on false and vain opinions, in order that man's mind may become entangled in vanity and falsehood. Now no one makes use of a vain and false opinion if, by observing the stars, one desires to foreknow the future that cannot be forecast by their means. Wherefore, we must consider what things can be foreknown by observing the stars, and it is evident that those things which happen of necessity can be foreknown by this means. Even so astrologers forecast a future eclipse. However, with regard to the foreknowledge of future events acquired by observing the stars, there have been various opinions. For some have stated that the stars signify rather than cause the things foretold by means of their observation. But this is an unreasonable statement, since every corporeal sign is either the effect that for which it stands, thus smoke signifies fire whereby it is caused, or it proceeds from the same cause, so that by signifying the cause, in consequence it signifies the effect. Thus a rainbow is sometimes a sign of fair weather, in so far as its cause is the cause of fair weather. Now it cannot be said that the dispositions and movements of the heavenly bodies are the effect of future events, nor again can they be ascribed to some common higher cause of a corporeal nature, although they are referable to a common higher cause, which is divine providence. On the contrary, the appointment of the movements and positions of the heavenly bodies by divine providence is on a different principle from the appointment of the occurrence of future contingencies, because the former are appointed on a principle of necessity, so that they always occur in the same way, whereas the latter are appointed on a principle of contingency, so that the manner of their occurrence is variable. Consequently, it is impossible to acquire foreknowledge of the future from an observation of the stars, except insofar as effects can be foreknown from their causes. Now, two kinds of effects escape the causality of heavenly bodies. In the first place, all effects that occur accidentally, whether in human affairs or in the natural order, since, as it is proved in the Metaphysics 6, an accidental being has no cause, least of all a natural cause, such as is the power of a heavenly body, because what occurs accidentally neither is a being, properly speaking, nor is one. For instance, that an earthquake occur when a stone falls, or that a treasure be discovered when a man digs a grave, for these and like occurrences are not one thing, but are simply several things. Whereas the operation of nature has always some one thing for its term, just as it proceeds from some one principle, which is the form of a natural thing. In the second place, acts of the free will, which is the faculty of will and reason, escape the causality of heavenly bodies. For the intellect or reason is not a body, nor the act of a bodily organ, and consequently neither is the will, since it is in the reason, as the Philosopher shows in On the Soul 3, 4, and 9. Now no body can make an impression on an incorporeal body. Wherefore it is impossible for heavenly bodies to make a direct impression on the intellect and will. For this would be to deny the difference between intellect and sense, with which position Aristotle reproaches those who held that such is the will of man as is the day which the Father of men and of gods, that is the sun or the heavens, brings on, quoting the Odyssey 18:135. Hence the heavenly bodies cannot be the direct cause of the free will's operations. Nevertheless, they can be a dispositive cause of an inclination to those operations, insofar as they make an impression on the human body, and consequently on the sensitive powers which are acts of bodily organs having an inclination for human acts. Since, however, the sensitive powers obey reason, as the Philosopher shows in On the Soul 3:11 and in Ethics 1:13, this does not impose any necessity on the free will, and man is able, by his reason, to act counter to the inclination of the heavenly bodies. Accordingly, if anyone take observation of the stars in order to foreknow causal or fortuitous future events, or to know with certitude future human actions, his conduct is based on a false and vain opinion. And so the operation of the demons introduces itself therein, wherefore it will be a superstitious and unlawful divination. On the other hand, if one were to apply the observation of the stars in order to foreknow those future things that are caused by heavenly bodies, for instance, drought or rain and so forth, it will be neither an unlawful nor a superstitious divination. Wherefore the reply to the first objection is evident. Reply to objection 2. That astrologers not unfrequently forecast the truth by observing the stars may be explained in two ways. First, because a great number of men follow their bodily passions, so that their actions are for the most part disposed in accordance with the inclination of the heavenly bodies, while there are few, namely the wise alone, who moderate these inclinations by their reason. The result is that astrologers in many cases foretell the truth, especially in public occurrences which depend on the multitude. Secondly, because of the interference of the demons. Hence Augustine says, in the literal meaning of Genesis 2:17, "When astrologers tell the truth, it must be allowed that this is due to an instinct that, unknown to man, lies hidden in his mind. And since this happens through the action of unclean and lying spirits, who desire to deceive man, for they are permitted to know certain things about temporal affairs." Wherefore he concludes, "Thus a good Christian should beware of astrologers, and of all impious diviners, especially of those who tell the truth, lest his soul become the dupe of the demons, and by making a compact of partnership with them, enmesh itself in their fellowship." This suffices for the reply to the third objection. Sixth article. Whether divination by dreams is unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that divination by dreams is not unlawful. It is not unlawful to make use of divine instruction. Now men are instructed by God in dreams, for it is written in Job 33 verses 15 and 16, "By a dream in a vision by night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and they are sleeping in their beds, then he," God to wit, "openeth the ears of men, and teaching instructeth them in what they are to learn." Therefore, it is not unlawful to make use of divination by dreams. Objection 2 further. Those who interpret dreams, properly speaking, make use of divination by dreams. Now we read of holy men interpreting dreams. Thus Joseph interpreted the dreams of Pharaoh's butler and of his chief baker, as is reported in Genesis chapter 40. And Daniel interpreted the dream of the king of Babylon in Daniel 2:4. Therefore, divination by dreams is not unlawful. Objection 3 further. It is unreasonable to deny the common experiences of men. Now it is the experience of all that dreams are significative of the future. Therefore, it is useless to deny the efficacy of dreams for the purpose of divination, and it is lawful to listen to them. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 18 verse 10, "Neither let there be found among you any one that observeth dreams." I answer that, as stated above in Articles 2 and 6, divination is superstitious and unlawful when it is based on a false opinion. Wherefore we must consider what is true in the matter of foreknowing the future from dreams. Now dreams are sometimes the cause of future occurrences. For instance, when a person's mind becomes anxious through what it has seen in a dream, and is thereby led to do something or to avoid something, while sometimes dreams are signs of future happenings, insofar as they are referable to some common cause of both dreams and future occurrences, and in this way the future is frequently known from dreams. We must then consider what is the cause of dreams, and whether it can be the cause of future occurrences or be cognizant of them. Accordingly, it is to be observed that the cause of dreams is sometimes in us and sometimes outside us. The inward cause of dreams is twofold. One regards the soul, insofar as those things which have occupied a man's thoughts and affections while awake recur to his imagination while asleep. A such like cause of dreams is not a cause of future occurrences, so that dreams of this kind are related accidentally to future occurrences, and if at any time they concur, it will be by chance. But sometimes the inward cause of dreams regards the body, because the inward disposition of the body leads to the formation of a movement in the imagination consistent with that disposition. Thus a man in whom there is an abundance of cold humors dreams that he is in the water or snow, and for this reason physicians say that we should take note of dreams in order to discover internal dispositions. In like manner, the outward cause of dreams is twofold: corporal and spiritual. It is corporal insofar as the sleeper's imagination is affected either by the surrounding air or through an impression of a heavenly body, so that certain images appear to the sleeper in keeping with the disposition of the heavenly bodies. The spiritual cause is sometimes referable to God, who reveals certain things to men in their dreams by ministry of the angels, according to Numbers 12:6. "If there be among you a prophet of the Lord, I will appear to him in a vision, or I will speak to him in a dream." Sometimes, however, it is due to the action of the demons that certain images appear to persons in their sleep, and by this means they, at times, reveal certain future things to those who have entered into an unlawful compact with them. Accordingly, we must say that there is no unlawful divination in making use of dreams for the foreknowledge of the future, so long as those dreams are due to divine revelation, or to some natural cause, inward or outward, and so far as the efficacy of that cause extends. But it will be an unlawful and superstitious divination if it be caused by a revelation of the demons, with whom a compact has been made, whether explicit, through their being invoked for the purpose, or implicit, through the divination extending beyond its possible limits. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Seventh Article. Whether divination by auguries, omens, and by like observations of external things is unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that divination by auguries, omens, and by like observations of external things is not unlawful. If it were unlawful, holy men would not make use thereof. Now we read of Joseph that he paid attention to auguries, for it is related in Genesis 44 verse 5 that Joseph's steward said, "The cup which you have stolen is that in which my Lord drinketh, and in which he is wont to divine." Augurari. And he himself afterwards says to his brethren in Genesis 44:15, "Know you not that there is no one like me in the science of divining?" Therefore, it is not unlawful to make use of this kind of divination. Objection 2 further. Birds naturally know certain things regarding future occurrences of the seasons, according to Jeremiah 8:7. "The kite in the air hath known her time, the turtle, the swallow, and the stork have observed the time of their coming." Now natural knowledge is infallible, and comes from God. Therefore, it seems not unlawful to make use of the bird's knowledge in order to know the future, and this is divination by augury. Objection 3 further. Gideon is numbered among the saints in Hebrews 11:32. Yet Gideon made use of an omen when he listened to the relation and interpreting of a dream, as related in Judges 7:15. And Eliezer, Abraham's servant, acted in like manner in Genesis 24. Therefore, it seems that this kind of divination is not unlawful. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 18:10, "Neither let there be found among you anyone that observeth omens." I answer that, the movements or cries of birds, and whatever dispositions one may consider in such things, are manifestly not the cause of future events, wherefore the future cannot be known therefrom as from its cause. It follows therefore that if anything future can be known from them, it will be because the causes from which they proceed are also the causes of future occurrences or are cognizant of them. Now the cause of dumb animals' actions is a certain instinct, whereby they are inclined by a natural movement, for they are not masters of their actions. This instinct may proceed from a twofold cause. In the first place, it may be due to a bodily cause, for since dumb animals have not but a sensitive soul, every power of which it is the act of a bodily organ, their soul is subject to the disposition of surrounding bodies, and primarily to that of the heavenly bodies. Hence nothing prevents some of their actions from being signs of the future, insofar as they are conformed to the dispositions of the heavenly bodies and of the surrounding air, to which certain future events are due. Yet in this matter we must observe two things. First, that such observations must not be applied to the foreknowledge of future things other than those which can be foreknown from the movements of heavenly bodies, as stated above in Articles 5 and 6. Secondly, that they be not applied to other matters than those which in some way may have reference to these animals, since they acquire through the heavenly bodies a certain natural knowledge and instinct about things necessary for their life, such as changes resulting from rain and wind and so forth. In the second place, this instinct is produced by a spiritual cause, namely, either by God, as may be seen in the dove that descended upon Christ, the raven that fed Elias, and the whale that swallowed and vomited Jonas, or by demons, who make use of these actions of dumb animals in order to entangle our minds with vain opinions. This seems to be true of all such like things, except omens, because human words which are taken for an omen are not subject to the disposition of the stars, yet are they ordered according to divine providence, and sometimes according to the action of the demons. Accordingly, we must say that all such like divinations are superstitious and unlawful, if they be extended beyond the limits set according to the order of nature or of divine providence. Reply to Objection 1. According to Augustine, in his Questions on Genesis, question 145, when Joseph said that there was no one like him in the science of divining, he spoke in joke and not seriously, referring perhaps to the common opinion about him. In this sense also spoke his steward. Reply to Objection 2. The passage quoted refers to the knowledge that birds have about things concerning them, and in order to know these things, it is not unlawful to observe their cries and movements. Thus, from the frequent cawing of crows, one might say that it will rain soon. Reply to Objection 3. Gideon listened to the recital and interpretation of a dream, seeing therein an omen, ordered by divine providence for his instruction. In like manner, Eliezer listened to the damsel's words, having previously prayed to God. Eighth Article. Whether divination by drawing lots is unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that divination by drawing lots is not unlawful, because a gloss of Augustine on Psalm 30 verse 16, "My lots are in thy hands," says, "It is not wrong to cast lots, for it is a means of ascertaining the divine will when a man is in doubt." Objection 2. There is, seemingly, nothing unlawful in the observances which the Scriptures relate as being practiced by holy men. Now, both in the Old and in the New Testament, we find holy men practicing the casting of lots. For it is related in Joshua 7:14 and following, that Joshua, at the Lord's command, pronounced sentence by lot on Achan, who had stolen of the anathema, against Saul, by drawing lots, found that his son Jonathan had eaten honey, as is related in 1 Kings 14 verse 58 and following. Jonah, when fleeing the face of the Lord, was discovered and thrown into the sea, as is told in Jonah 1:7 and following. Zacharias was chosen by lot to offer incense, as is told in Luke 1:9, and the apostles, by drawing lots, elected Matthias to the apostleship in Acts 1:26. Therefore, it would seem that divination by lots is not unlawful. Objection 3 further. Fighting with the fists, or monomachy, that is, single combat as it is called, and trial by fire and water, which are called popular trials, seem to come under the head of sortilege, because something unknown is sought by their means. Yet these practices seem to be lawful, because David is related to have engaged in single combat with the Philistine in 1 Kings 17 verse 32 and following. Therefore, it would seem that divination by lot is not unlawful. On the contrary, it is written in the Decretals, in the canon Sortes, "We decree that the casting of lots by which you make up your mind in all your undertakings, and which the fathers have condemned, is nothing but divination and witchcraft. For which reason we wish them to be condemned altogether, and henceforth not to be mentioned among Christians, and we forbid the practice thereof under pain of anathema." I answer that, as stated above in Article 3, sortilege consists, properly speaking, in doing something that by observing the result one may come to the knowledge of something unknown. If by casting lots one seeks to know what is to be given to whom, whether it is to be a possession, an honor, a dignity, a punishment, or some action or other, it is called sortilege of allotment. If one seeks to know what ought to be done, it is called sortilege of consultation. If one seeks to know what is going to happen, it is called sortilege of divination. Now the actions of man that are required for sortilege and their results are not subject to the disposition of the stars. Wherefore, if anyone practicing sortilege is so minded as though human acts requisite for sortilege depended for the result on the disposition of the stars, his opinion is vain and false, and consequently is not free from the interference of the demons, so that a divination of this kind is superstitious and unlawful. Apart from this cause, however, the result of sortilegious acts must needs be ascribed to chance or to some directing spiritual cause. If we ascribe it to chance, and this can only take place in sortilege of allotment, it does not seem to imply any vice other than vanity, as in the case of persons who, being unable to agree upon the division of something or another, are willing to draw lots for its division, thus leaving to chance what portion each is to receive. If, on the other hand, the decision by lot be left to a spiritual cause, it is sometimes ascribed to demons. Thus we read in Ezekiel 21:21 that the king of Babylon stood in the highway at the head of two ways, seeking divination, shuffling arrows. He inquired of the idols and consulted entrails. Sortilege of this kind is unlawful and forbidden by the canons. Sometimes, however, the decision is left to God, according to Proverbs 16:33. Lots are cast into the lap, but they are disposed of by the Lord. Sortilege of this kind is not wrong in itself, as Augustine declares in one of his homilies on Psalm 30. Yet this may happen to be sinful in four ways. First, if one have recourse to lots without any necessity, for this would seem to amount to tempting God. Hence Ambrose, commenting on the words of Luke 1:8, says, "He that is chosen by lot is not bound by the judgment of men." Secondly, if even in a case of necessity one were to have recourse to lots without reverence. Hence on the Acts of the Apostles, Bede says, "But if any one compelled by necessity thinks that he ought, after the Apostles' example, to consult God by casting lots, let him take note that the Apostles themselves did not do so except after calling together the assembly of the brethren and pouring forth prayer to God." Thirdly, if the divine oracles be misapplied to earthly business. Hence Augustine says, "Those who tell fortunes from the gospel pages, though it is to be hoped that they do so rather than have recourse to consulting the demons, yet does this custom also displease me, that anyone should wish to apply to divine oracles to worldly matters and to the vain things of this life." Fourthly, if anyone resort to the drawing of lots in ecclesiastical elections, which should be carried out by the inspiration of the Holy Ghost. Wherefore, as Bede says, before Pentecost the ordination of Matthias was decided by lot, because as yet the fullness of the Holy Ghost was not yet poured forth into the church, whereas the same deacons were ordained not by lot, but by the choice of the disciples. It is different with earthly honors, which are directed to the disposal of earthly things. In elections of this kind, men frequently have recourse to lots, even as in the distribution of earthly possessions. If, however, there be urgent necessity, it is lawful to seek the divine judgment by casting lots, provided due reverence be observed. Hence Augustine says, in his letter to Honorius, "If at a time of persecution the ministers of God do not agree as to which of them is to remain at his post, lest all should flee, and which of them is to flee, lest all die and the church be forsaken? Should there be no other means of coming to an agreement, so far as I can see, they must be chosen by lot." Again he says in On Christian Doctrine 28, "If thou aboundest in that which it behooves thee to give to him who hath not, and which cannot be given to two, should two come to you, neither of whom surpasses the other in need or in some claim on thee, thou couldest not act more justly than in choosing by lot to whom thou shalt give, thou which thou canst not give to both." This suffices for the reply to the first and second objections. Reply to Objection 3. The trial by hot iron or boiling water is directed to the investigation of someone's hidden sin, by means of something done by a man, and in this it agrees with the drawing of lots. But insofar as a miraculous result is expected from God, it surpasses the common generality of sortilege. Hence this kind of trial is rendered unlawful, both because it is directed to the judgment of the occult, which is reserved to the divine judgment, and because such like trials are not sanctioned by divine authority. Hence we read in a decree of Pope Stephen V, "The sacred canons do not approve of extorting a confession from anyone by means of the trial by hot iron or boiling water, and no one must presume, by a superstitious innovation, to practice what is not sanctioned by the teaching of the Holy Fathers. For it is allowable that public crimes should be judged by our authority, after the culprit has made spontaneous confession, or when witnesses have been approved, with due regard to the fear of God. But hidden and unknown crimes must be left to him who alone knows the hearts of the children of men." The same would seem to apply to the law concerning duels, save that it approaches nearer to the common kind of sortilege, since no miraculous effect is expected thereupon, unless the combatants be very unequal in strength or skill. End of question 95. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 96 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 96. Of superstition in observances, in 4 articles. We must now consider superstition in observances, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, of observances for acquiring knowledge, which are prescribed by the magic art. Second, of observances for causing alterations in certain bodies. Third, of observances practiced in fortune-telling. Fourth, of wearing sacred words at the neck. First article. Whether it be unlawful to practice the observances of the magic art. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not unlawful to practice the observances of the magic art. A thing is said to be unlawful in 2 ways. First, by reason of the genus of the deed, as murder and theft. Secondly, through being directed to an evil end, as when a person gives an alms for the sake of vainglory. Now the observances of the magic art are not evil as to the genus of the deed, for they consist in certain fasts and prayers to God. Moreover, they are directed to a good end, namely, the acquisition of science. Therefore, it is not unlawful to practice these observances. Objection 2, further, It is written in Daniel 1:17 that, "To the children who abstained, God gave knowledge and understanding in every book and wisdom." Now the observances of the magic art consist in certain fasts and abstinences. Therefore, it seems that this art achieves its results through God, and consequently, it is not unlawful to practice it. Objection 3 further. Seemingly, as stated above in Article 1, the reason why it is wrong to inquire of the demons concerning the future is because they have no knowledge of it, this knowledge being proper to God. Yet the demons know scientific truths, because the sciences are about things necessary and invariable, and such things are subject to human knowledge, and much more to the knowledge of the demons, who are of keener intellect, as Augustine says. Therefore, it seems to be no sin to practice the magic art, even though it achieve its result through the demons. On the contrary, it is written in Deuteronomy 18 verses 10 and 11, "Neither let there be found among you anyone that seeketh the truth from the dead," which search relies on the demon's help. Now through the observances of the magic art, knowledge of the truth is sought by means of certain signs agreed upon by compact with the demons, as Augustine states in On the Christian Doctrine 220. See also above, question 92, Article 2. Therefore, it is unlawful to practice the notary art. I answer that the magic art is both unlawful and futile. It is unlawful because the means it employs for acquiring knowledge have not in themselves the power to cause science, consisting as they do in gazing certain shapes and muttering certain strange words and so forth. Wherefore this art does not make use of these things as causes, but as signs, not however as signs instituted by God, as are the sacramental signs. It follows, therefore, that they are empty signs, and consequently a kind of agreement or covenant made with the demons for the purpose of consultation and of compact by tokens, as quoted above. Wherefore the magic art is to be absolutely repudiated and avoided by Christians, even as other arts of vain and noxious superstition, as Augustine declares in On Christian Doctrine 223. This art is also useless for the acquisition of science. For since it is not intended by means of this art to acquire science in a manner connatural to man, namely by discovery and instruction, the consequence is that this effect is expected either from God or from the demons. Now it is certain that some have received wisdom and science infused into them by God, as related of Solomon in 3 Kings 3. Moreover, our Lord said to his disciples in Luke 21:15, "I will give you a mouth and wisdom, which all your adversaries shall not be able to resist and gainsay." However, this gift is not granted to all, or in connection with any particular observance, but according to the will of the Holy Ghost, as stated in 1 Corinthians 12:8. "To one indeed by the Spirit is given the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge according to the same Spirit." And afterwards it is said in verse 11, "All these things one and the same Spirit worketh, dividing to every one according as he will." On the other hand, it does not belong to the demons to enlighten the intellect, as stated in the first part, question 109, Article 3. Now the acquisition of knowledge and wisdom is effected by the enlightening of the intellect, wherefore never did anyone acquire knowledge by means of the demons. Hence Augustine says, in On the City of God 10:9, "Porphyry confesses that the intellectual soul is in no way cleansed by theurgic inventions," that is, the operations of the demons, "so as to be fitted to see its God and discern what is true," such as are all the scientific conclusions. The demons may, however, be able, by speaking to men, to express in words certain teachings of the sciences, but this is not what is sought by means of magic. Reply to Obj. 1. It is a good thing to acquire knowledge, but it is not good to acquire it by undue means, and it is to this end that the magic art tends. Reply to Obj. 2. The abstinence of these children was not in accordance with a vain observance of the notary art, but according to the authority of the divine law, for they refused to be defiled by the meat of Gentiles. Hence, as a reward for their obedience, they received knowledge from God, according to Psalm 118, verse 100. I have understood above the ancients, because I have sought thy commandments. Reply to Obj. 3. To seek knowledge of the future from the demons is a sin, not only because they are ignorant of the future, but also on account of the fellowship entered into with them, which also applies to the case in point. Second article. Whether observances directed to the alteration of bodies, as for the purpose of acquiring health or the like, are unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that the observances directed to the alteration of bodies, as for the purpose of acquiring health or the like, are lawful. It is lawful to make use of the natural forces of bodies in order to produce their proper effects. Now, in the physical order, things have certain occult forces, the reason of which man is unable to assign. For instance, that the magnet attracts iron, and many like instances, all of which Augustine enumerates in On the City of God 21, 5 and 7. Therefore, it would seem lawful to employ such like forces for the alteration of bodies. Objection 2 further. Artificial bodies are subject to the heavenly bodies, just as natural bodies are. Now, natural bodies acquire certain occult forces resulting from their species through the influence of the heavenly bodies. Therefore, artificial bodies, for example, images, also acquire from the heavenly bodies a certain occult force for the production of certain effects. Therefore, it is not unlawful to make use of them and such like things. Objection 3 further. The demons, too, are able to alter bodies in many ways, as Augustine states, in On the Trinity 3, 8 and 9. But their power is from God. Therefore, it is lawful to make use of their power for the purpose of producing these alterations. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2:20 that to superstition belong the experiments of magic arts, amulets, and nostrums condemned by the medical faculty, consisting either of incantations or of certain ciphers which they call characters, or of any kind of thing worn or fastened on. I answer that, in things done for the purpose of producing some bodily effect, we must consider whether they seem able to produce that effect naturally. For if so, it will not be unlawful to do so, since it is lawful to employ natural causes in order to produce their proper effects. But if they seem unable to produce these effects naturally, it follows that they are employed for the purpose of producing those effects, not as causes but only as signs, so that they come under the head of compact by tokens entered into with the demons. Wherefore Augustine says, in On the City of God 21:6, the demons are allured by means of creatures, which were made not by them, but by God. They are enticed by various objects differing according to the various things in which they delight, not as animals by meat, but as spirits by signs, such as are to each one's liking, by means of various kinds of stones, herbs, trees, animals, songs, and rites. Reply to Objection 1. There is nothing superstitious or unlawful in employing natural things simply for the purpose of causing certain effects, such as they are thought to have the natural power of producing. But if, in addition, there be employed certain characters, words, or any other vain observances, which clearly have no efficacy by nature, it will be superstitious and unlawful. Reply to Objection 2. The natural forces of natural bodies result from their substantial forms which they acquire through the influence of heavenly bodies. Wherefore, through this same influence, they acquire certain active forces. On the other hand, the forms of artificial bodies result from the conception of the craftsman, and since they are nothing else but composition, order, and shape, as stated in Physics 1:5, they cannot have a natural active force. Consequently, no force accrues to them from the influence of heavenly bodies, insofar as they are artificial, but only in respect of their natural matter. Hence it is false what Porphyry held, according to Augustine and On the City of God 10:11, that by herbs, stones, animals, certain particular sounds, words, shapes, and devices, or again by certain movements of the stars observed in the course of the heavens, it is possible for men to fashion on earth forces capable of carrying into effect the various dispositions of the stars. As though the results of the magic arts were to be ascribed to the power of the heavenly bodies. In fact, as Augustine adds, all these things are to be ascribed to the demons, who delude the souls that are subject to them. Wherefore those images, called astronomical, also derive their efficacy from the actions of the demons. A sign of this is that it is requisite to inscribe certain characters on them which do not conduce to any effect naturally, since shape is not a principle of natural action. Yet astronomical images differ from necromantic images in this, that the latter include certain explicit invocations and trickery, wherefore they come under the head of explicit agreements made with the demons, whereas in the other images there are tacit agreements by means of tokens in certain shapes or characters. Reply to Objection 3. It belongs to the domain of divine majesty, to whom the demons are subject, that God should employ them to whatever purpose he will. But man has not been entrusted with power over the demons, to employ them to whatsoever purpose he will. On the contrary, it is appointed that he should wage war against the demons. Hence in no way is it lawful for man to make use of the demons' help by compacts, either tacit or express. Third article. Whether observances directed to the purpose of fortune-telling are unlawful. Objection 1. It would seem that observances directed to the purpose of fortune-telling are not unlawful. Sickness is one of the misfortunes that occur to man. Now sickness in man is preceded by certain symptoms which the physician observes. Therefore, it seems not unlawful to observe such like signs. Objection 2 further. It is unreasonable to deny that which nearly everybody experiences. Now nearly everyone experiences that certain times or places, hearing of certain words, meetings of men or animals, uncanny or ungainly actions, are presages of good or evil to come. Therefore, it seems not unlawful to observe these things. Objection 3 further. Human actions and occurrences are disposed by divine providence in a certain order, and this order seems to require that precedent events should be signs of subsequent occurrences. Wherefore, according to the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 10:6, the things that happened to the fathers of old are signs of those that take place in our time. Now, it is not unlawful to observe the order that proceeds from divine providence. Therefore, it is seemingly not unlawful to observe these presages. On the contrary, Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 2:20 that 1,000 vain observances are comprised under the head of compacts entered into with the demons. For instance, the twitching of a limb, a stone, a dog, or a boy coming between friends walking together, kicking the doorpost when anyone passes in front of one's house, to go back to bed if you happen to sneeze while putting on your shoes, to return home if you trip when going forth, when the rats have gnawed a hole in your clothes, to fear superstitiously a future evil rather than to regret the actual damage. I answer that men attend to all these observances not as causes, but as signs of future events, good or evil. Nor do they observe them as signs given by God, since these signs are brought forward not on divine authority, but rather by human vanity, with the cooperation of the malice of the demons, who strive to entangle men's minds with such like trifles. Accordingly, it is evident that all these observances are superstitious and unlawful. They are apparently remains of idolatry, which authorized the observance of auguries, of lucky and unlucky days, which is allied to divination by the stars, in respect of which one day is differentiated from another. Except that these observances are devoid of reason and art, wherefore they are yet more vain and superstitious. Reply to Obj. 1. The causes of sickness are seated in us, and they produce certain signs of sickness to come, which physicians lawfully observe. Wherefore it is not unlawful to consider a presage of future events as proceeding from its cause, as when a slave fears a flogging when he sees his master's anger. Possibly the same might be said if one were to fear for child lest it take harm from the evil eye, of which we have spoken in the first part, in question 117, Article 3, second reply. But this does not apply to this kind of observances. Reply to Obj. 2. That men have at first experienced a certain degree of truth in these observances is due to chance. But afterwards, when a man begins to entangle his mind with observances of this kind, many things occur in connection with them through the trickery of the demons. So that men, through being entangled in these observances, become yet more curious, and more embroiled in the manifold snares of a pernicious error, as Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 223. Reply to Obj. 3. Among the Jewish people of whom Christ was to be born, not only words, but also deeds were prophetic, as Augustine states, and Against Faustus 4:2 and 22:24. Wherefore it is lawful to apply those deeds to our instruction as signs given by God. Not all things, however, that occur through divine providence are ordered so as to be signs of the future. Hence the argument does not prove. Fourth article. Whether it is unlawful to wear divine words at the neck. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not unlawful to wear divine words at the neck. Divine words are no less efficacious when written than when uttered. But it is lawful to utter sacred words for the purpose of producing certain effects, for instance, in order to heal the sick, such as the Our Father or the Hail Mary, or in any way whatever to call on the Lord's name, according to Mark 16, verses 17 and 18. In my name they shall cast out devils, they shall speak with new tongues, they shall take up serpents. Therefore, it seems to be lawful to wear sacred words at one's neck as a remedy for sickness or for any kind of distress. Objection 2 further. Sacred words are no less efficacious on the human body than on the bodies of serpents and other animals. Now certain incantations are efficacious in checking serpents, or in healing certain other animals. Wherefore it is written in Psalm 57 verse 5, Their madness is according to the likeness of a serpent, like the deaf asp that stoppeth her ears, which will not hear the voice of the charmers, nor of the wizard that charmeth wisely. Therefore, it is lawful to wear sacred words as a remedy for men. Objection 3 further. God's word is no less holy than the relics of the saints. Wherefore Augustine says in a homily that God's word is of no less account than the body of Christ. Now it is lawful for one to wear the relics of the saints at one's neck, or to carry them about in any way for the purpose of self-protection. Therefore, it is equally lawful to have recourse to the words of Holy Writ, whether uttered or written, for one's protection. Objection 4, on the other hand, Chrysostom says in a homily on the Gospel of Matthew, "Some wear round their necks a passage in writing from the Gospel. Yet is not the Gospel read in church and heard by all every day? How then, if it does a man no good to have the Gospels in his ears, will he find salvation by wearing them round his neck? Moreover, where is the power of the Gospel? In the shapes of the letters, or in the understanding of the sense? If in the shapes, you do well to wear them around your neck. If in the understanding, you will then do better to bear them in your heart than to wear them around your neck." I answer that, in every incantation or wearing of written words, 2 points seem to demand caution. The first is the thing said or written, because if it is connected with invocation of the demons, it is clearly superstitious and unlawful. In like manner, it seems that one should beware lest it contain strange words, for fear that they conceal something unlawful. Hence Chrysostom says that many now, after the example of the Pharisees who enlarged their fringes, invent and write Hebrew names of angels and fasten them to their persons. Such things seem fearsome to those who do not understand them. Again, one should take care lest it contain anything false, because in that case also the effect could not be ascribed to God, who does not bear witness to a falsehood. In the second place, one should beware lest besides the sacred words it contain something vain, for instance, certain written characters, except the sign of the cross, or if hope be placed in the manner of writing or fastening, or in any like vanity, having no connection with reverence for God, because this would be pronounced superstitious. Otherwise, however, it is lawful. Hence it is written in the Decretals, in the canon Non Liceat Christianis, in blending together medicinal herbs, it is not lawful to make use of observances or incantations other than the divine symbol, or the Lord's Prayer, so as to give honor to none but God, the Creator of all. Reply to Objection 1. It is indeed lawful to pronounce divine words, or to invoke the divine name, if one do so with a mind to honor God alone, from whom the result is expected. But it is unlawful if it be done in connection with any vain observance. Reply to Objection 2. Even in the case of incantations of serpents or any animals whatever, if the mind attend exclusively to the sacred words and to the divine power, it will not be unlawful. Such like incantations, however, often include unlawful observances, and rely on the demons for the result, especially in the case of serpents, because the serpent was the first instrument employed by the devil in order to deceive man. Hence a gloss on the passage quoted says, "Note that Scripture does not commend everything whence it draws its comparisons, as in the case of the unjust judge who scarcely heard the widow's request." Reply to Objection 3. The same applies to the wearing of relics, for if they be worn out of confidence in God and in the saints whose relics they are, it will not be unlawful. But if account were taken in this matter of some vain circumstance, for instance, that the casket be three-cornered, or the like, having no bearing on the reverence due to God and the saints, it would be superstitious and unlawful. Reply to Objection 4. Chrysostom is speaking of the case in which more attention is paid to the written characters than to the understanding of the words. End of question 96. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 97 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 97 of the Temptation of God, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices that are opposed to religion, through lack of religion, and which are manifestly contrary thereto, so that they come under the head of irreligion. Such are the vices which pertain to contempt or irreverence for God and holy things. Accordingly, we shall consider 1. Vices pertaining directly to irreverence for God. 2. Vices pertaining to irreverence for holy things. With regard to the first, we shall consider the temptation whereby God is tempted, and perjury whereby God's name is taken with irreverence. Under the first head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, in what the temptation of God consists. Second, whether it is a sin. Third, to what virtue it is opposed. Fourth, of its comparison with other vices. First article, whether the temptation of God consists in certain deeds wherein the expected result is ascribed to the power of God alone. Objection 1. It would seem that the temptation of God does not consist in certain deeds wherein the result is expected from the power of God alone. Just as God is tempted by man, so is man tempted by God, man and demons. But when man is tempted, the result is not always expected from his power. Therefore, neither is God tempted when the result is expected from his power alone. Objection 2 further. All those who work miracles by invoking the divine name look for an effect due to God's power alone. Therefore, if the temptation of God consisted in such like deeds, all who work miracles would tempt God. Objection 3 further. It seems to belong to man's perfection that he should put aside human aids and put his hope in God alone. Hence Ambrose, commenting on Luke 9:3, "Take nothing for your journey," etc., says, "The gospel precept points out what is required of him that announces the kingdom of God, namely, that he should not depend on worldly assistance, and that, taking assurance from his faith, he should hold himself to be more able to provide for himself, the less he seeks these things." And Blessed Agatha said, "I have never treated my body with bodily medicine. I have my Lord Jesus Christ, who restores all things by his mere word." But the temptation of God does not consist in anything pertaining to perfection. Therefore, the temptation of God does not consist in such like deeds, wherein the help of God alone is expected. On the contrary, Augustine says, in Against Faustus 22:36, "Christ, who gave proof of God's power by teaching and reproving openly, yet not allowing the rage of his enemies to prevail against him, nevertheless, by fleeing and hiding, instructed human weakness, lest it should dare to tempt God when it has to strive to escape from that which it needs to avoid. From this it would seem that the temptation of God consists in omitting to do what one can in order to escape from danger, and relying on the assistance of God alone. I answer that, properly speaking, to tempt is to test the person tempted. Now we put a person to the test by words or by deeds. By words, that we may find out whether he knows what we ask, or whether he can and will grant it. By deeds, when, by what we do, we probe another's prudence, will, or power. Either of these may happen in two ways. First, openly, as when one declares oneself a tempter. Thus Samson, in Judges 14:12, proposed a riddle to the Philistines in order to tempt them. In the second place, it may be done with cunning and by stealth, as the Pharisees tempted Christ, as we read in Matthew 22, verse 15 and following. Again, this is sometimes done explicitly, as when anyone intends, by word or deed, to put some person to the test, and sometimes implicitly, when, to wit, though he does not intend to test a person, yet that which he does or says can seemingly have no other purpose than putting him to the test. Accordingly, man tempts God sometimes by words, sometimes by deeds. Now we speak with God in words when we pray. Hence a man tempts God explicitly in his prayers when he asks something of God with the intention of probing God's knowledge, power, or will. He tempts God explicitly by deeds when he intends, by whatever he does, to experiment on God's power, goodwill, or wisdom. But he will tempt God implicitly if, though he does not intend to make an experiment on God, yet he asks for or does something which has no other use than to prove God's power, goodness, or knowledge. Thus, when a man wishes his horse to gallop in order to escape from the enemy, this is not giving the horse a trial. But if he make the horse gallop without any useful purpose, it seems to be nothing else than a trial of the horse's speed, and the same applies to all other things. Accordingly, when a man in his prayers or deeds entrusts himself to the divine assistance for some urgent or useful motive, this is not to tempt God, for it is written in 2 Chronicles 20:12, "As we know not what to do, we can only turn our eyes to thee." But if this be done without any useful or urgent motive, this is to tempt God implicitly. Wherefore a gloss on Deuteronomy 6:16, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God," says, "A man tempts God if, having the means at hand, without reason he chooses a dangerous course, trying whether he can be delivered by God." Reply to Obj. 1. Man also is sometimes tempted by means of deeds to test his ability or knowledge or will to uphold or oppose those same deeds. Reply to Obj. 2. When saints work miracles by their prayers, they are moved by a motive of necessity or usefulness to ask for that which is an effect of the divine power. Reply to Obj. 3. The preachers of God's kingdom dispense with temporal aids, so as to be freer to give their time to the Word of God. Wherefore, if they depend on God alone, it does not follow from that they tempt God. But if they were to neglect human assistance without any useful or urgent motive, they would be tempting God. Hence Augustine, in Against Faustus 22:36, says that Paul fled not through ceasing to believe in God, but lest he should tempt God, were he not to flee when he had the means of flight.
the Blessed Agatha had experience of God's kindness towards her, so that either she did not suffer such sickness as required bodily medicine, or else she felt herself suddenly cured by God. Second article: whether it is a sin to tempt God. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not a sin to tempt God. For God has not commanded sin, yet he has commanded men to try, which is the same as to tempt him, for it is written in Malachi 3:10, "Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house, and try me in this, saith the Lord, if I open not unto you the floodgates of heaven." Therefore, it seems not to be a sin to tempt God. Objection 2 further: a man is tempted not only in order to test his knowledge and his power, but also to try his goodness or his will. Now it is lawful to test the divine goodness or will, for it is written in Psalm 33 verse 9, "O taste and see that the Lord is sweet," and in Romans 12:2, "that you may prove what is the good, and the acceptable, and the perfect will of God." Therefore, it is not a sin to tempt God. Objection 3 further: Scripture never blames a man for ceasing from sin, but rather for committing a sin. Now Achaz is blamed because when the Lord said, "Ask thee a sign of the Lord thy God," he replied, "I will not ask, I will not tempt the Lord." And then it was said to him, "Is it a small thing for you to be grievous to men, that you are grievous to my God also?" As is stated in Isaiah 7, verses 11 through 13. And we read of Abraham in Genesis 15:8 that he said to the Lord, "Whereby may I know that I shall possess it?" Namely, the land which God had promised him. Again, Gideon asked God for a sign of the victory promised to him in Judges 6, verses 36 and following. Yet they were not blamed for so doing. Therefore, it is not a sin to tempt God. On the contrary, it is forbidden in God's law, for it is written in Deuteronomy 6, verse 10, "Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, to tempt a person is to put him to a test. Now one never tests that of which one is certain. Wherefore all temptation proceeds from some ignorance or doubt, either in the tempter, as when one tests a thing in order to know its qualities, or in others, as when one tests a thing in order to prove it to others. And in this latter way God is said to tempt us. Now it is a sin to be ignorant of or to doubt that which pertains to God's perfection. Wherefore it is evident that it is a sin to tempt God in order that the tempter himself may know God's power. On the other hand, if one were to test that which pertains to the divine perfection, not in order to know it oneself, but to prove it to others, this is not tempting God, provided there be just motive of urgency, or a pious motive of usefulness, and other requisite conditions. For thus did the apostles ask the Lord that signs might be wrought in the name of Jesus Christ, as related in Acts 4, verse 30, in order to wit, that Christ's power might be made manifest to unbelievers. Reply to Objection 1. The paying of tithes was prescribed in the law as stated above in question 87, Article 1. Hence there was a motive of urgency to pay it, through the obligation of the law, and also a motive of usefulness, as stated in the text quoted, "that there may be meat in God's house." Wherefore they did not tempt God by paying tithes. The words that follow, "and try me," are not to be understood causally, as though they had to pay tithes in order to try if, God would open the floodgates of heaven, but consecutively, because, to wit, if they paid tithes, they would prove by experience the favors which God would shower upon them. Reply to Obj. 2. There is a twofold knowledge of God's goodness or will. One is speculative, and to this it is not lawful to doubt or to prove whether God's will be good or whether God is sweet. The other knowledge of God's will or goodness is effective or experimental, and thereby a man experiences in himself the taste of God's sweetness and complacency in God's will, as Dionysius says of Hierotheos, in On the Divine Names 2, that he learnt divine things through experience of them. It is in this way that we are told to prove God's will and to taste his sweetness. Reply to Obj. 3. God wished to give a sign to Achaz, not for him alone, but for the instruction of the whole people. Hence he was reproved, because by refusing to ask a sign, he was an obstacle to the common welfare. Nor would he have tempted God by asking, both because he would have asked through God commanding him to do so, and because it was a matter relating to the common good. Abraham asked for a sign through the divine instinct, and so he did not sin. Gideon seems to have asked a sign through the weakness of faith, wherefore he is not to be excused from sin, as a gloss observes, just as Zachary sinned in saying to the angel in Luke 1, verse 18, "Whereby shall I know this?" so that he was punished for his unbelief. It must be observed, however, that there are two ways of asking God for a sign. First, in order to test God's power or the truth of his word, and this of its very nature pertains to the temptation of God. Secondly, in order to be instructed as to what is God's pleasure in some particular matter, and this nowise comes under the head of temptation of God. Third article: whether temptation of God is opposed to the virtue of religion. Objection 1. It would seem that the temptation of God is not opposed to the virtue of religion. The temptation of God is sinful, because a man doubts God, as stated above in Article 2. Now, doubt about God comes under the head of unbelief, which is opposed to faith. Therefore, temptation of God is opposed to faith rather than to religion. Objection 2 further. It is written in Ecclesiasticus 18:23, "Before prayer prepare thy soul, and be not as a man that tempteth God. Such a man," that is, who tempts God, says the interlinear gloss, "prays for what God taught him to pray for, yet he does not what God has commanded him to do." Now this pertains to imprudence, which is opposed to hope. Therefore, it seems that temptation of God is a sin opposed to hope. Objection 3 further. A gloss on Psalm 77, verse 18, "And they tempted God in their hearts," says that to tempt God is to pray to him deceitfully, with simplicity in our words and wickedness in our hearts. Now deceit is opposed to the virtue of truth. Therefore, temptation of God is opposed not to religion, but to truth. On the contrary, according to the gloss quoted above, to tempt God is to pray to him inordinately. Now, to pray to God becomingly is an act of religion, as stated above, in question 83, Article 15. Therefore, to tempt God is a sin opposed to religion. I answer that, as clearly shown above in question 81, Article 5, the end of religion is to pay reverence to God. Wherefore, whatever pertains directly to irreverence for God is opposed to religion. Now it is evident that to tempt a person pertains to irreverence for him, since no one presumes to tempt one of whose excellence he is sure. Hence it is manifest that to tempt God is a sin opposed to religion. Reply to Obj. 1. As stated above in question 81, Article 7, it belongs to religion to declare one's faith by certain signs indicative of reverence towards God. Consequently, it belongs to irreligion that, through doubtful faith, a man does things indicative of irreverence towards God. To tempt God is one of these, wherefore it is a species of irreligion. Reply to Obj. 2. He that prepares not his soul before prayer by forgiving those against whom he has anything, or in some other way disposing himself to devotion, does not do what he can to be heard by God, wherefore he tempts God implicitly, as it were. And though this implicit temptation would seem to arise from presumption or indiscretion, yet the very fact that a man behaves presumptuously and without due care in matters relating to God implies irreverence towards him. For it is written in 1 Peter 5:6, "Be you humbled under the mighty hand of God." And in 2 Timothy 2:15, "Carefully study to present thyself approved unto God." Therefore also this kind of temptation is a species of irreligion. Reply to Obj. 3. A man is said to pray deceitfully, not in relation to God, who knows the secrets of the heart, but in relation to man. Wherefore deceit is accidental to the temptation of God, and consequently it does not follow that to tempt God is directly opposed to the truth. Fourth article: whether the temptation of God is a graver sin than superstition. Objection 1. It would seem that the temptation of God is a graver sin than superstition. The greater sin receives the greater punishment. Now the sin of tempting God was more severely punished in the Jews than was the sin of idolatry, and yet the latter is the chief form of superstition, since for the sin of idolatry 3,000 men of their number were slain, as related in Exodus 32, verse 28. Whereas for the sin of temptation they all without exception perished in the desert, and entered not into the land of promise, as related in Exodus 32, verse 28. Translator's note: according to the Septuagint version, the Vulgate has 23,000. End of note. Whereas for the sin of temptation, they all without exception perished in the desert, and entered not into the land of promise, according to Psalm 94, verse 9. Your fathers tempted me. And further on, so I swore in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. Therefore, to tempt God is a graver sin than superstition. Objection 2 further: the more a sin is opposed to virtue, the graver it would seem to be. Now irreligion, of which the temptation of God is a species, is more opposed to the virtue of religion than superstition, which bears some likeness to religion. Therefore, to tempt God is a graver sin than superstition. Objection 3 further: it seems to be a greater sin to behave disrespectfully to one's parents than to pay others the respect we owe to our parents. Now God should be honored by us as the Father of all, according to Malachi 1:6. Therefore, temptation of God whereby we behave irreverently to God seems to be a greater sin than idolatry, whereby we give to a creature the honor we owe to God. On the contrary, a gloss on Deuteronomy 17, verse 2, "Where there shall be found among you," etc., says, The law detests error and idolatry above all, for it is a very great sin to give to a creature the honor that belongs to the Creator. I answer that, among sins opposed to religion, the more grievous is that which is the more opposed to the reverence due to God. Now it is less opposed to this reverence that one should doubt the divine excellence than that one should hold the contrary for certain. For just as a man is more of an unbeliever if he be confirmed in his error than if he doubt the truth of faith, so too a man acts more against the reverence due to God if by his deeds he professes an error contrary to the divine excellence, than if he expresses a doubt. Now the superstitious man professes an error, as shown above, in question 94, Article 1, first reply, whereas he who tempts God by words or deeds expresses a doubt of the divine excellence, as stated above in Article 2. Therefore, the sin of superstition is graver than the sin of tempting God. Reply to Objection 1. The sin of idolatry was not punished in the above manner, as though it were a sufficient punishment, because a more severe punishment was reserved in the future for that sin, for it is written in Exodus 32:34, "And I, in the day of revenge, will visit this sin also of theirs." Reply to Objection 2. Superstition bears a likeness to religion, as regards the material act which it pays just as religion does. But as regards the end, it is more contrary to religion than the temptation of God, since it implies greater irreverence for God as stated. Reply to Objection 3. It belongs essentially to the divine excellence that it is singular and incommunicable. Consequently, to give divine reverence to another is the same as to do a thing opposed to the divine excellence. There is no comparison with the honor due to our parents, which can without sin be given to others.
End of question 97. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 98 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 98 of Perjury in 4 articles. We must now consider perjury, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether falsehood is necessary for perjury. Second, whether perjury is always a sin. Third, whether it is always a mortal sin. Fourth, whether it is a sin to enjoin an oath on a perjurer. First article. Whether it is necessary for perjury that the statement confirmed on oath be false. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not necessary for perjury that the statement confirmed on oath be false. As stated above in question 89, Article 3, an oath should be accompanied by judgment and justice, no less than by truth. Since, therefore, perjury is incurred through lack of truth, it is incurred likewise through lack of judgment, as one swears indiscreetly, and through lack of justice, as when one swears to something unjust. Objection 2, further. That which confirms is more weighty than the thing confirmed thereby. Thus, in a syllogism, the premises are more weighty than the conclusion. Now, in an oath, A man's statement is confirmed by calling on the name of God. Therefore, perjury seems to consist in swearing by false gods, rather than a lack of truth in the human statement which is confirmed on oath. Objection 3 further. Augustine says, "Men swear falsely both in deceiving others and when they are deceived themselves." And he gives us 3 examples. The first is, supposing a man to swear, thinking that what he swears to is true, whereas it is false. The second is, take the instance of another who knows the statement to be false and swears to it as though it were true. And the third is, take another who thinks his statement false and swears to its being true while perhaps it is true, of whom afterwards says that he is a perjurer. Therefore, one may be a perjurer while swearing to the truth. Therefore, falsehood is not necessary for perjury. On the contrary, perjury is defined, of falsehood confirmed by oath. Confer Hugh of St. Victor. I answer that, as stated above in question 92, Article 2, moral acts take their species from their end. Now the end of an oath is the confirmation of a human assertion. To this confirmation, falsehood is opposed, since an assertion is confirmed by being firmly shown to be true, and this cannot happen to that which is false. Hence falsehood directly annuls the end of an oath, and for this reason, that perversity in swearing, which is called perjury, takes its species chiefly from falsehood. Consequently, falsehood is essential to perjury. Reply to Objection 1. As Jerome says on Jeremiah 4:2, whichever of these 3 be lacking, there is perjury, but in different order. For first and chiefly, perjury consists in a lack of truth, for the reason stated in the article. Secondly, there is perjury when justice is lacking, for in whatever way a man swears to that which is unlawful, for this very reason he is guilty of falsehood, since he is under an obligation to do the contrary. Thirdly, there is perjury when judgment is lacking, since by the very fact that a man swears indiscreetly, he incurs the danger of lapsing into falsehood. Reply to Objection 2. In syllogisms, the premises are of greater weight, since they are in the position of active principle, as stated in Physics 2:3. Whereas in moral matters the end is of greater importance than the active principle. Hence, though it is a perverse oath when a man swears to the truth by false gods, yet perjury takes its name from that kind of perversity in an oath that deprives the oath of its end by swearing what is false. Reply to Objection 3. Moral acts proceed from the will whose object is the apprehended good. Wherefore, if the false be apprehended as true, it will be materially false, but formally true, as related to the will. If something false be apprehended as false, it will be false both materially and formally. If that which is true be apprehended as false, it will be materially true and formally false. Hence, in each of these cases, the conditions required for perjury are to be found in some way, on account of some measure of falsehood. Since, however, that which is formal in anything is of greater importance than that which is material, he that swears to a falsehood thinking it true is not so much of a perjurer as that he swears to the truth thinking it false. For Augustine says, "It depends how the assertion proceeds from the mind, for the tongue is not guilty except the mind be guilty." Second article, whether all perjury is sinful.
Objection 1. It would seem that not all perjury is sinful. Whoever does not fulfill what he has confirmed on oath is seemingly a perjurer. Yet sometimes a man swears he will do something unlawful, adultery, for instance, or murder, and if he does it, he commits a sin. If, therefore, he would commit a sin even if he did it not, it would follow that he is perplexed. Objection 2 further. No man sins by doing what is best. Yet sometimes by committing a perjury, one does what is best, as when a man swears not to enter religion or not to do some kind of virtuous deed. Therefore, not all perjury is sinful. Objection 3 further. He that swears to do another's will would seem to be guilty of perjury unless he do it. Yet it may happen sometimes that he sins not, if he do not the man's will, for instance, if the latter order him to do something too hard and unbearable. Therefore, seemingly, not all perjury is sinful. Objection 4 further. A promissory oath extends to future, just as a declaratory oath extends to past and present things. Now the obligation of an oath may be removed by some future occurrence. Thus a state may swear to fulfill some obligation, and afterwards other citizens come on the same scene who did not take the oath. Or a canon may swear to keep the statutes of a certain church, and afterwards new statutes are made. Therefore, seemingly, he that breaks an oath does not sin. On the contrary, Augustine says, in speaking of perjury, "See how you should detest this horrible beast, and exterminate it from all human business." I answer that, as stated above in question 89, Article 1, to swear is to call God as witness. Now it is an irreverence to God to call him to witness to a falsehood, because by so doing one implies either that God ignores the truth, or that he is willing to bear witness to a falsehood. Therefore perjury is manifestly a sin opposed to religion, to which it belongs to show reverence to God. Reply to Objection 1. He that swears to do what is unlawful is thereby guilty of perjury through lack of justice. Though, if he fails to keep his oath, he is not guilty of perjury in this respect, since that which he swore to do was not a fit matter of an oath. Reply to Objection 2. A person who swears not to enter religion, or not to give an alms, or the like, is guilty of perjury through lack of judgment. Hence, when he does that which is best, it is not an act of perjury, but contrary thereto. For the contrary of that which he is doing could not be a matter of an oath. Reply to Objection 3. When one man swears or promises to do another's will, there is to be understood this requisite condition, that the thing commanded be lawful and virtuous, and not unbearable or immoderate. Reply to Objection 4. An oath is a personal act, and so when a man becomes a citizen of a state, he is not bound, as by oath, to fulfill whatever the state has sworn to do. Yet he is bound by a kind of fidelity, the nature of which obligation is that he should take his share of the state's burdens if he takes a share of its goods. The canon, who swears to keep the statutes that have force in some particular college, is not bound by his oath to keep any that may be made in the future, unless he intends to bind himself to keep all, past and future. Nevertheless, he is bound to keep them by virtue of the statutes themselves, since they are possessed of coercive force, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 96, Article 4. Third article. Whether all perjury is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It would seem that not all perjury is a mortal sin.
It is laid down in a canon. Referring to the question whether an oath is binding on those who have taken one in order to safeguard their life and possessions, we have no other mind than that which our predecessors, the Roman pontiffs, are known to have had, and who absolved such persons from the obligations of their oath. Henceforth, that discretion may be observed, and in order to avoid occasions of perjury, let them not be told expressly not to keep their oath, but if they should not keep it, they are not for this reason to be punished as for a mortal sin. Therefore, not all perjury is a mortal sin. Objection 2 further. As Chrysostom says, it is a greater thing to swear by God than by the Gospels. Now it is not always a mortal sin to swear by God to something false. For instance, if we were to employ such an oath in fun or by the slip of a tongue in the course of an ordinary conversation. Therefore, neither is it always a mortal sin to break an oath that has been taken solemnly on the Gospels. Objection 3 further. According to the law, a man incurs infamy through committing perjury. Now it would seem that infamy is not incurred through any kind of perjury, as it is prescribed in the case of a declaratory oath violated by perjury. Therefore, seemingly, not all perjury is a mortal sin. On the contrary, every sin that is contrary to a divine precept is a mortal sin. Now perjury is contrary to a divine precept, for it is written in Leviticus 19:12, "Thou shalt not swear falsely by my name." Therefore, it is a mortal sin. I answer that, according to the teaching of the philosopher in the Posterior Analytics 1:2, that which causes a thing to be such is yet more so. Now we know that an action which is, by reason of its very nature, a venial sin, or even a good action, is a mortal sin if it be done out of contempt of God. Wherefore, any action that of its nature implies contempt of God is a mortal sin. Now perjury, of its very nature, implies contempt of God, since, as stated above in Article 2, the reason why it is sinful is because it is an act of irreverence towards God. Therefore, it is manifest that perjury, of its very nature, is a mortal sin. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in question 89, Article 7, third reply, coercion does not deprive a promissory oath of its binding force as regards that which can be done lawfully. Wherefore, he who fails to fulfill an oath which he took under coercion is guilty of perjury and sins mortally. Nevertheless, the sovereign pontiff can, by his authority, absolve a man from an obligation even of an oath, especially if the latter should have been coerced into taking the oath through such fear as may overcome a high-principled man. When, however, it is said that these persons are not to be punished as for a mortal sin, this does not mean that they are not guilty of mortal sin, but that a lesser punishment is to be inflicted on them. Reply to Objection 2. He that swears falsely in fun is nonetheless irreverent to God. Indeed, in a way, he is more so, and consequently is not excused from mortal sin. He that swears falsely by a slip of tongue, if he adverts to the fact that he is swearing, and that he is swearing to something false, is not excused from mortal sin, as neither is he excused from contempt of God. If, however, he does not advert to this, he would seem to have no intention of swearing, and consequently is excused from the sin of perjury. It is, however, a more grievous sin to swear solemnly by the Gospels than to swear by God in ordinary conversation, both on account of scandal and on account of the greater deliberation. But if we consider them equally in comparison with one another, it is more grievous to commit perjury in swearing by God than in swearing by the Gospels. Reply to Obj. 3. Not every sin makes a man infamous in the eye of the law. Wherefore, if a man who has sworn falsely in a declaratory oath be not infamous in the eye of the law, but only when he has been so declared by sentence in a court of law, it does not follow that he has not sinned mortally. The reason why the law attaches infamy rather to one who breaks a promissory oath taken solemnly is that he still has it in his power after he has sworn to substantiate his oath, which is not the case in a declaratory oath. Fourth article: whether he sins who demands an oath of a perjurer. Objection 1. It would seem that he who demands an oath of a perjurer commits a sin. Either he knows that he swears truly, or he knows that he swears falsely. If he knows him to swear truly, it is useless for him to demand an oath, and if he believes him to swear falsely, for his own part he leads him into sin. Therefore, nowise seemingly should one enjoin an oath on another person. Objection 2 further. To receive an oath from a person is less than to impose an oath on him. Now it would seem unlawful to receive an oath from a person, especially if he swear falsely, because he would then seem to consent in his sin. Much less, therefore, would it seem lawful to impose an oath on one who swears falsely. Objection 3 further. It is written in Leviticus 5:1, "If anyone sin and hear the voice of one swearing falsely, and is a witness either because he himself hath seen, or is privy to it, if he do not utter it, he shall bear his iniquity." Hence it would seem that when a man knows another to be swearing falsely, he is bound to denounce him. Therefore, it is not lawful to demand an oath of such a man. Objection 4. On the other hand, just as it is a sin to swear falsely, so is it to swear by false gods. Yet it is lawful to take advantage of an oath of one who has sworn by false gods, as Augustine says in his letter to Publicus. Therefore, it is lawful to demand an oath from one who swears falsely. I answer that, as regards a person who demands an oath from another, a distinction would seem to be necessary. For either he demands the oath on his own account and of his own accord, or he demands it on account of the exigencies of a duty imposed on him. If a man demands an oath on his own account as a private individual, we must make a distinction, as does Augustine. For if he knows not that the man will swear falsely, and says to him accordingly, "Swear to me," in order that he may be credited, there is no sin, yet it is a human temptation, because, to wit, it proceeds from his weakness in doubting whether the man will speak the truth. This is the evil whereof our Lord says in Matthew 5:37, "That which is over and above these is of evil." But if he knows the man to have done so, that is, the contrary of what he swears to, and yet he forces him to swear, he is a murderer, for the other destroys himself by his perjury, but it is he who urged the hand of the slayer. If, on the other hand, a man demands an oath as a public person, in accordance with the requirements of the law, on the requisition of a third person, he does not seem to be at fault if he demands an oath of a person, whether he knows that he will suffer falsely or truly, because seemingly it is not he that exacts the oath, but the person at whose instance he demands it. Reply to Objection 1. This argument avails in the case of one who demands an oath on his own account. Yet he does not always know that the other will swear truly or falsely, for at times he has doubts about the fact, and believes he will swear truly. In such a case, he exacts an oath in order that he may be more certain. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says, "Though we are forbidden to swear, I do not remember ever to have read in the Holy Scriptures that we must not accept oaths from others." Hence, he accepts an oath does not sin, except perchance when of his own accord he forces another to swear, knowing that he will swear falsely. Reply to Obj. 3. As Augustine says in his Questions on Leviticus, question 1, Moses, in the passage quoted, did not state to whom one man had to denounce another's perjury. Wherefore it must be understood that the matter had to be denounced to those who would do the perjurer good rather than harm. Again, neither did he state in what order the denunciation was to be made. Wherefore seemingly the gospel order should be followed, if the sin of perjury should be hidden, especially when it does not tend to another person's injury. Because if it did, the gospel order would not apply to the case, as stated above, in question 33, Article 7, as well as in question 68, Article 1. Reply to Obj. 4. It is lawful to make use of an evil for the sake of good, as God does, but it is not lawful to lead anyone to do evil. Consequently, it is lawful to accept an oath of one who is ready to swear by false gods, but it is not lawful to induce him to swear by false gods. Yet it seems to be different in the case of one who swears falsely by the true God, because an oath of this kind lacks the good of faith, which a man makes use of in the oath of one who swears truly by false gods, as Augustine says. Hence, when a man swears falsely by the true God, his oath seems to lack any good that one may use lawfully. End of question 98. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 99 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 99. Of sacrilege, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices which pertain to irreligion, whereby sacred things are treated with irreverence. We shall consider 1. Sacrilege, 2. Simony. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, what is sacrilege? Second, whether it is a special sin. Third, of the species of sacrilege. Fourth, of the punishment of sacrilege. First article, whether sacrilege is the violation of a sacred thing. Objection 1. It would seem that sacrilege is not the violation of a sacred thing. It is stated in the canon Si quis suadente, "They are guilty of sacrilege who disagree about the sovereign's decision and doubt whether the person chosen by the sovereign be worthy of honor." Now this seems to have no connection with anything sacred. Therefore, sacrilege does not denote the violation of something sacred. Objection 2 further. It is stated further on in the canon Constitutiones, that if any man shall follow the Jews to hold public offices, he must be excommunicated as being guilty of sacrilege. Yet public offices have nothing to do with anything sacred. Therefore, it seems that sacrilege does not denote the violation of a sacred thing. Objection 3 further. God's power is greater than man's. Now sacred things receive their sacred character from God. Therefore, they cannot be violated by man, and so a sacrilege would not seem to be the violation of a sacred thing. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies 10 that a man is said to be sacrilegious because he selects, that is, steals, sacred things. I answer that, as stated above in question 81, Article 5, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 101, Article 4, a thing is called sacred through being deputed to the divine worship. Now, just as a thing acquires an aspect of good through being deputed to a good end, so does a thing assume a divine character through being deputed to the divine worship, and thus a certain reverence is due to it, which reverence is preferred to God. Therefore, whatever pertains to irreverence for a sacred thing is an injury to God, and comes under the head of sacrilege. Reply to Objection 1. According to the philosopher in Ethics 1:2, the common good of the nation is a divine thing, wherefore in olden times the rulers of a commonwealth were called divines, as being the ministers of divine providence, according to Wisdom 6:5. Being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged rightly. Hence, by extension of the term, whatever savors of irreverence for the sovereign, such as disputing his judgment and questioning whether one ought to follow it, is called sacrilege by a kind of likeness. Reply to Objection 2. Christians are sanctified by faith and the sacraments of Christ, according to 1 Corinthians 6:11. But you are washed, but you are sanctified. Wherefore it is written in 1 Peter 2:9, You are a chosen generation, a kingly priesthood, a holy nation, a purchased people. Therefore, any injury inflicted on the Christian people, for instance, that unbelievers should be put in authority over it, is an irreverence for a sacred thing, and is reasonably called a sacrilege. Reply to Objection 3. Violation here means any kind of irreverence or dishonor. Now, as honor is in the person who honors and not in the one who is honored, according to Ethics 1:5, so again irreverence is in the person who behaves irreverently, even though he do no harm to the object of his irreverence. Hence, so far as he is concerned, he violates the sacred thing, though the latter be not violated in itself. Second article, whether sacrilege is a special sin. Objection 1. It would seem that sacrilege is not a special sin. It is stated, again in the canon, they are guilty of sacrilege who through ignorance sin against the sanctity of the law, violate and defile it by their negligence. But this is done in every sin, because sin is a word, deed, or desire contrary to the law of God, according to Augustine in Against Faustus 21:27. Therefore, sacrilege is a general sin. Objection 2 further. No special sin is comprised under different kinds of sin. Now sacrilege is comprised under different kinds of sin, for instance, under murder, if one kill a priest under lust, as the violation of a consecrated virgin, or of any woman in a sacred place under theft, if one steal a sacred thing. Therefore, sacrilege is not a special sin. Objection 3 further. Every special sin is to be found apart from other sins, as the Philosopher states in speaking of special justice, in Ethics 5:11. But seemingly sacrilege is not to be found apart from other sins, for it is sometimes united to theft, sometimes to murder, as stated in the preceding objection. Therefore, it is not a special sin. On the contrary, that which is opposed to a special virtue is a special sin. But sacrilege is opposed to a special virtue, namely religion, to which it belongs to reverence God and divine things. Therefore, sacrilege is a special sin. I answer that, wherever we find a special aspect of deformity, there must needs be a special sin, because the species of a thing is derived chiefly from its formal aspect, and not from its matter or subject. Now in sacrilege we find a special aspect of deformity, namely, the violation of a sacred thing by treating it irreverently. Hence it is a special sin. Moreover, it is opposed to religion. For according to Damascene, in On the True Faith 4:3, when the purple has been made into a royal robe, we pay it honor and homage, and if anyone dishonor it, he is condemned to death, as acting against the king. And in the same way, if a man violate a sacred thing, by so doing his behavior is contrary to the reverence due to God, and consequently he is guilty of irreligion. Reply to Objection 1. Those are said to sin against the sanctity of the divine law who assail God's law, as heretics and blasphemers do. These are guilty of unbelief through not believing in God, and of sacrilege through perverting the words of the divine law. Reply to Objection 2. Nothing prevents one specific kind of sin being found in various generic kinds of sin, inasmuch as various sins are directed to the end of one sin, just as happens in the case of virtues commanded by one virtue. In this way, by whatever kind of sin a man acts counter to reverence due to sacred things, he commits a sacrilege formally, although his act contains various kinds of sin materially. Reply to Objection 3. Sacrilege is sometimes found apart from other sins, through its act having no other deformity than the violation of a sacred thing. For instance, if a judge were to take a person from a sacred place, for he might lawfully have taken him from elsewhere. Third article. Whether the species of sacrilege are distinguished according to the sacred things. Objection 1. It would seem that the species of sacrilege are not distinguished according to the sacred things. Material diversity does not differentiate species, if the formal aspect remains the same. Now there would seem to be the same formal aspect of sin in all violations of sacred things, and that the only difference is one of matter. Therefore, the species of sacrilege are not distinguished thereby. Objection 2 further. It does not seem possible that things belonging to the same species should at the same time differ specifically. Now murder, theft, and unlawful intercourse are different species of sin. Therefore, they cannot belong to the one same species of sacrilege, and consequently, it seems that the species of sacrilege are distinguished in accordance with the species of other sins, and not according to the various sacred things. Objection 3 further. Among sacred things, sacred persons are reckoned. If therefore one species of sacrilege arises from the violation of a sacred person, it would follow that every sin committed by a sacred person is a sacrilege, since every sin violates the person of the sinner. Therefore, the species of sacrilege are not reckoned according to the sacred things. On the contrary, acts and habits are distinguished by their objects. Now the sacred thing is the object of the sacrilege, as stated above in Article 1. Therefore, the species of sacrilege are distinguished according to the sacred things. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, the sin of sacrilege consists in the irreverent treatment of a sacred thing. Now, reverence is due to a sacred thing by reason of its holiness, and consequently, the species of sacrilege must needs be distinguished according to the different aspects of sanctity in the sacred things which are treated irreverently. For the greater the holiness ascribed to the sacred thing that is sinned against, the more grievous the sacrilege. Now holiness is ascribed not only to sacred persons, namely those who are consecrated to the divine worship, but also to sacred places and to certain other sacred things. And the holiness of a place is directed to the holiness of man who worships God in a holy place. For it is written in 2 Maccabees 5:19, God did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake. Hence, sacrilege committed against a sacred person is a graver sin than that which is committed against a sacred place. Yet in either species there are various degrees of sacrilege, according to differences of sacred persons and places. In like manner, the third species of sacrilege, which is committed against other sacred things, has various degrees, according to the differences of sacred things. Among these, the highest place belongs to the sacraments whereby man is sanctified, chief of which is the sacrament of the Eucharist, for it contains Christ himself. Wherefore the sacrilege that is committed against this sacrament is the gravest of all. The second place after the sacraments belongs to the vessels consecrated for the administration of the sacraments, also sacred images and the relics of the saints, wherein the various persons of the saints, so to speak, are reverenced and honored. After these come things connected with the apparel of the Church and its ministers, and those things, whether movable or immovable, that are deputed to the upkeep of the ministers. And whoever sins against any one of the aforesaid incurs the crime of sacrilege. Reply to Obj. 1. There is not the same aspect of holiness in all the aforesaid, wherefore the diversity of sacred things is not only a material, but also a formal difference. Reply to Obj. 2. Nothing hinders two things from belonging to one species in one respect, and to different species in another respect. Thus Socrates and Plato belong to the one species, animal, but differ in the species, colored thing, if one be white and the other black. In like manner, it is possible for two sins to differ specifically as to their material acts, and to belong to the same species as regards the one formal aspect of sacrilege. For instance, the violation of a nun by blows or by copulation. Reply to Obj. 3. Every sin committed by a sacred person is a sacrilege materially and accidentally, as it were. Hence Jerome says that the trifle on a priest's lips is a sacrilege or a blasphemy. But formally and properly speaking, a sin committed by a sacred person is a sacrilege only when it is committed against his holiness. For instance, if a virgin consecrated to God be guilty of fornication, and the same is to be said of other instances. Fourth article. whether the punishment of sacrilege should be pecuniary. Objection 1. It would seem that the punishment of sacrilege should not be pecuniary. A pecuniary punishment is not wont to be inflicted for a criminal fault. But sacrilege is a criminal fault, wherefore it is punished by capital sentence according to civil law. Therefore, sacrilege should not be awarded a pecuniary punishment. Objection 2 further. The same sin should not receive a double punishment, according to Nahum 1:9. There shall not rise a double affliction. But sacrilege is punished with excommunication. Major excommunication for violating a sacred person, and for burning or destroying a church, and minor excommunication for other sacrileges. Therefore, sacrilege should not be awarded a pecuniary punishment. Objection 3 further. The Apostle says in 1 Thessalonians 2:5, "Neither have we taken an occasion of covetousness." But it seems to involve an occasion of covetousness that a pecuniary punishment should be exacted for the violation of a sacred thing. Therefore, this does not seem to be a fitting punishment of sacrilege. On the contrary, it is written in the canon Si quis contumax, "If anyone contumaciously or arrogantly take away by force an escaped slave from the confines of a church, he shall pay 900 soldi." And again further on in the canon Quis inventus, "Whoever is found guilty of sacrilege shall pay 30 pounds of tried purest silver." I answer that, in the award of punishments, 2 points must be considered. First, equality, in order that the punishment may be just, and that "by what things a man sinneth, by the same he may be tormented," as stated in Wisdom 11:17. In this respect, the fitting punishment of one guilty of sacrilege, since he has done an injury to a sacred thing, is excommunication, whereby sacred things are withheld from him. The second point to be considered is utility, for punishments are inflicted as medicines, that men, being deterred thereby, may desist from sin. Now it would seem that the sacrilegious man, who reverences not sacred things, is not sufficiently deterred from sinning by sacred things being withheld from him, since he has no care for them. Wherefore, according to human laws, he is sentenced to capital punishment, and according to the statutes of the Church, which does not inflict the death of the body, a pecuniary punishment is inflicted, in order that men may be deterred from sacrilege, at least by temporal punishments. Reply to Objection 1. The Church inflicts not the death of the body, but excommunication in its stead. Reply to Objection 2. When one punishment is not sufficient to deter a man from sin, a double punishment must be inflicted. Wherefore it was not necessary to inflict some kind of temporal punishment in addition to the punishment of excommunication, in order to coerce those who despise spiritual things. Reply to Objection 3. If money were exacted without a reasonable cause, this would seem to involve an occasion of covetousness. But when it is exacted for the purpose of man's correction, it has a manifest utility, and consequently involves no occasion of avarice.
End of question 99. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 100 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae, Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues, the Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 100, on simony, in 6 articles. We must now consider simony, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, what is simony? Second, whether it is lawful to accept money for the sacraments. Third, whether it is lawful to accept money for spiritual actions. Fourth, whether it is lawful to sell things connected with spirituals. Fifth, whether real remuneration alone makes a man guilty of simony, or also oral remuneration or remuneration by service. Sixth, of the punishment of simony. First article, whether simony is an intentional will to buy or sell something spiritual or connected with a spiritual thing. Objection 1. It would seem that simony is not an express will to buy or sell something spiritual or connected with a spiritual thing. Simony is heresy, since it is written in the canon Eos qui per pecunias, the impious heresy of Macedonius and of those who with him impugn the Holy Ghost is more endurable than that of those who are guilty of simony, since the former in their ravings maintained that the Holy Spirit of the Father and Son is a creature and the slave of God, whereas the latter make the same Holy Spirit to be their own slave. For every master sells what he has just as he wills, whether it be his slave or any other of his possessions. But belief, like faith, is an act not of the will, but of the intellect, as shown above in question 10, Article 2. Therefore, simony should not be defined as an act of the will. Objection 2 further. To sin intentionally is to sin through malice, and this is to sin against the Holy Ghost. Therefore, if simony is an intentional will to sin, it would seem that it is always a sin against the Holy Ghost. Objection 3 further. Nothing is more spiritual than the kingdom of heaven. But it is lawful to buy the kingdom of heaven, for Gregory says in a homily, "The kingdom of heaven is worth as much as you possess." Therefore, simony does not consist in a will to buy something spiritual. Objection 4 further. Simony takes its name from Simon, the magician, of whom we read in Acts 8, verses 18 and 19, that he offered the apostles money, that he might buy spiritual power, in order, to wit, that on whomsoever he imposed his hand, they might receive the Holy Ghost. But we do not read that he wished to sell anything. Therefore, simony is not the will to sell a spiritual thing. Objection 5 further. There are many other voluntary commutations besides buying and selling, such as exchange and transaction. Therefore, it would seem that simony is defined insufficiently. Objection 6 further. Anything connected with spiritual things is itself spiritual. Therefore, it is superfluous to add, or connected with spiritual things. Objection 7. Further, according to some, the Pope cannot commit simony, yet he can buy or sell something spiritual. Therefore, simony is not the will to buy or sell something spiritual or connected with a spiritual thing. On the contrary, Gregory VII says in the canon Altare, None of the faithful is ignorant that buying or selling altars, tithes, or the Holy Ghost is the heresy of simony. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 18, Article 2, an act is evil generically when it bears on undue matter. Now, a spiritual thing is undue matter for buying and selling for three reasons. First, because a spiritual thing cannot be appraised at any earthly price, even as it is said concerning wisdom, in Proverbs 3 verse 15, "She is more precious than all riches, and all things that are desired are not to be compared with her." And for this reason, Peter, in condemning the wickedness of Simon in its very source, said, in Acts 8 verse 20, "Keep thy money to thyself to perish with thee, because thou hast thought that the gift of God may be purchased with money." Secondly, because a thing cannot be due matter for sale if the vendor is not the owner thereof, as appears from the authority quoted in Objection 1. Now, ecclesiastical superiors are not owners, but dispensers of spiritual things, according to 1 Corinthians 4:1. "Let a man so account of us as the ministers of Christ, and the dispensers of the ministers of God." Thirdly, because sale is opposed to the source of spiritual things, since they flow from the gratuitous will of God. Wherefore our Lord said in Matthew 10:8, "Freely have you received, freely give." Therefore, buying or selling a spiritual thing, a man treats God and divine things with irreverence, and consequently commits a sin of irreligion. Reply to Objection 1. Just as religion consists in a kind of protestation of faith, without sometimes faith being in one's heart, so too the vices opposed to religion include a certain protestation of unbelief without, sometimes, unbelief being in the mind. Accordingly, simony is said to be a heresy as regards the outward protestation, since by selling a gift of the Holy Ghost a man declares in a way that he is the owner of a spiritual gift. And this is heretical. It must, however, be observed that Simon Magus, besides wishing the apostles to sell him a grace of the Holy Ghost for money, said that the world was not created by God, but by some heavenly power, as Isidore states in his Etymologies 8:5. And so for this reason, simoniacs are reckoned with other heretics, as appears from Augustine's book on heretics. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above in question 58, Article 4, justice, with all its parts, and consequently all the opposite vices, is in the will as its subject. Hence simony is fittingly defined from its relation to the will. This act is furthermore described as express, in order to signify that it proceeds from choice, which takes the principal part in virtue and vice. Nor does everyone sin against the Holy Ghost that sins from choice, but only he who chooses sin through contempt of those things whereby man is wont to be withdrawn from sin, as stated above, in question 14, Article 1. Reply to Objection 3. The kingdom of heaven is said to be bought when a man gives what he has for God's sake. But this is to employ the term buying in a wide sense, and as synonymous with merit. Nor does it reach to the perfect signification of buying, both because neither the sufferings of this time nor any gift or deed of ours are worthy to be compared with the glory to come that shall be revealed in us, as stated in Romans 8, verse 18. And because merit consists chiefly not in an outward gift, action, or passion, but in an inward affection.
Reply to Objection 4. Simon the magician wished to buy a spiritual power in order that afterwards he might sell it. For it is written that Simon the magician wished to buy the gift of the Holy Ghost in order that he might make money by selling the signs to be wrought by him, as stated in the canon Salvator. Hence those who sell spiritual things are likened in intention to Simon the magician, while those who wish to buy them are likened to him in act. Those who sell them imitate, in act, Jesus, the disciple of Eliseus, of whom we read in 4 Kings 5, verses 20-24, that he received money from the leper who was healed. Wherefore the sellers of spiritual things may be called not only simoniacs, but also Jesuites. Reply to Objection 5. The terms buying and selling cover all kinds of non-gratuitous contracts. Wherefore it is impossible for the exchange or agency of prebends or ecclesiastical benefices to be made by authority of the parties concerned, without danger of committing simony, as laid down by law, in the chapter Quesitum. Nevertheless, the superior, in virtue of his office, can cause these exchanges to be made for useful or necessary reasons. Reply to Objection 6. Even as the soul lives by itself, while the body lives through being united to the soul, so too certain things are spiritual by themselves, such as the sacraments and the like, while others are called spiritual through adhering to those others. Hence, as is stated in the chapter Si quis objecterit, it is stated that spiritual things do not progress without corporal things, even as the soul has no bodily life without the body. Reply to Objection 7. The Pope can be guilty of the vice of simony, like any other man, since the higher a man's position, the more grievous is his sin. For although the possessions of the Church belong to him as dispenser in chief, they are not his as master and owner. Therefore, were he to accept money from the income of any church in exchange for a spiritual thing, he would not escape being guilty of the vice of simony. In like manner, he might commit simony by accepting from a layman monies not belonging to the goods of the Church. Second article. Whether it is always unlawful to give money for the sacraments. Objection 1. It would seem that it is not always unlawful to give money for the sacraments. Baptism is the door of the sacraments, as we shall state in the third part, question 68, article 6, and in question 73, article 3. But seemingly it is lawful in certain cases to give money for baptism. For instance, if a priest were unwilling to baptize a dying child without being paid. Therefore, it is not always unlawful to buy or sell the sacraments. Objection 2 further. The greatest of the sacraments is the Eucharist, which is consecrated in the Mass. But some priests receive a prebend or money for singing Masses. Much more, therefore, is it lawful to buy or sell the other sacraments. Objection 3 further. The sacrament of penance is a necessary sacrament, consisting chiefly in the absolution. But some persons demand money when absolving from excommunication. Therefore, it is not always unlawful to buy or sell a sacrament. Objection 4 further. Custom makes that which otherwise were sinful to be not sinful. Thus Augustine says in Against Faustus 22:47 that it was no crime to have several wives so long as it was the custom. Now, it is the custom in some places to give something in the consecration of bishops, blessings of abbots, ordinations of the clergy, in exchange for the chrism, holy oil, and so forth.
Therefore, it would seem that it is not unlawful. Objection 5 further. It happens sometimes that someone maliciously hinders a person from obtaining a bishopric or some like dignity. But it is lawful for a man to make good his grievance. Therefore, it is lawful, seemingly, in such a case to give money for a bishopric or a like ecclesiastical dignity. Objection 6. Further, marriage is a sacrament, but sometimes money is given for marriage. Therefore, it is lawful to sell a sacrament. On the contrary, it is written in the canon Qui per pecunias, whosoever shall consecrate anyone for money, let him be cut off from the priesthood. I answer that the sacraments of the new law are of all things most spiritual, inasmuch as they are the cause of spiritual grace, on which no price can be set, and which is essentially incompatible with a non-gratuitous giving. Now the sacraments are dispensed through the ministers of the Church, whom the people are bound to support, according to the words of the Apostle, in 1 Corinthians 9:13, "Know you not that they who work in the holy place eat the things that are of the holy place, and they that serve the altar partake with the altar?" Accordingly, we must answer that to receive money for the spiritual grace of the sacraments is the sin of simony, which cannot be excused by any custom whatever, since "custom does not prevail over natural or divine law," as stated in the chapter Cum tanto de consuetudine. Now by money we are to understand anything that has a pecuniary value, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 4:1. On the other hand, to receive anything for the support of those who administer the sacraments, in accordance with the statutes of the Church and approved customs, is not simony, nor is it a sin. For it is received not as a price of goods, but as a payment for their need. Hence a gloss of Augustine on 1 Timothy 5:17, "Let the priests that rule well," says, "they should look to the people for a supply to their need, but to the Lord for the reward of their ministry." Reply to Obj. 1. In a case of necessity, anyone may baptize. And since nowise ought one to sin, if the priest be unwilling to baptize without being paid, one must act as though there were no priest available for the baptism. Hence the person who is in charge of the child can, in such a case, lawfully baptize it, or cause it to be baptized by anyone else. He could, however, lawfully buy the water from the priest, because it is merely a bodily element. But if it were an adult in danger of death that wished to be baptized, and the priest were unwilling to baptize him without being paid, he ought, if possible, be baptized by someone else. And if he is unable to have recourse to another, he must by no means pay a price for baptism, and should rather die without being baptized, because for him the baptism of desire would supply the lack of the sacrament. Reply to Obj. 2. The priest receives money not as the price for consecrating the Eucharist, or for singing the Mass, for this would be simoniacal, but as payment for his livelihood, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. The money exacted of the person absolved is not the price of his absolution, for this would be simoniacal, but a punishment of a past crime for which he was excommunicated. Reply to Obj. 4. As stated above, custom does not prevail over natural or divine law, whereby simony is forbidden. Wherefore the custom, if such there be, of demanding anything as the price of a spiritual thing, with the intention of buying or selling it,
is manifestly simoniacal, especially when the demand is made of a person unwilling to pay. But if the demand be made in payment of a stipend recognized by custom, it is not simoniacal, provided there be no intention of buying or selling, but only of doing what is customary, and especially if the demand be acceded to voluntarily. In all these cases, however, one must beware of anything having an appearance of simony or avarice, according to the saying of the Apostle in 1 Thessalonians 5:22, "From all appearance of evil restrain yourselves." Reply to Obj. 5. It would be simoniacal to buy off the opposition of one's rivals before acquiring the right to a bishopric or any dignity or prebend, by election, appointment, or presentation, since this would be to use money as a means of obtaining a spiritual thing. But it is lawful to use money as a means of removing unjust opposition, after one has already acquired that right. Reply to Obj. 6. Some, for instance Pope Innocent IV, in his chapter Cum in Ecclesia de Simonia, say that it is lawful to give money for matrimony, because no grace is conferred thereby. But this is not altogether true, as we shall state in the third part of the work, in the Supplementum, question 42, Article 3. Wherefore we must reply that matrimony is not only a sacrament of the Church, but also an office of nature. Consequently, it is lawful to give money for matrimony considered as an office of nature, but unlawful if it be considered as a sacrament of the Church. Hence, according to the law mentioned, it is forbidden to demand anything for the nuptial blessing. Third article: whether it is lawful to give and receive money for spiritual actions. Objection 1. It seems that it is lawful to give and receive money for spiritual actions. The use of prophecy is a spiritual action. But something used to be given of old for the use of prophecy, as appears from 1 Kings 9, verses 7 and 8, and in 3 Kings 14:3. Therefore, it would seem that it is lawful to give and receive money for a spiritual action. Objection 2 further. Prayer, preaching, divine praise are most spiritual actions. Now money is given to holy persons in order to obtain the assistance of their prayers, according to Luke 16:9. "Make unto you friends of the mammon of iniquity." To preachers also, who sow spiritual things, temporal things are due according to the Apostle in 1 Corinthians 9:14. Moreover, something is given to those who celebrate the divine praises in the ecclesiastical office, and make processions, and sometimes an annual income is assigned to them. Therefore, it is lawful to receive something for spiritual actions. Objection 3 further. Science is no less spiritual than power. Now, it is lawful to receive money for the use of science. Thus a lawyer may sell his just advocacy, a physician his advice for health, and a master the exercise of his teaching. Therefore, in like manner, it would seem lawful for a prelate to receive something for the use of his spiritual power, for instance, for correction, dispensation, and so forth. Objection 4 further. Religion is the state of spiritual perfection. Now, in certain monasteries, something is demanded from those who are received there. Therefore, it is lawful to demand something for spiritual things. On the contrary, it is stated in the canon Quid invisibilis, it is absolutely forbidden to make a charge for what is acquired by the consolation of invisible grace, whether by demanding a price or by seeking any kind of return whatever.
Now all these spiritual things are acquired through an invisible grace. Therefore, it is not lawful to charge a price or return for them. I answer that, just as the sacraments are called spiritual, because they confer a spiritual grace, so too certain other things are called spiritual, because they flow from spiritual grace and dispose thereto. And yet these things are obtainable through the ministry of men, according to 1 Corinthians 9:7. Who serveth as a soldier at any time at his own charges? Who feedeth the flock, and eateth not of the milk of the flock? Hence it is simoniacal to sell or buy that which is spiritual in such like actions. But to receive or give something for the support of those who minister spiritual things in accordance with the statutes of the Church and approved customs is lawful, yet in such wise that there be no intention of buying or selling, and that no pressure be brought to bear on those who are unwilling to give, by withholding spiritual things that ought to be administered, for then there would be an appearance of simony. But after the spiritual things have been freely bestowed, then the statutory and customary offerings and other dues may be exacted from those who are unwilling but able to pay, if the superior authorize this to be done. Reply to Obj. 1. As Jerome says in his commentary on Micah 3:9, certain gifts were freely offered to the good prophets for their livelihood, but not as a price for the exercise of their gift of prophecy. Wicked prophets, however, abused this exercise by demanding payment for it. Reply to Obj. 2. Those who give alms to the poor in order to obtain from them the assistance of their prayers do not give with the intent of buying their prayers, but by their gratuitous beneficence inspire the poor with the mind to pray for them freely and out of charity. Temporal things are due to the preacher as means for his support, not as a price for the words he preaches. Hence a gloss on 1 Timothy 5:11, "Let the priests that rule well," says, "their need allows them to receive the wherewithal to live. Charity demands that this should be given to them. Yet the gospel is not for sale, nor is a livelihood the object of preaching, for if they sell it for this purpose, they sell a great thing for a contemptible price." In like manner, temporal things are given to those who praise God by celebrating the divine office, whether for the living or for the dead, not as a price but as a means of livelihood, and the same purpose is fulfilled when alms are received for making processions in funerals. Yet it is simoniacal to do such things by contract or with the intention of buying or selling. Hence it would be an unlawful ordinance, if it were decreed in any church that no procession would take place at a funeral unless a certain sum of money were paid, because such an ordinance would preclude the free granting of pious offices to any person. The ordinance would be more in keeping with the law if it were decreed that this honor would be accorded to all who gave a certain alms, because this would not preclude its being granted to others. Moreover, the former ordinance has the appearance of an exaction, whereas the latter bears a likeness to a gratuitous remuneration. Reply to Obj. 3. A person to whom a spiritual power is entrusted is bound by virtue of his office to exercise the power entrusted to him in dispensing spiritual things. Moreover, he receives a statutory payment from the funds of the Church as a means of livelihood. Therefore, if he were to accept anything for the exercise of his spiritual power, this would imply not a hiring of his labor, which he is bound to give as a duty arising out of the office he has accepted, but a sale of the very use of a spiritual grace. For this reason,
it is unlawful for him to receive anything for any dispensing whatever, or for allowing someone else to take his duty, or for correcting his subjects, or for omitting to correct them. On the other hand, it is lawful for him to receive procurations, when he visits his subjects, not as a price for correcting them, but as a means of livelihood. He that is possessed of science, without having taken upon himself the obligation of using it for the benefit of others, can lawfully receive a price for his learning or advice, since this is not a sale of truth or science, but a hiring of labor. If, on the other hand, he be so bound by virtue of his office, this would amount to a sale of the truth, and consequently he would sin grievously. For instance, those who in certain churches are appointed to instruct the clerics of that church and other poor persons, and are in receipt of an ecclesiastical benefice for so doing, are not allowed to receive anything in return, either for teaching, or for celebrating, or omitting any feasts. Reply to Obj. 4. It is unlawful to exact or receive anything as price for entering a monastery. But, in the case of small monasteries that are unable to support so many persons, it is lawful, while entrance to the monastery is free, to accept something for the support of those who are about to be received into the monastery, if its revenues are insufficient. In like manner, it is lawful to be easier in admitting to a monastery a person who has proved his regard for that monastery by the generosity of his alms, just as, on the other hand, it is lawful to incite a person's regard for a monastery by means of temporal benefits, in order that he may thereby be induced to enter the monastery, although it is unlawful to agree to give or receive something for entrance into a monastery, according to the canon Quam Pio. Fourth article. Whether it is lawful to receive money for things annexed to spiritual things. Objection 1. It would seem lawful to receive money for things annexed to spiritual things. Seemingly, all temporal things are annexed to spiritual things, since temporal things ought to be sought for the sake of spiritual things. If, therefore, it is unlawful to sell what is annexed to spiritual things, it will be unlawful to sell anything temporal, and this is clearly false. Objection 2, further. Nothing would seem to be more annexed to spiritual things than consecrated vessels. Yet it is lawful to sell a chalice for the ransom of prisoners, according to Ambrose in On the Duties of the Clergy 228. Therefore, it is lawful to sell things annexed to spiritual things. Objection 3, further. Things annexed to spiritual things include right of burial, right of patronage, and, according to ancient writers, right of the firstborn. Because before the Lord, the firstborn exercised the priestly office, and the right to receive tithes. Now Abraham bought from Ephron a double cave for a burying place, according to Genesis 23:8 and following. And Jacob bought from Esau the right of the firstborn, as is accounted in Genesis 25, verse 31 and following. Again, the right of patronage is transferred with the property sold, and is granted in fee. Tithes are granted to certain soldiers, and can be redeemed. Prelates also at times retain for themselves the revenues of prebends of which they have the presentation, although a prebend is something annexed to a spiritual thing. Therefore, it is lawful to sell things annexed to spiritual things. On the contrary, Pope Paschal II says in the chapter Si quis objecerit, "Whoever sells one of two such things, that the one is unproductive without the other, leaves neither unsold. Wherefore let no person sell a church or a prebend or anything ecclesiastical."
I answer that a thing may be annexed to spiritual things in two ways. First, as being dependent on spiritual things. Thus, to have ecclesiastical benefices is said to be annexed to spiritual things because it is not competent save to those who hold a clerical office. Hence, such things can by no means exist apart from spiritual things. Consequently, it is altogether unlawful to sell such things, because the sale thereof implies the sale of things spiritual. Other things are annexed to spiritual things through being directed thereto, for instance, the right of patronage, which is directed to the presentation of clerics to ecclesiastical benefices, and sacred vessels, which are directed to the use of the sacraments. Wherefore such things as these do not presuppose spiritual things, but precede them in the order of time. Hence in a way they can be sold, but not as annexed to spiritual things. Reply to Obj. 1. All things temporal are annexed to spiritual things as to their end, wherefore it is lawful to sell temporal things, but the relation to spiritual things cannot be the matter of a lawful sale.
Reply to Obj. 2. Sacred vessels are annexed to spiritual things as to their end, wherefore their consecration cannot be sold. Yet their material can be sold for the needs of the Church or of the poor, provided they first be broken, after prayer has been said over them, since once broken, they are considered to be no longer sacred vessels but mere metal, so that if like vessels were to be made out of the same material, they would have to be consecrated again. Reply to Obj. 3. We have no authority for supposing that the double cave which Abraham bought for a burial place was consecrated for that purpose, wherefore Abraham could lawfully buy that site to be used for burial in order to turn it into a sepulchre. Even so, it would be lawful now to buy an ordinary field as a site for a cemetery or even a church. Nevertheless, because even among the Gentiles, burial places are looked upon as religious, if Ephron intended to accept the price as payment for a burial place, he sinned in selling, though Abraham did not sin in buying, because he intended merely to buy an ordinary plot of ground. Even now, it is lawful in a case of necessity to sell or buy land on which there has previously been a church, as we have also said with regard to sacred vessels. Confer Reply to Obj. 2. Or again, Abraham is to be excused because he thus freed himself of a grievance. For although Ephron offered him the burial place for nothing, Abraham deemed that he could not accept it gratis without prejudice to himself. The right of the firstborn was due to Jacob by reason of God's choice, according to Malachi 1, verses 2 and 3. I have loved Jacob, but have hated Esau. Wherefore Esau sinned by selling his birthright, yet Jacob sinned not in buying, because he is understood to have freed himself of his grievance. The right of patronage cannot be the matter of a direct sale, nor can it be granted in fee, but is transferred with the property sold or granted. The spiritual right of receiving tithes is not granted to layfolk, but merely the temporal commodities which are granted in the name of the tithe, as stated above in question 87, Article 3. With regard to the granting of benefices, it must, however, be observed that it is not unlawful for a bishop, before presenting a person to a benefice, to decide, for some reason, to retain part of the revenues of the benefice in question, and to spend it on some pious object. But on the other hand, if he were to require part of the revenues of that benefice to be given to him by the beneficiary, it would be the same as though he demanded payment from him, and he would not escape the guilt of simony. Fifth Article. whether it is lawful to grant spiritual things in return for an equivalent of service or for an oral remuneration. Objection 1. It would seem that it is lawful to grant spiritual things in return for an equivalent of service or an oral remuneration. Gregory says that it is right that those who serve the interests of the Church should be rewarded. Now, an equivalent of service denotes serving the interests of the Church. Therefore, it seems lawful to confer ecclesiastical benefices for services rendered. Objection 2 further. To confer an ecclesiastical benefice for service received seems to indicate a carnal intention, no less than to do so on account of kinship. Yet the latter, seemingly, is not simoniacal, since it implies no buying or selling. Therefore, neither is the former simoniacal. Objection 3 further. That which is done only at another's request would seem to be done gratis, so that apparently it does not involve simony, which consists in buying or selling. Now, oral remuneration denotes conferring of an ecclesiastical benefice at some person's request. Therefore, this is not simoniacal. Objection 4. Further, hypocrites perform spiritual deeds in order that they may receive human praise, which seems to imply oral remuneration. And yet hypocrites are not said to be guilty of simony. Therefore, oral remuneration does not entail simony. On the contrary, Pope Urban, in his exposition Ad Lucium, says, "Whoever grants or acquires ecclesiastical things not for the purpose for which they were instituted, but for his own profit, in consideration of an oral remuneration or of an equivalent in service rendered, or money received, is guilty of simony." I answer that, as stated above in Article 2, the term money denotes anything that can have pecuniary value. Now, it is evident that a man's service is directed to some kind of usefulness which has a pecuniary value, wherefore servants are hired for a money wage. Therefore, to grant a spiritual thing for a service rendered or to be rendered is the same as to grant it for the money, received or promised, at which that service could be valued. Likewise, to grant a person's request for the bestowal of a temporary favor is directed to some kind of usefulness which has a pecuniary value. Wherefore, just as a man contracts the guilt of simony by accepting money or any external thing which comes under the head of real remuneration, so too does he contract it by receiving oral remuneration, or an equivalent in service rendered. Reply to Objection 1. If a cleric renders a prelate a lawful service directed to spiritual things, for example, to the good of the Church or benefit of her ministers, he becomes worthy of an ecclesiastical benefice by reason of the devotion that led him to render the service, as he would by reason of any other good deed. Hence this is not a case of remuneration for service rendered, such as Gregory had in mind. But if the service be unlawful, or directed to carnal things, for example, a service rendered to the prelate for the profit of his kindred, or the increase of his patrimony, or the like, it will be a case of remuneration for service rendered, and this will be simony. Reply to Objection 2. The bestowal of a spiritual thing gratis on a person, by reason of kinship or of any carnal affection, is unlawful and carnal, but not simoniacal, since nothing is received in return, wherefore it does not imply a contract of buying and selling on which simony is based. But to present a person to an ecclesiastical benefice with the understanding or intention that he provide for one's kindred from the revenue is manifest simony. Reply to Obj. 3. Oral remuneration denotes either praise that pertains to human favor, which has its price, or a request whereby man's favor is obtained or the contrary avoided. Hence, if one intend this chiefly, one commits simony. Now, to grant a request made for an unworthy person implies, seemingly, that this is one's chief intention, wherefore the deed itself is simoniacal. But if the request be made for a worthy person, the deed itself is not simoniacal because it is based on a worthy cause, on account of which a spiritual thing is granted to the person for whom the request is made. Nevertheless, there may be simony in the intention, if one look not to the worthiness of the person, but to the human favor. If, however, a person asks for himself that he may obtain the cure of souls, his very presumption renders him unworthy, and so his request is made for an unworthy person. But if one be in need, one may lawfully seek for oneself an ecclesiastical benefice without the cure of souls. Reply to Obj. 4. A hypocrite does not give a spiritual thing for the sake of praise. He only makes a show of it, and under false pretenses stealthily purloins rather than buys human praise, so that seemingly the hypocrite is not guilty of simony. Sixth Article. Whether those who are guilty of simony are fittingly punished by being deprived of what they have acquired by simony. Objection 1. It would seem that those who are guilty of simony are not fittingly punished by being deprived of what they have acquired by simony. Simony is committed by acquiring spiritual things in return for a remuneration. Now, certain spiritual things cannot be lost when once acquired, such as all characters that are imprinted by a consecration. Therefore, it is not a fitting punishment for a person to be deprived of what he has acquired simoniacally. Objection 2. Further, it sometimes happens that one who has obtained the episcopate by simony commands a subject of his to receive orders from him, and apparently the subject should obey, so long as the Church tolerates him. Yet no one ought to receive from him that has not the power to give. Therefore, a bishop does not lose his episcopal power if he has acquired it by simony. Objection 3. Further, no one should be punished for what was done without his knowledge and consent, since punishment is due for sin which is voluntary, as was shown above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 74, articles 1 and 2, and in question 77, article 7. Now, it happens sometimes that a person acquires something spiritual which others have procured for him without his knowledge and consent. Therefore, he should not be punished by being deprived of what has been bestowed on him. Objection 4. Further, no one should profit by his own sin. Yet if a person who has acquired an ecclesiastical benefice by simony were to restore what he has received, this would sometimes turn to the profit of those who had a share in his simony. For instance, when a prelate and his entire chapter have consented to the simony. Therefore, that which has been acquired by simony ought not always to be restored. Objection 5. Further, sometimes a person obtains admission to a monastery by simony, and there takes the solemn vow of profession. But no one should be freed from the obligation of a vow on account of a fault he has committed. Therefore, he should not be expelled from the monastic state which he has acquired by simony. Objection 6. Further, in this world, external punishment is not inflicted for the internal movements of the heart, whereof God alone is the judge. Now, simony is committed in the mere intention or will, wherefore it is defined in reference to the will, as stated above,
in Article 1, second reply. Therefore, a person should not always be deprived of what he has acquired by simony. Objection 7 further. To be promoted to greater dignity is much less than to retain that which one has already received. Now sometimes those who are guilty of simony are, by dispensation, promoted to greater dignity. Therefore, they should not always be deprived of what they have received. On the contrary, it is written in the chapter Si quis episcopus, "He that has been ordained shall profit nothing from his ordination or promotion that he has acquired by the bargain, but shall forfeit the dignity or cure that he has acquired with his money." I answer that no one can lawfully retain that which he has acquired against the owner's will. For instance, if a steward were to give some of his lord's property to a person, against his lord's will and orders, the recipient could not lawfully retain what he received. Now our Lord, whose stewards and ministers are the prelates of the churches, ordered spiritual things to be given gratis, according to Matthew 10:8. "Freely you have received, freely give." Wherefore, whosoever acquires spiritual things in return for a remuneration cannot lawfully retain them. Moreover, those who are guilty of simony, by either selling or buying spiritual things, as well as those who act as go-between, are sentenced to other punishments, namely, infamy and deposition, if they be clerics, and excommunication if they be laymen, as stated in the same chapter, Si quis episcopus. Reply to Objection 1. He that has received a sacred order simoniacally receives the character of the order on account of the efficacy of the sacrament, but he does not receive the grace nor the exercise of the order, because he has received the character by stealth, as it were, and against the will of the Supreme Lord. Wherefore he is suspended, by virtue of the law, both as regards himself, namely, that he should not busy himself about exercising his order, and as regards others, namely, that no one may communicate with him in the exercise of his order, whether his sin be public or secret. Nor may he reclaim the money which he basely gave, although the other party unjustly retains it. Again, a man who is guilty of simony, through having conferred orders simoniacally, or through having simoniacally granted or received a benefice, or through having been a go-between in a simoniacal transaction, if he has done so publicly, is suspended by virtue of the law, as regards both himself and others. But if he has acted in secret, he is suspended by virtue of the law, as regards himself alone, and not as regards others. Reply to Objection 2. One ought not to receive orders from a bishop one knows to have been promoted simoniacally, either on account of his command or for fear of his excommunication. And such as receive orders from him do not receive the exercise of their orders, even though they are ignorant of his being guilty of simony. And they need to receive a dispensation. Some, however, maintain that one ought to receive orders in obedience to his command unless one can prove him to be guilty of simony, but that one ought not to exercise the order without a dispensation. But this is an unreasonable statement, because no one should obey a man to the extent of communicating with him in an unlawful action. Now he that is, by virtue of the law, suspended as regards both himself and others, confers orders unlawfully, wherefore no one should communicate with him by receiving orders from him for any cause whatever. If, however, one be not certain on the point, one ought not to give credence to another's sin, and so one ought with a good conscience to receive orders from him. And if the bishop has been guilty of simony otherwise than by a simoniacal promotion,
and the fact be a secret, one can receive orders from him because he is not suspended as regards others, but only as regards himself, as stated above in the first reply. Reply to Obj. 3. To be deprived of what one has received is not only punishment of a sin, but is also sometimes the effect of acquiring unjustly, as when one buys a thing of a person who cannot sell it. Wherefore, if a man, knowingly and spontaneously, receives orders or an ecclesiastical benefice simoniacally, not only is he deprived of what he has received, by forfeiting the exercise of his order, and resigning the benefice and the fruits acquired therefrom, but also in addition to this he is punished by being marked with infamy. Moreover, he is bound to restore not only the fruit actually acquired, but also such as could have been acquired by a careful possessor, which, however, is to be understood of the net fruits, allowance being made for expenses incurred on account of the fruits, excepting those fruits that have been expended for the good of the Church. On the other hand, if a man's promotion be procured simoniacally by others, without his knowledge and consent, he forfeits the exercise of his order, and is bound to resign the benefice obtained together with fruits still extant. But he is not bound to restore the fruits which he has consumed, since he possessed them in good faith. Exception must be made in the case when his promotion has been deceitfully procured by an enemy of his, or when he expressly opposes the transaction, for then he is not bound to resign, unless subsequently he agreed to the transaction by paying what is promised. Reply to Obj. 4. Money, property, or fruits simoniacally received must be restored to the Church that has incurred loss by their transfer, notwithstanding the fact that the prelate or a member of the chapter of that church was at fault, since others ought not to be the losers by his sin. In such wise, however, that, as far as possible, the guilty parties be not the gainers. But if the prelate and the entire chapter be at fault, restitution must be made with the consent of superior authority, either to the poor or to some other church. Reply to Obj. 5. If there are any persons who have been simoniacally admitted into a monastery, they must quit, and if the simony was committed with their knowledge since the holding of the Fourth Lateran Council, they must be expelled from their monastery without hope of return, and do perpetual penance under a stricter rule, or in some house of the same order, if a stricter one be not found. If, however, this took place before the council, they must be placed in other houses of the same order. If this cannot be done, they must be received into monasteries of the same order, by way of compensation, lest they wander about the world, but that they must not be admitted to their former rank, and must be assigned a lower place. On the other hand, if they were received simoniacally without their knowledge, whether before or after the council, then after quitting they may be received again, their rank being changed as stated. Reply to Obj. 6. In God's sight, the mere will makes a man guilty of simony, but as regards the external ecclesiastical punishment, he is not punished as a simoniac, by being obliged to resign, but is bound to repent of his evil intention. Reply to Obj. 7. The Pope alone can grant a dispensation to one who has knowingly received a benefice simoniacally. In other cases, the bishop also can dispense, provided the beneficiary first of all renounce what he has received simoniacally, so that he will receive either the lesser dispensation allowing him to communicate with the laity, or a greater dispensation allowing him, after doing penance, to retain his order in some other church. Or again, a greater dispensation allowing him to remain in the same church, but in minor orders. Or a full dispensation allowing him to exercise even the major orders in the same church,
but not to accept a prelacy.
End of question 100. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 101 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 101 of Piety, in 4 articles. After religion we must consider piety, the consideration of which will render the opposite vices manifest. Accordingly, 4 points of inquiry arise with regard to piety. First, to whom does piety extend? Second, what does piety make one offer a person? Third, whether piety is a special virtue. Fourth, whether the duties of piety should be omitted for the sake of religion. First article, whether piety extends to particular human individuals. Objection 1. It seems that piety does not extend to particular human individuals. For Augustine says On the City of God 10 that piety denotes, properly speaking, the worship of God, which the Greeks designate by the term eusebia. But the worship of God does not denote relation to man, but only to God. Therefore, piety does not extend definitely to certain human individuals. Objection 2 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 1, "Piety on her day provides a banquet, because she fills the inmost recesses of the heart with works of mercy." Now the works of mercy are to be done to all, according to Augustine in On Christian Doctrine 1. Therefore, piety does not extend definitely to certain special persons. Objection 3 further. In human affairs there are many other mutual relations besides those of kindred and citizenship, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 8, 11 and 12. And on each of them is founded a kind of friendship, which would seem to be the virtue of piety, according to a gloss on 2 Timothy 3:5. Having an appearance indeed of piety. Therefore, piety extends not only to one's kindred and fellow citizens. On the contrary, Tully says in Rhetoric 2 that "it is by piety that we do our duty towards our kindred and well-wishers of our country, and render them faithful service." I answer that man becomes a debtor to other men in various ways, according to their various excellence and the various benefits received from them. On both accounts, God holds first place, for He is supremely excellent, and is for us the first principle of being and government. In the second place, the principles of our being and government are our parents and our country, that have given us birth and nourishment. Consequently, man is debtor chiefly to his parents and his country after God. Wherefore, just as it belongs to religion to give worship to God, so does it belong to piety, in the second place, to give worship to one's parents and one's country. The worship due to our parents includes the worship given to all our kindred, since our kinsfolk are those who descend from the same parents, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 8:12. The worship given to our country includes homage to all our fellow citizens and to all the friends of our country. Therefore piety extends chiefly to these. Reply to Obj. 1. The greater includes the lesser, wherefore the worship due to God includes the worship due to our parents as a particular. Hence it is written in Malachi 1:6, "If I be a father, where is my honor?" Consequently, the term piety extends also to the divine worship. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says in On the City of God 10, "The term piety is often used in connection with works of mercy, in the language of the common people, the reason for which I consider to be the fact that God Himself has declared that these works are more pleasing to Him than sacrifices. This custom has led to the application of the word pious to God Himself." Reply to Obj. 3. The relations of a man with his kindred and fellow citizens are more referable to the principles of his being than other relations. Wherefore the term piety is more applicable to them. Second article: Whether piety provides support for our parents. Objection 1. It seems that piety does not provide support for our parents. For seemingly the precept of the Decalogue, "Honor thy father and mother," belongs to piety. But this prescribes only the giving of honor. Therefore, it does not belong to piety to provide support for one's parents. Objection 2 further: a man is bound to lay up for those whom he is bound to support. Now, according to the Apostle in 2 Corinthians 12:14, "Neither ought the children to lay up for the parents." Therefore, piety does not oblige them to support their parents. Objection 3 further: piety extends not only to one's parents, but also to other kinsmen and to one's fellow citizens, as stated above in Article 1. But one is not bound to support all one's kindred and fellow citizens. Therefore, neither is one bound to support one's parents. On the contrary, our Lord, in Matthew chapter 15, verses 3-6, reproved the Pharisees for hindering children from supporting their parents. I answer that we owe something to our parents in two ways. That is to say, both essentially and accidentally. We owe them essentially that which is due to a father as such, and since he is his son superior through being the principle of his being, the latter owes him reverence and service. Accidentally, that is due to a father, which it befits him to receive in respect of something accidental to him. For instance, if he be ill, it is fitting that his children should visit him and see to his cure. If he be poor, it is fitting that they should support him, and so on in like instance, all of which come under the head of service due. Hence Tully says, in his Rhetoric 2, that piety gives both duty and homage. Duty, referring to service, and homage, to reverence or honor, because as Augustine says in On the City of God 10, "We are said to give homage to those whose memory or presence we honor." Reply to Objection 1. According to our Lord's interpretation, in Matthew 15, verses 3-6, the honor due to our parents includes whatever support we owe them, and the reason for this is that support is given to one's father because it is due to him as to one greater. Reply to Objection 2. Since a father stands in the relation of principle, and his son in the relation of that which is from a principle, it is essentially fitting for a father to support his son. And consequently, he is bound to support him not only for a time, but for all his life, and this is to lay by. On the other hand, for the son to bestow something on his father is accidental, arising from some momentary necessity, wherein he is bound to support him, but not to lay by as for a long time beforehand, because naturally parents are not the successors of their children, but children of their parents. Reply to Obj. 3. As Tully says in his Rhetoric 2, "We offer homage and duty to all our kindred and to the well-wishers of our country." Not, however, equally to all, but chiefly to our parents, and to others according to our means and their personal claims. Third article. Whether piety is a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Objection 1. It seems that piety is not a special virtue distinct from other virtues. For the giving of service and homage to anyone proceeds from love. But it belongs to piety. Therefore, piety is not a distinct virtue from charity. Objection 2 further. It is proper to religion to give worship to God. But piety also gives worship to God, according to Augustine, in On the City of God 10. Therefore, piety is not distinct from religion. Objection 3 further. Piety, whereby we give our country worship and duty, seems to be the same as legal justice, which looks to the common good. But legal justice is a general virtue, according to the Philosopher, in Ethics 5, 1 and 2. Therefore, piety is not a special virtue. On the contrary, it is accounted by Tully, in his Rhetoric 2, as a part of justice. I answer that a special virtue is one that regards an object under a special aspect. Since then the nature of justice consists in rendering another person his due, wherever there is a special aspect of something due to a person, there is a special virtue. Now a thing is indebted in a special way to that which is its connatural principle of being and government. And piety regards this principle, inasmuch as it pays duty and homage to our parents and country, and to those who are related thereto. Therefore, piety is a special virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Just as religion is a protestation of faith, hope, and charity, whereby man is primarily directed to God, so again piety is a protestation of the charity we bear towards our parents and country. Reply to Objection 2. God is the principle of our being and government in a far more excellent manner than one's father or country. Hence religion, which gives worship to God, is a distinct virtue from piety, which pays homage to our parents and country. But things relating to creatures are transferred to God as the summit of excellence and causality, as Dionysius says, in On the Divine Names 1. Wherefore, by way of excellence, piety designates the worship of God, even as God, by way of excellence, is called our Father. Reply to Objection 3. Piety extends to our country, insofar as the latter is for us a principle of being. But legal justice regards the good of our country, considered as the common good. Wherefore legal justice has more of the character of a general virtue than piety has. Fourth article. Whether the duties of piety towards one's parents should be omitted for the sake of religion. Objection 1. It seems that the duties of piety towards one's parents should be omitted for the sake of religion. For our Lord said in Luke 14, verse 26, "If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple." Hence it is said in praise of James and John in Matthew 4:22 that they left their nets and father and followed Christ. Again, it is said in praise of the Levites in Deuteronomy 33:9, Who hath said to his father and to his mother, I do not know you? And to his brethren, I know you not. And their own children they have not known. These have kept thy word. Now a man who knows not his parents and other kinsmen, or who even hates them, must needs omit the duties of piety. Therefore the duties of piety should be omitted for the sake of religion. Objection 2 further. It is written in Luke 9, verses 59 and 60, that in answer to him who said, "Suffer me first to go and bury my father," our Lord replied, "Let the dead bury their dead, but go thou and preach the kingdom of God." Now the latter pertains to religion, while it is a duty of piety to bury one's father. Therefore, a duty of piety should be omitted for the sake of religion. Objection 3 further. God is called our Father by excellence. Now, just as we worship our parents by paying them the duties of piety, so do we worship God by religion. Therefore, the duties of piety should be omitted for the sake of the worship of religion. Objection 4. Further, religious are bound by a vow, which they may not break to fulfill the observances of religion. Now, in accordance with those observances, they are hindered from supporting their parents, both on the score of poverty, since they have nothing of their own, and on the score of obedience, since they may not leave the cloister without the permission of their superior. Therefore, the duties of piety towards one's parents should be omitted for the sake of religion. On the contrary, our Lord reproved the Pharisees in Matthew chapter 15, verses 3 through 6, who taught that for the sake of religion one ought to refrain from paying one's parents the honor we owe them. I answer that religion and piety are two virtues. Now no virtue is opposed to another virtue, since according to the Philosopher in his book on the Categories, good is not opposed to good. Therefore it is impossible that religion and piety mutually hinder one another, so that the act of one be excluded by the act of the other. Now, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 7, article 2, as well as in question 18, article 3, the act of every virtue is limited by the circumstances due thereto, and if it overstep them, it will be an act no longer of virtue but of vice. Hence it belongs to piety to pay duty and homage to one's parents according to the due mode. But it is not the due mode that man should tend to worship his father rather than God, but as Ambrose says on Luke 12:52, "The piety of divine religion takes precedence of the claims of kindred." Accordingly, if the worship of one's parents take one away from the worship of God, it would no longer be an act of piety to pay worship to one's parents to the prejudice of God. Hence Jerome says in his letter to Herodias, "Though thou trample upon thy father, though thou spurn thy mother, turn not aside, but with dry eyes hasten to the standard of the cross. It is the highest degree of piety to be cruel in this matter." Therefore, in such a case, the duties of piety towards one's parents should be omitted for the sake of the worship religion gives to God. If, however, by paying the services due to our parents, we are not withdrawn from the service of God, then it will be an act of piety, and there will be no need to set piety aside for the sake of religion. Reply to Objection 1. Gregory, expounding this saying of our Lord, says that when we find our parents to be a hindrance in our way to God, we must ignore them by hating and fleeing from them. For if our parents incite us to sin and withdraw us from the service of God, we must, as regards this point, abandon and hate them. It is in this sense that the Levites are said to have not known their kindred, because they obeyed the Lord's command and spared not the idolaters. Cf. Exodus chapter 32. James and John are praised for leaving their parents and following our Lord, not that their father incited them to evil, but because they deemed it possible for him to find another means of livelihood if they followed Christ. Reply to Objection 2. Our Lord forbade the disciple to bury his father because, according to Chrysostom, in one of his homilies on the Gospel of Matthew, our Lord by so doing saved him from many evils, such as the sorrows and worries and other things that one anticipates under these circumstances. For after the burial, the will had to be read, the estate had to be divided, and so forth. But chiefly because there were others who could see to the funeral. Or, according to Cyril's commentary on Luke chapter 9, this disciple's request was not that he might bury a dead father, but that he might support a yet living father in the latter's old age, until at length he should bury him. This is what our Lord did not grant, because there were others bound by the duties of kindred to take care of him. Reply to Objection 3. Whatever we give our parents out of piety is referred by us to God, just as other works of mercy which we perform with regard to any of our neighbors are offered to God, according to Matthew 25, verse 40. As long as you did it to one of my least, you did it to me. Accordingly, if our carnal parents stand in need of our assistance, so that they have no other means of support, provided they incite us to nothing against God, we must not abandon them for the sake of religion. But if we cannot devote ourselves to their service without sin, or if they can be supported without our assistance, it is lawful to forego their service, so as to give more time to religion. Reply to Objection 4. We must speak differently of one who is yet in the world, and of one who has made his profession in religion. For he that is in the world, if he has parents unable to find support without him, he must not leave them and enter religion, because he would be breaking the commandment prescribing the honor of parents. Some say, however, that even then he might abandon them and leave them in God's care. But this, considered aright, would be to tempt God, since, while having human means at hand, he would be exposing his parents to danger in the hope of God's assistance. On the other hand, if the parents can find means of livelihood without him, it is lawful for him to abandon them and enter religion, because children are not bound to support their parents except in cases of necessity, as stated above. He that has already made his profession in religion is deemed to be already dead to the world, wherefore he ought not, under pretext of supporting his parents, to leave the cloister where he is buried with Christ, and busy himself once more with worldly affairs. Nevertheless, he is bound, saving his obedience to his superiors and his religious state withal, to make efforts for his parents' support. End of question 101. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 102 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 102. Of observance, considered in itself and of its parts, in 3 articles. We must now consider observance and its parts, the considerations of which will manifest the contrary vices. Under the head of observance, there are 3 points of inquiry. First, whether observance is a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Second, what does observance offer? Third, of its comparison with piety. First article: whether observance is a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Objection 1. It seems that observance is not a special virtue distinct from other virtues. For virtues are distinguished by their objects. But the object of observance is not distinct from the object of piety, for Tully says in his Rhetoric 2 that it is by observance that we pay worship and honor to those who excel in some kind of dignity. But worship and honor are paid also by piety to our parents, who excel in dignity. Therefore, observance is not a distinct virtue from piety. Objection 2 further. Just as honor and worship are due to those that are in a position of dignity, so also are they due to those who excel in science and virtue. But there is no special virtue whereby we pay honor and worship to those who excel in science and virtue. Therefore, observance, whereby we pay worship and honor to those who excel in dignity, is not a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Objection 3 further. We have many duties towards those who are in a position of dignity, the fulfillment of which is required by law according to Romans 13:7. Render to all men their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, etc. Now the fulfillment of the requirements of the law belongs to legal justice, or even to special justice. Therefore, observance is not by itself a special virtue distinct from other virtues. On the contrary, Tully, in his Rhetoric 2, reckons observance along with the other parts of justice, which are special virtues. I answer that, as explained above in question 101, articles 1 and 3, as well as in question 80. According to the various excellences of those persons to whom something is due, there must needs be a corresponding distinction of virtues in a descending order. Now, just as a carnal father partakes of the character of principle in a particular way, which character is found in God in a universal way, so too a person who, in some way, exercises providence in one respect, partakes of the character of father in a particular way, since a father is the principle of generation, of education, of learning, and of whatever pertains to the perfection of human life. While a person who is in a position of dignity is as a principle of government with regard to certain things. For instance, the governor of a state in civil matters, the commander of an army in matters of warfare, a professor in matters of learning, and so forth. Hence it is that all such persons are designated as fathers on account of their being charged with like cares. Thus the servants of Naaman said to him in 4 Kings 5:13, "Father, if the prophet had bid thee to do some great thing," etc. Therefore, just as in a manner beneath religion, whereby worship is given to God, we find piety, whereby we worship our parents, so under piety we find observance, whereby worship and honor are paid to persons in positions of dignity. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in question 101, Article 3, second reply, religion goes by the name of piety by way of supereminence, although piety, properly so called, is distinct from religion. And in the same way, piety can be called observance by way of excellence, although observance, properly speaking, is distinct from piety. Reply to Objection 2. By the very fact of being in a position of dignity, a man not only excels as regards his position, but also has a certain power of governing subjects, wherefore it is fitting that he should be considered as a principal inasmuch as he is the governor of others. On the other hand, the fact that a man has perfection of science and virtue does not give him the character of a principal in relation to others, but merely a certain excellence in himself. Wherefore a special virtue is appointed for the payment of worship and honor to persons in positions of dignity. Yet, forasmuch as science, virtue, and all like things render a man fit for positions of dignity, the respect which is paid to anyone on account of any excellence whatever belongs to the same virtue. Reply to Obj. 3. It belongs to special justice, properly speaking, to pay the equivalent to those to whom we owe anything. Now this cannot be done to the virtuous, and to those who make good use of their position and dignity, as neither can it be done to God nor to our parents. Consequently, these matters belong to an annexed virtue, and not to special justice, which is a principal virtue. Legal justice extends to the acts of all the virtues, as stated above, in question 58, Article 6. Second article. Whether it belongs to observance to pay worship and honor to those who are in positions of dignity. Objection 1. It seems that it does not belong to observance to pay worship and honor to persons in positions of dignity. For according to Augustine and On the City of God 10, we are said to worship those persons whom we hold in honor, so that worship and honor would seem to be the same. Therefore, it is unfitting to define observance as paying worship and honor to persons in positions of dignity. Objection 2, further, it belongs to justice that we pay what we owe. Wherefore, this belongs to observance also, since it is a part of justice. Now we do not owe worship and honor to all persons in positions of dignity, but only to those who are placed over us. Therefore, observance is unfittingly defined as giving worship and honor to all. Objection 3, further. Not only do we owe honor to persons of dignity who are placed over us, we owe them also fear and a certain payment of remuneration, according to Romans 13:7. Render to all men their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Moreover, we owe them reverence and subjection, according to Hebrews 13:17. Obey your prelates and be subject to them. Therefore, observance is not fittingly defined as paying worship and honor. On the contrary, Tully says in Rhetoric 2 that it is by observance that we pay worship and honor to those who excel in some kind of dignity. I answer that it belongs to persons in positions of dignity to govern subjects. Now, to govern is to move certain ones to their due end. Thus a sailor governs his ship by steering it to port. But every mover has a certain excellence and power over that which is moved. Wherefore, a position in a position of dignity is an object of twofold consideration. First, insofar as he obtains excellence of position, together with a certain power over subjects. Secondly, as regards the exercise of his government. In respect of his excellence, there is due to him honor, which is the recognition of some kind of excellence. And in respect of the exercise of his government, there is due to him worship, consisting in rendering him service, by obeying his commands, and by repaying him, according to one's faculty for the benefits we received from him. Reply to Objection 1. Worship includes not only honor, but also whatever other suitable actions are connected with the relations between man and man. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above in question 80, debt is twofold. one is legal debt, to pay which man is compelled by law, and thus a man owes honor and worship to those in positions of dignity who are placed over him. The other is moral debt, which is due by reason of a certain honesty. It is in this way that we owe worship and honor to persons in positions of dignity, even though we be not their subjects. Reply to Objection 3. Honor is due to the excellence of persons in positions of dignity on account of their higher rank, while fear is due to them on account of their power to use compulsion. And to the exercise of their government there is due both obedience, whereby subjects are moved at the command of their superiors, and tributes, which are a repayment of their labor. Third article: whether observance is a greater virtue than piety. Objection 1. It seems that observance is a greater virtue than piety. For the prince to whom worship is paid by observance is compared to a father who is worshipped by piety, as a universal to a particular governor, because the household which a father governs is part of the state which is governed by the prince. Now a universal power is greater, and inferiors are more subject thereto. Therefore, observance is a greater virtue than piety. Objection 2 further. Persons in positions of dignity take care of the common good. Now our kindred pertain to the private good, which we ought to set aside for the common good. Wherefore it is praiseworthy to expose oneself to the danger of death for the sake of the common good. Therefore, observance, whereby worship is paid to persons in positions of dignity, is a greater virtue than piety, which pays worship to one's kindred. Objection 3 further. Honor and reverence are due to the virtuous in first place after God. Now honor and reverence are paid to the virtuous by the virtue of observance, as stated above in Article 1, third reply. Therefore, observance takes the first place after religion. On the contrary, the precepts of the law prescribe acts of virtue. Now immediately after the precepts of religion, which belong to the first table, follows the precept of honoring our parents, which refers to piety. Therefore piety follows immediately after religion in the order of excellence. I answer that something may be paid to persons in positions of dignity in two ways. First, in relation to the common good, as when one serves them in the administration of the affairs of the state. This no longer belongs to observance, but to piety, which pays worship not only to one's father, but also to one's fatherland. Secondly, that which is paid to persons in positions of dignity refers specially to their personal usefulness or renown, and this belongs properly to observance, as distinct from piety. Therefore, in comparing observance with piety, we must needs take into consideration the different relations in which other persons stand to ourselves, which relations both virtues regard. Now it is evident that the persons of our parents and of our kindred are more substantially akin to us than persons in positions of dignity, since birth and education, which originate in the father, belong more to one's substance than external government, the principle of which is seated in those who are in positions of dignity. For this reason, piety takes precedence of observance, inasmuch as it pays worship to persons more akin to us, and to whom we are more strictly bound. Reply to Objection 1. The prince is compared to the father as a universal to a particular power, as regards external government, but not as regards the father being a principle of generation. For in this way the father should be compared with the divine power, from which all things derive their being. Reply to Objection 2. Insofar as persons in positions of dignity are related to the common good, their worship does not pertain to observance, but to piety, as stated above. Reply to Obj. 3. The rendering of honor or worship should be proportionate to the person to whom it is paid, not only as considered in himself, but also as compared to those who pay them. Wherefore, though virtuous persons, considered in themselves, are more worthy of honor than the persons of one's parents, yet children are under a greater obligation on account of the benefits they have received from their parents and their natural kinship with them, to pay worship and honor to their parents, than to virtuous persons who are not of their kindred. End of question 102. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 103 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 103 of Dulia in 4 articles. We must now consider the parts of observance. We shall consider 1. Dulia, whereby we pay honor and other things pertaining thereto to those who are in a higher position. 2. Obedience, whereby we obey their commands. Under the first head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether honor is a spiritual or a corporal thing. Second, whether honor is due to those only who are in a higher position. Third, whether dulia, which pays honor and worship to those who are above us, is a special virtue distinct from latria. Fourth, whether it contains several species. First article, whether honor denotes something corporal. Objection 1. It seems that honor does not denote something corporal. For honor is showing reverence and acknowledgement of virtue, as may be gathered from the Philosopher in Ethics 1:5. Now showing reverence is something spiritual, since to revere is an act of fear, as stated above in question 81, Article 2, first reply. Therefore, honor is something spiritual. Objection 2 further. According to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:3, honor is the reward of virtue. Now, since virtue consists chiefly of spiritual things, its reward is not something corporal, for the reward is more excellent than the merit. Therefore, honor does not consist of corporal things. Objection 3 further. Honor is distinct from praise, as also from glory. Now praise and glory consist of external things. Therefore, honor consists of things internal and spiritual. On the contrary, Jerome, in his exposition of 1 Timothy 5:3, honor widows that are widows indeed, and of 1 Timothy 5:17, let the priests that rule well be esteemed worthy of double honor, etc., says, honor here stands either for almsgiving or for remuneration. Now both of these pertain to corporal things. Therefore, honor consists of corporal things. I answer that honor denotes a witnessing to a person's excellence. Therefore, men who wish to be honored seek a witnessing to their excellence, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:5 and in Ethics 8:8. Now, witness is born either before God or before man. Before God, who is the searcher of hearts, the witness of one's conscience suffices. Wherefore honor, so far as God is concerned, may consist of the mere internal movement of the heart, for instance, when a man acknowledges either God's excellence or another man's excellence before God. But as regards men, one cannot bear witness save by means of signs, either by words, as when one proclaims another's excellence, by word of mouth, or by deeds, for instance, by bowing, saluting, and so forth, or by external things, as by offering gifts, erecting statues, and the like. Accordingly, honor consists of signs, external and corporal. Reply to Obj. 1. Reverence is not the same as honor, but on the one hand, it is the primary motive for showing honor, insofar as one man honors another out of the reverence he has for him, and on the other hand, it is the end of honor, insofar as a person is honored in order that he may be held in reverence by others. Reply to Obj. 2. According to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:3, honor is not a sufficient reward of virtue. Yet nothing in human and corporal things can be greater than honor, since these corporal things themselves are employed as signs in acknowledgement of excelling virtue. It is, however, due to the good and the beautiful that they may be made known, according to Matthew 5:15. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but upon a candlestick, that it may shine to all that are in the house. In this sense, honor is said to be the reward of virtue. Reply to Obj. 3. Praise is distinguished from honor in two ways. First, because praise consists only of verbal signs, whereas honor consists of any external signs, so that praise is included in honor. Secondly, because by paying honor to a person, we bear witness to a person's excelling goodness absolutely, whereas by praising him we bear witness to his goodness in reference to an end. Thus we praise one that works well for an end. On the other hand, honor is given even to the best, which is not referred to an end, but has already arrived at the end, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 1:5. Glory is the effect of honor and praise, since the result of our bearing witness to a person's goodness is that his goodness becomes clear to the knowledge of many. The word glory signifies this, for glory is the same as kleria, wherefore a gloss of Augustine on Romans 16:27 observes that glory is clear knowledge together with praise. Second article. Whether honor is properly due to those who are above us. Objection 1. It seems that honor is not properly due to those who are above us. For an angel is above any human wayfarer, according to Matthew 11:11. He that is lesser in the kingdom of heaven is greater than John the Baptist. Yet an angel forbade John, when the latter wished to honor him, in Apocalypse 22:10. Therefore, honor is not due to those who are above us. Objection 2 further. Honor is due to a person in acknowledgement of his virtue, as stated above in Article 1, as well as in Question 63, Article 3. But sometimes those who are above us are not virtuous. Therefore, honor is not due to them, as neither is it due to the demons, who nevertheless are above us in the order of nature. Objection 3 further. The Apostle says in Romans 12:10, "with honor preventing one another." And we read in 1 Peter 2:17, "Honor all men." But this would not be so if honor were due to those alone who are above us. Therefore, honor is not due properly to those who are above us. Objection 4 further. It is written in Tobias 1:16 that Tobias had 10 talents of silver of that which he had been honored by the king.
And we read in Esther 6:11 that Ahasuerus honored Mardocheus and ordered it to be proclaimed in his presence. This honor is he worthy of whom the king hath a mind to honor. Therefore, honor is paid to those also who are beneath us, and it seems in consequence that honor is not due properly to those who are above us. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 1:12 that honor is due to the best. I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, honor is nothing but an acknowledgement of a person's excelling goodness. Now, a person's excellence may be considered not only in relation to those who honor him, in the point of his being more excellent than they, but also in itself or in relation to other persons, and in this way honor is always due to a person on account of some excellence or superiority. For the person honored has no need to be more excellent than those who honor him. It may suffice for him to be more excellent than some others, or again that he may be more excellent than those who honor him in some respect and not simply. Reply to Objection 1. The angel forbade John to pay him, not any kind of honor, but the honor of adoration and latria, which is due to God. Or again, he forbade him to pay the honor of dulia in order to indicate the dignity of John himself, for which Christ equaled him to the angels, according to the hope of glory of the children of God. Wherefore, he refused to be honored by him as though he were superior to him. Reply to Objection 2. A wicked superior is honored for the excellence, not of his virtue but of his dignity, as being God's minister, and because the honor paid to him is paid to the whole community over which he presides. As for the demons, they are wicked beyond recall, and should be looked upon as enemies rather than treated with honor. Reply to Objection 3. In every man is to be found something that makes it possible to deem him better than ourselves, according to Philippians 2:3. In humility, let each esteem others better than themselves. And thus, too, we should all be on the alert to do honor to one another. Reply to Objection 4. Private individuals are sometimes honored by kings, not that they are above them in the order of dignity, but on account of some excellence of their virtue. And in this way Tobias and Mardocheus were honored by kings. Third article. Whether dulia is a special virtue distinct from latria. Objection 1. It seems that dulia is not a special virtue distinct from latria. For a gloss on Psalm 7:1, O Lord my God, in thee I have put my trust, says, Lord of all by his power, to whom dulia is due, God by creation, to whom we owe latria. Now the virtue directed to God as Lord is not distinct from that which is directed to him as God. Therefore dulia is not a distinct virtue from latria. Objection 2 further. According to the philosopher in Ethics 8:8, to be loved is like being honored. Now the charity with which we love God is the same as that whereby we love our neighbor. Therefore, dulia whereby we honor our neighbor is not a distinct virtue from latria with which we honor God. Objection 3 further. The movement whereby one is moved towards an image is the same as the movement whereby one is moved towards the thing represented by the image. Now by dulia, we honor a man as being made to the image of God. For it is written of the wicked in Wisdom 2:22-23 that they esteemed not the honor of holy souls, for God created man incorruptible, and to the image of his own likeness he made him. Therefore, dulia is not a distinct virtue from latria whereby God is honored. On the contrary,
Augustine says in On the City of God 10 that the homage due to a man, of which the Apostle spoke when he commanded servants to obey their masters, and which in Greek is called doulia, is distinct from latria, which denotes the homage that consists in the worship of God. I answer that, according to what has been said above in question 101, Article 3, where there are different aspects of that which is due, there must needs be different virtues to render those dues. Now servitude is due to God and to man under different aspects, even as lordship is competent to God and to man under different aspects. For God has absolute and paramount lordship over the creature wholly and singly, which is entirely subject to his power, whereas man partakes of a certain likeness to the divine lordship, forasmuch as he exercises a particular power over some man or creature. Wherefore doulia, which pays due service to a human lord, is a distinct virtue from latria, which pays due service to the lordship of God. It is, moreover, a species of observance, because by observance we honor all those who excel in dignity, while doulia, properly speaking, is the reverence of servants for their master, doulia being the Greek for servitude. Reply to Objection 1. Just as religion is called piety by way of excellence, inasmuch as God is our Father by way of excellence, so again latria is called doulia by way of excellence, inasmuch as God is our Lord by way of excellence. Now the creature does not partake of the power to create by reason of which latria is due to God, and so this gloss drew a distinction, by ascribing latria to God in respect of creation, which is not communicated to a creature, but doulia in respect of lordship, which is communicated to a creature. Reply to Objection 2. The reason why we love our neighbor is God, since that which we love in our neighbor through charity is God alone. Wherefore the charity with which we love God is the same as that with which we love our neighbor. Yet there are other friendships distinct from charity, in respect of the other reasons for which a man is loved. In like manner, since there is one reason for serving God and another for serving man, and for honoring the one or the other, latria and doulia are not the same virtue. Reply to Objection 3. Movement towards an image as such is referred to the thing represented by the image. Yet not every movement towards an image is referred to the image as such, and consequently, sometimes the movement to the image differs specifically from the movement to the thing. Accordingly, we must reply that the honor or subjection of doulia regards some dignity of a man absolutely. For though, in respect of that dignity, man is made to the image or likeness of God, yet in showing reverence to a person, one does not always refer this to God actually. Or we may reply that the movement towards an image is, after a fashion, towards the thing, yet the movement towards the thing need not be towards its image. Wherefore reverence is paid to a person as the image of God redounds somewhat to God, and yet this differs from the reverence that is paid to God himself, for this in no way refers to his image. Fourth article. Whether doulia has various species. Objection 1. It seems that doulia has various species. For by doulia we show honor to our neighbor. Now different neighbors are honored under different aspects, for instance, king, father, and master, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 9:2. Since this difference of aspect in the object differentiates the species of virtue, it seems that doulia is divided into specifically different virtues. Objection 2 further. The mean differs specifically from the extremes, as pale differs from white and black. Now, hyperdoulia is apparently a mean between latria and doulia, For it is shown towards creatures having a special affinity to God, for instance, to the Blessed Virgin, as being the Mother of God. Therefore, it seems that there are different species of dulia, one being simple dulia, the other hyperdulia. Objection 3. Further, just as in the rational creature we find the image of God, for which reason it is honored, so too in the irrational creature we find the trace of God. Now the aspect of likeness denoted by an image differs from the aspect conveyed by a trace. Therefore, we must distinguish a corresponding difference of dulia, and all the more since honor is shown to certain irrational creatures, as for instance to the wood of the Holy Cross. On the contrary, dulia is condivided with latria. But latria is not condivided into different species. Neither, therefore, is dulia. I answer that dulia may be taken in two ways. In one way, it may be taken in a wide sense as denoting reverence paid to anyone on account of any kind of excellence, and thus it comprises piety and observance, and any similar virtue whereby reverence is shown towards a man. Taken in this sense, it will have parts differing specifically from one another. In another way, it may be taken in a strict sense as denoting the reverence of a servant for his lord, for dulia signifies servitude, as stated above in Article 3. Taken in this sense, it is not divided into different species, but is one of the species of observance, mentioned by Tully in Rhetoric 2, for the reason that a servant reveres his lord under one aspect, a soldier his commanding officer under another, the disciple his master under another, and so on in similar cases. Reply to Objection 1. This argument takes dulia in a wide sense. Reply to Objection 2. Hyperdulia is the highest species of dulia taken in a wide sense, since the greatest reverence is that which is due to a man by reason of his having an affinity to God. Reply to Objection 3. Man owes neither subjection nor honor to an irrational creature considered in itself. Indeed, all such creatures are naturally subject to man. As to the cross of Christ, the honor we pay to it is the same as that which we pay to Christ, just as the king's robe receives the same honor as the king himself, according to Damascene, in On the True Faith 4. End of question 103. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 104 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 104. Of obedience in 6 articles. We must now consider obedience, under which head there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether one man is bound to obey another. Second, whether obedience is a special virtue. Third, of its comparison with other virtues. Fourth, whether God must be obeyed in all things. Fifth, whether subjects are bound to obey their superiors in all things. Sixth, whether the faithful are bound to obey the secular power. First article, whether one man is bound to obey another.
Objection 1. It seems that one man is not bound to obey another. For nothing should be done contrary to the divine ordinance. Now God has so ordered that man is ruled by his own counsel, according to Ecclesiasticus 15:14. God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel. Therefore, one man is not bound to obey another. Objection 2 further. If one man were bound to obey another, he would have to look upon the will of the person commanding him as being his rule of conduct. Now God's will alone, which is always right, is a rule of human conduct. Therefore, man is bound to obey none but God. Objection 3 further. The more gratuitous the service, the more is it acceptable. Now what a man does out of the duty is not gratuitous. Therefore, if a man were bound in duty to obey others in doing good deeds, for this very reason his good deeds would be rendered less acceptable through being done out of obedience. Therefore, one man is not bound to obey another. On the contrary, it is prescribed in Hebrews 13:17, "Obey your prelates and be subject to them." I answer that, just as the actions of natural things proceed from natural powers, so do human actions proceed from the human will. In natural things, it behooved the higher to move the lower to their actions by the excellence of the natural power bestowed on them by God. And so in human affairs also, the higher must move the lower by their will in virtue of a divinely established authority. Now to move by reason and will is to command. Wherefore, just as, in virtue of the divinely established natural order, the lower natural things need to be subject to the movement of the higher, so too in human affairs, in virtue of the order of natural and divine law, inferiors are bound to obey their superiors. Reply to Objection 1. God left man in the hand of his own counsel, not as though it were lawful to him to do whatever he will, but because, unlike irrational creatures, he is not compelled by natural necessity to do what he ought to do, but is left the free choice proceeding from his own counsel. And just as he has to proceed on his own counsel in doing other things, so too has he in the point of obeying his superiors. For Gregory says, in his commentary on Job 35, "When we humbly give way to another's voice, we overcome ourselves in our own hearts." Reply to Objection 2. The will of God is the first rule whereby all rational wills are regulated, and to this rule one will approaches more than another, according to a divinely appointed order. Hence the will of the one man who issues a command may be as a second rule to the will of this other man who obeys him. Reply to Objection 3. A thing may be deemed gratuitous in two ways. In one way, on the part of the deed itself, because, to which, one is not bound to do it. In another way, on the part of the doer, because he does it of his own free will. Now a deed is rendered virtuous, praiseworthy, and meritorious, chiefly according as it proceeds from the will. Wherefore, although obedience be a duty, if one obey with a prompt will, one's merit is not for that reason diminished, especially before God, who sees not only the outward deed, but also the inward will. Second article. Whether obedience is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that obedience is not a special virtue, for disobedience is contrary to obedience. But disobedience is a general sin because Ambrose says in On Paradise 8 that sin is to disobey the divine law. Therefore, obedience is not a special virtue. Objection 2 further.
every special virtue is either theological or moral. But obedience is not a theological virtue, since it is not comprised under faith, hope, or charity. Nor is it a moral virtue, since it does not hold the mean between excess and deficiency, for the more obedient one is, the more is one praised. Therefore, obedience is not a special virtue. Objection 3 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that obedience is the more meritorious and praiseworthy, the less it holds its own. But every special virtue is the more to be praised, the more it holds its own, since virtue requires a man to exercise his will and choice, as stated in Ethics 2:4. Therefore, obedience is not a special virtue. Objection 4 further. Virtues differ in species according to their objects. Now, the object of obedience would seem to be the command of a superior, of which apparently there are as many kinds as there are degrees of superiority. Therefore, obedience is a general virtue comprising many special virtues. On the contrary, obedience is reckoned by some to be a part of justice, as stated above in question 80. I answer that a special virtue is assigned to all good deeds that have a special reason of praise, for it belongs properly to virtue to render a deed good. Now, obedience to a superior is due in accordance with the divinely established order of things, as shown above in Article 1, and therefore it is a good, since good consists in mode, species, and order, as Augustine states in On the Nature of Good 3. Again, this act has a special aspect of praiseworthiness by reason of its object. For while subjects have many obligations towards their superiors, this one, that they are bound to obey their commands, stands out as special among the rest. Wherefore obedience is a special virtue, and its specific object is a command, tacit or express, because the superior's will, however it become known, is a tacit precept, and a man's obedience seems to be all the more prompt, forasmuch as by obeying he forestalls the express command as soon as he understands his superior's will. Reply to Objection 1. Nothing prevents the one same material object from admitting two special aspects to which two special virtues correspond. Thus a soldier, by defending his king's fortress, fulfills both an act of fortitude by facing the danger of death for a good end, and an act of justice by rendering due service to his lord. Accordingly, the aspect of precept, which obedience considers, occurs in acts of all virtues, but not in all acts of virtue, since not all acts of virtue are a matter of precept, as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 96, Article 3. Moreover, certain things are sometimes a matter of precept, and pertain to no other virtue, such things, for instance, as are not evil except because they are forbidden. Wherefore, if obedience be taken in its proper sense, as considering formally and intentionally the aspect of precept, it will be a special virtue, and disobedience a special sin. Because in this way it is requisite for obedience that one perform an act of justice or of some other virtue with the intention of fulfilling a precept, and for disobedience that one treat the precept with actual contempt. On the other hand, if obedience be taken in a wide sense for the performance of any action that may be a matter of precept, and disobedience for the omission of that action through any intention whatever, then obedience will be a general virtue, and disobedience a general sin. Reply to Objection 2. Obedience is not a theological virtue, for its direct object is not God,
but the precept of any superior, whether expressed or inferred, namely, a simple word of the superior indicating his will, and which the obedient subject obeys promptly, according to Titus 3:1. Admonish them to be subject to princes, and to obey at a word, etc. It is, however, a moral virtue, since it is a part of justice, and it observes the mean between excess and deficiency. Excess thereof is measured in respect not of quantity, but of other circumstances, insofar as a man obeys either whom he ought not, or in matters wherein he ought not to obey, as we have stated above in regarding religion. Question 92, Article 2. We may also reply that as in justice, excess is in the person who retains another's property, and deficiency in the person who does not receive his due, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 5:4. So too, obedience observes the mean between excess on the part of him who fails to pay due obedience to his superior, since he exceeds in fulfilling his own will, and deficiency on the part of the superior who does not receive obedience. Wherefore, in this way, obedience will be a mean between two forms of wickedness, as was stated above concerning justice, in question 58, Article 10. Reply to Objection 3. Obedience, like every virtue, requires the will to be prompt towards its proper object, but not towards that which is repugnant to it. Now the proper object of obedience is a precept, and this proceeds from another's will. Wherefore, obedience makes a man's will prompt in fulfilling the will of another, the maker, namely, of the precept. If that which is prescribed to him is willed by him for its own sake apart from its being prescribed, as happens in agreeable matters, he tends towards it at once by his own will and seems to comply, not on account of the precept, but on account of his own will. But if that which is prescribed is nowise willed for its own sake, but, considered in itself, repugnant to his own will, as happens in disagreeable matters, then it is quite evident that it is not fulfilled except on account of the precept. Hence Gregory says, in his commentary on Job 35, that obedience perishes or diminishes when it holds its own in agreeable matters, because, to wit, one's own will seems to tend principally not to the accomplishment of the precept, but to the fulfillment of one's own desire, but that it increases in disagreeable or difficult matters, because there one's own will tends to nothing beside the precept. Yet this must be understood as regards outward appearances, for, on the other hand, according to the judgment of God, who searches the heart, it may happen that even in agreeable matters, obedience, while holding its own, is none the less praiseworthy, provided the will of him that obeys tend no less devotedly to the fulfillment of the precept. Reply to Objection 4. Reverence regards directly the person that excels, wherefore it admits of various species according to the various aspects of excellence. Obedience, on the other hand, regards the precept of the person that excels, and therefore admits of only one aspect. And since obedience is due to a person's precept on account of reverence to him, it follows that obedience to a man is of one species, though the causes from which it proceeds differ specifically. Third article: whether obedience is the greatest of the virtues. Objection 1. It seems that obedience is the greatest of the virtues, for it is written in 1 Kings 15:22, "Obedience is better than sacrifices." Now the offering of sacrifices belongs to religion, which is the greatest of all moral virtues, as shown above in question 81, Article 6. Therefore, obedience is the greatest of all virtues. Objection 2 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that obedience is the only virtue that engrafts virtues in the soul and protects them when engrafted. Now the cause is greater than the effect. Therefore, obedience is greater than all the virtues. Objection 3 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that evil should never be done out of obedience, yet sometimes for the sake of obedience we should lay aside the good we are doing. Now one does not lay aside a thing except for something better. Therefore, obedience, for whose sake the good of other virtues is set aside, is better than the other virtues. On the contrary, obedience deserves praise because it proceeds from charity. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that obedience should be practiced not out of servile fear, but from a sense of charity, not through fear of punishment, but through love of justice. Therefore, charity is a greater virtue than obedience. I answer that, just as sin consists in man contemning God and adhering to mutable things, so the merit of a virtuous act consists in man contemning created goods and adhering to God as his end. Now the end is greater than that which is directed to the end. Therefore, if a man contemns created goods in order that he may adhere to God, his virtue derives greater praise from his adhering to God than from his contemning earthly things. And so those, namely the theological virtues, whereby he adheres to God in himself, are greater than the moral virtues, whereby he holds in contempt some earthly thing in order to adhere to God. Among the moral virtues, the greater the thing which a man contemns that he may adhere to God, the greater the virtue. Now there are three kinds of human goods that man may contemn for God's sake. The lowest of these are external goods. The goods of the body take the middle place, and the highest are the goods of the soul. And among these the chief, in a way, is the will, insofar as, by his will, man makes use of all other goods. Therefore, properly speaking, the virtue of obedience, whereby we contemn our own will for God's sake, is more praiseworthy than the other moral virtues, which contemn other goods for the sake of God. Hence Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35 that obedience is rightly preferred to sacrifices, because by sacrifices another's body is slain, whereby obedience we slay our own will. Wherefore, even any other acts of virtue are meritorious before God through being performed out of obedience to God's will. For were one to suffer even martyrdom, or to give all one's goods to the poor, unless one directed these things to the fulfillment of the divine will, which pertains directly to obedience, they could not be meritorious, as neither would they be if they were done without charity, which cannot exist apart from obedience. For it is written in 1 John 2, verses 4 and 5, "He who saith that he knoweth God, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar. But he that keepeth his word, in him in very deed the charity of God is perfected." And this because friends have the same likes and dislikes. Reply to Objection 1. Obedience proceeds from reverence, which pays worship and honor to a superior, and in this respect it is contained under different virtues, although considered in itself as regarding the aspect of precept, it is one special virtue. Accordingly, insofar as it proceeds from reverence for a superior, it is contained, in a way, under observance,
while insofar as it proceeds from reverence for one's parents, it is contained under piety. And insofar as it proceeds from reverence for God, it comes under religion, and pertains to devotion, which is the principal act of religion. Wherefore, from this point of view, it is more praiseworthy to obey God than to offer sacrifice, as well as because, in a sacrifice we slay another's body, whereas by obedience we slay our own will, as Gregory says in his commentary on Job 35. As to the special case in which Samuel spoke, it would have been better for Saul to obey God than to offer in sacrifice the fat of animals of the Amalekites against the commandment of God. Reply to Objection 2. All acts of virtue, insofar as they come under a precept, belong to obedience. Wherefore, according as acts of virtue act causally or dispositively towards their generation and preservation, obedience is said to engraft and protect all virtues. And yet it does not follow that obedience takes precedence of all virtues absolutely, for two reasons. First, because though an act of virtue come under a precept, one may nevertheless perform that act of virtue without considering the aspect of precept. Consequently, if there be any virtue whose object is naturally prior to the precept, that virtue is said to be naturally prior to obedience. Such a virtue is faith, whereby we come to know the sublime nature of divine authority, by reason of which the power to command is competent to God. Secondly, because infusion of grace and virtues may precede, even in point of time, all virtuous acts, and in this way obedience is not prior to all virtues, neither in point of time nor by nature. Reply to Objection 3. There are two kinds of good. There is that to which we are bound of necessity, for instance, to love God and so forth, and by no means may such a good be set aside on account of obedience. But there is another good to which man is not bound of necessity, and this good we ought sometimes to set aside for the sake of obedience, to which we are bound of necessity, since we ought not to do good by falling into sin. Yet as Gregory remarks in his commentary on Job 35, he who forbids his subjects any single good must needs allow them many others, lest the souls of those who obey perish utterly from starvation through being deprived of every good. Thus the loss of one good may be compensated by obedience and other goods. Fourth article. Whether God ought to be obeyed in all things. Objection 1. It seems that God need not be obeyed in all things. For it is written in Matthew 9, verses 30 and 31, that our Lord, after healing the two blind men, commanded them, saying, "See that no man know this." But they, going out, spread his fame abroad in all that country. Yet they are not blamed for so doing. Therefore it seems that we are not bound to obey God in all things. Objection 2 further. No one is bound to do anything contrary to virtue. Now we find that God commanded certain things contrary to virtue. Thus he commanded Abraham to slay his innocent son in Genesis 22, and the Jews to steal the property of the Egyptians in Exodus 11, which things are contrary to justice, and Hosea to take to himself a woman who was an adulteress in Hosea chapter 3, and this is contrary to chastity. Therefore, God is not to be obeyed in all things. Objection 3 further. Whoever obeys God confirms his will to the divine will, even as to the thing willed. But we are not bound in all things to conform our will to the divine will, as to the thing willed, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 19, article 10. Therefore, man is not bound to obey God in all things. On the contrary, it is written in Exodus 24, verse 7, "All things that the Lord hath spoken we will do, and we will be obedient." I answer that, as stated above in Article 1, he who obeys is moved by the command of the person he obeys, just as natural things are moved by their motive causes. Now, just as God is the first mover of all things that are moved naturally, so too is he the first mover of all wills, as was shown above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 9, Article 6. Therefore, just as all natural things are subject to the divine motion by a natural necessity, so too all wills, by a kind of necessity of justice, are bound to obey the divine command. Reply to Objection 1. Our Lord, in telling the blind men to conceal the miracle, had no intention of binding them with the force of a divine precept, but as Gregory says in his commentary on Job 19, "gave an example to his servants who follow him, that they might wish to hide their virtue, and yet that it should be proclaimed against their will, in order that others might profit by their example." Reply to Objection 2. Even as God does nothing contrary to nature, since "the nature of a thing is what God does therein," according to a gloss on Romans 11, and yet does certain things contrary to the wonted course of nature, so too God can command nothing contrary to virtue, since virtue and rectitude of human will consists chiefly in conformity with God's will and obedience to his command, although it be contrary to the wonted mode of virtue. Accordingly, then, the command given to Abraham to slay his innocent son was not contrary to justice, since God is the author of life and death. Nor again was it contrary to justice that he commanded the Jews to take things belonging to the Egyptians, because all things are his, and he gives them to whom he will. Nor was it contrary to chastity that Hosea was commanded to take an adulteress, because God himself is the ordainer of human generation, and the right manner of intercourse with woman is that which he appoints. Hence it is evident that the persons aforesaid did not sin, either by obeying God or by willing to obey him. Reply to Objection 3. Though man is not always bound to will what God wills, yet he is always bound to will what God wills him to will. This comes to man's knowledge, chiefly through God's command, wherefore man is bound to obey God's commands in all things. Fifth Article. Whether subjects are bound to obey their superiors in all things. Objection 1. It seems that subjects are bound to obey their superiors in all things. For the Apostle says in Colossians 3:20, "Children, obey your parents in all things." And further on in Colossians 3, verse 22, "Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh." Therefore, in like manner, other subjects are bound to obey their superiors in all things. Objection 2, further. Superiors stand between God and their subjects, according to Deuteronomy 5:5. "I was the mediator and stood between the Lord and you at that time, to show you his words." Now there is no going from extreme to extreme, except through that which stands between. Therefore, the commands of a superior must be esteemed the commands of God, wherefore the Apostle says in Galatians 4:14, "You received me as an angel of God, even as Christ Jesus." And in 1 Thessalonians 2:13, "When you had received of us the word of hearing of God, you received it, not as the word of men, but as it is indeed the word of God." Therefore, as man is bound to obey God in all things, so is he bound to obey his superiors. Objection 3, further. Just as religious, in making their profession, take vows of chastity and poverty, so do they also vow obedience. Now, a religious is bound to observe chastity and poverty in all things. Therefore, he is also bound to obey in all things. On the contrary, it is written in Acts 5, verse 29, "We ought to obey God rather than men." Now sometimes the things commanded by a superior are against God. Therefore, superiors are not to be obeyed in all things. I answer that, as stated above in Articles 1 and 4, he who obeys is moved at the bidding of the person who commands him, by a certain necessity of justice, even as a natural thing is moved through the power of its mover by a natural necessity. That a natural thing be not moved by its mover may happen in two ways. First, on account of a hindrance arising from the stronger power of some other mover. Thus wood is not burnt by fire if a stronger force of water intervene. Secondly, through lack of order in the movable with regard to its mover, since, though it is subject to the latter's action in one respect, yet it is not subject thereto in every respect. Thus, a humor is sometimes subject to the action of heat as regards being heated, but not as regards being dried up or consumed. In like manner, there are two reasons for which a subject may not be bound to obey his superior in all things. First, on account of the command of a higher power. For as a gloss says on Romans 13:2, "They that resist the power resist the ordinance of God." And as Augustine says, "If a commissioner issue an order, are you to comply, if it is contrary to the bidding of the proconsul? Again, if the proconsul command one thing, and the emperor another, will you hesitate to disregard the former and serve the latter? Therefore, if the emperor commands one thing and God another, you must disregard the former and obey God." Secondly, a subject is not bound to obey his superior if the latter command him to do something wherein he is not subject to him. For Seneca says in On Benefits 3, "It is wrong to suppose that slavery falls upon the whole man, for the better part of him is accepted." His body is subjected and assigned to his master, but his soul is his own. Consequently, in matters touching the internal movement of the will, man is not bound to obey his fellow man, but God alone. Nevertheless, man is bound to obey his fellow man in things that have to be done externally by means of the body. And yet, since by nature all men are equal, he is not bound to obey another man in matters touching the nature of the body, for instance, in those relating to the support of his body or the begetting of his children. Wherefore servants are not bound to obey their masters, nor children their parents, in the question of contracting marriage or of remaining in the state of virginity or the like. But in matters concerning the disposal of actions in human affairs, a subject is bound to obey his superior within the sphere of his authority. For instance, a soldier must obey his general in matters relating to war, a servant his master in matters touching the execution of the duties of his service, a son his father in matters relating to the conduct of his life and the care of the household, and so forth. Reply to Obj. 1. When the Apostle says, "in all things," he refers to matters within the sphere of a father's or master's authority. Reply to Obj. 2. Man is subject to God simply as regards all things, both internal and external, wherefore he is bound to obey him in all things. On the other hand, inferiors are not subject to their superiors in all things, but only in certain things and in a particular way, in respect of which the superior stands between God and his subjects, whereas in respect of other matters, the subject is immediately under God, by whom he is taught either by the natural or by the written law. Reply to Obj. 3. Religious profess obedience as to the regular mode of life, in respect of which they are subject to their superiors, wherefore they are bound to obey in those matters only which may belong to the regular mode of life, and this obedience suffices for salvation. If they be willing to obey even in other matters, this will belong to the superabundance of perfection, provided, however, such things be not contrary to God or the rule they profess, for obedience in this case would be unlawful. Accordingly, we may distinguish a threefold obedience: 1. Sufficient for salvation, and consisting in obeying when one is bound to obey. Secondly, perfect obedience, which obeys in all things lawful. Thirdly, indiscreet obedience, which obeys even in matters unlawful. Sixth Article. Whether Christians are bound to obey the secular powers. Objection 1. It seems that Christians are not bound to obey the secular power. For a gloss on Matthew 17:25, "Then the children are free," says, "If in every kingdom the children of the king who holds sway over that kingdom are free, then the children of that king, under whose sway are all the kingdoms, should be free in every kingdom." Now Christians, by their faith in Christ, are made children of God, according to John 1:12, "He gave them power to be made the sons of God, to them that believe in his name." Therefore, they are not bound to obey the secular power. Objection 2. Further, it is written in Romans 7:4, "You are become dead to the law by the body of Christ." And the law mentioned here is the divine law of the Old Testament. Now human law, whereby men are subject to the secular power, is of less account than the divine law of the Old Testament. Much more, therefore, since they have become members of Christ's body, are men freed from the law of subjection, whereby they were under the power of secular princes. Objection 3. Further, men are not bound to obey robbers who oppress them with violence. Now Augustine says in On the City of God 4, "Without justice, what else is a kingdom but a huge robbery?" Since, therefore, the authority of secular princes is frequently exercised with injustice, or owes its origin to some unjust usurpation, it seems that Christians ought not to obey secular princes. On the contrary, it is written in Titus 3:1, "Admonish them to be subject to princes and powers." And in 1 Peter 2:13 and 14, "Be ye subject to every human creature for God's sake, whether it be to the king as excelling, or to governors as sent by him." I answer that faith in Christ is the origin and cause of justice, according to Romans 3:22, "The justice of God by faith of Jesus Christ." Wherefore faith in Christ does not void the order of justice, but strengthens it. Now the order of justice requires that subjects obey their superiors, else the stability of human affairs would cease. Hence faith in Christ does not excuse the faithful from the obligation of obeying secular princes. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in Article 5, subjection whereby one man is bound to another regards the body, not the soul, which retains its liberty. Now in this state of life we are freed by the grace of Christ from defects of the soul, but not from defects of the body, as the Apostle declares by saying of himself in Romans 7:23, that in his mind he served the law of God, but in his flesh the law of sin. Wherefore those that are made children of God by grace are free from the spiritual bondage of sin, but not from the bodily bondage, whereby they are held bound to earthly masters, as the gloss observes on 1 Timothy 6:1, whosoever are servants under the yoke, etc. Reply to Obj. 2. The Old Law was a figure of the New Testament, and therefore it had to cease on the advent of truth. And the comparison with human law does not stand, because thereby one man is subject to another. Yet man is bound by divine law to obey his fellow man. Reply to Obj. 3. Man is bound to obey secular princes insofar as this is required by order of justice. Wherefore, if the prince's authority is not just but usurped, or if he commands what is unjust, his subjects are not bound to obey him, except perhaps accidentally, in order to avoid scandal or danger. End of question 104. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 105 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 105. Of disobedience in 2 articles. We must now consider disobedience, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a mortal sin. Second, whether it is the most grievous of sins. First article, whether disobedience is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that disobedience is not a mortal sin. For every sin is a disobedience, as appears from Ambrose's definition given above in question 104, Article 2, Objection 1. Therefore, if disobedience were a mortal sin, every sin would be mortal. Objection 2 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31 that disobedience is born of vainglory. But vainglory is not a mortal sin. Neither, therefore, is disobedience. Objection 3 further. A person is said to be disobedient when he does not fulfill a superior's command. But superiors often issue so many commands that it is seldom, if ever, possible to fulfill them. Therefore, if disobedience were a mortal sin, it would follow that man cannot avoid mortal sin, which is absurd. Wherefore, disobedience is not a mortal sin. On the contrary, the sin of disobedience to parents is reckoned among other mortal sins. Cf. Romans 1:30, 2 Timothy 3:2. I answer that, as stated above in question 24, Article 12, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 72, Article 5, and in question 88, Article 1, a mortal sin is one that is contrary to charity, which is the cause of spiritual life. Now by charity we love God and our neighbor. The charity of God requires that we obey His commandments, as stated above in question 24, Article 12. Therefore, to be disobedient to the commandments of God is a mortal sin, because it is contrary to the love of God. Again, the commandments of God contain the precept of obedience to superiors. Wherefore also disobedience to the commands of a superior is a mortal sin, as being contrary to the love of God, according to Romans 13:2. He that resisteth the power resisteth the ordinance of God. It is also contrary to the love of our neighbor, as it withdraws from the superior who is our neighbor the obedience that is his due. Reply to Objection 1. The definition given by Ambrose refers to mortal sin, which has the character of perfect sin. Venial sin is not disobedience because it is not contrary to a precept, but beside it. Nor again is every mortal sin disobedience properly and essentially, but only when one contemns a precept, since moral acts take their species from the end. And when a thing is done contrary to a precept, not in contempt of the precept, but with some other purpose, it is not a sin of disobedience except materially, and belongs formally to another species of sin. Reply to Objection 2. Vainglory desires display of excellence, and since it seems to point to a certain excellence that one be not subject to another's command, it follows that disobedience arises from vainglory. But there is nothing to hinder mortal sin from arising out of venial sin, since venial sin is a disposition to mortal sin. Reply to Objection 3. No one is bound to do the impossible. Wherefore, if a superior makes a heap of precepts and lays them upon his subjects, so that they are unable to fulfill them, they are excused from sin. Wherefore, superiors should refrain from making a multitude of precepts. Second Article. Whether disobedience is the most grievous of sins. Objection 1. It seems that disobedience is the most grievous of sins. For it is written in 1 Kings 15:23, "It is like the sin of witchcraft to rebel, and like the crime of idolatry to refuse to obey." But idolatry is the most grievous of sins, as stated above in question 94, Article 3. Therefore, disobedience is the most grievous of sins. Objection 2 further. The sin against the Holy Ghost is one that removes the obstacles of sin, as stated above in question 14, Article 2. Now disobedience makes a man contemn a precept which, more than anything, prevents a man from sinning. Therefore, disobedience is a sin against the Holy Ghost, and consequently is the most grievous of sins. Objection 3 further. The Apostle says in Romans 5:19 that, "By the disobedience of one man, many were made sinners." Now the cause is seemingly greater than its effect. Therefore, disobedience seems to be a more grievous sin than the others that are caused thereby. On the contrary, contempt of the commander is a more grievous sin than contempt of his command. Now some sins are against the very person of the commander, such as blasphemy and murder. Therefore, disobedience is not the most grievous of sins. I answer that not every disobedience is equally a sin. For one disobedience may be greater than another in two ways. First, on the part of the superior commanding, since although a man should take every care to obey each superior, yet it is a greater duty to obey a higher than a lower authority, in sign of which the command of a lower authority is set aside if it be contrary to the command of a higher authority. Consequently, the higher the person who commands, the more grievous it is to disobey him, so that it is more grievous to disobey God than man. Secondly, on the part of the things commanded, for the person commanding does not equally desire the fulfillment of all his commands, since every such person desires above all the end, and that which is nearest to the end. Wherefore disobedience is the more grievous, according as the unfulfilled commandment is more in the intention of the person commanding. As to the commandments of God,
it is evident that the greater the good commanded, the more grievous the disobedience of that commandment, because since God's will is essentially directed to the greater the good, the more does God wish it to be fulfilled. Consequently, he that disobeys the commandment of the love of God sins more grievously than one who disobeys the commandment of the love of our neighbor. On the other hand, man's will is not always directed to the greater good. Hence, when we are bound by a mere precept of man, a sin is more grievous not through setting aside a greater good, but through setting aside that which is more in the intention of the person commanding. Accordingly, the various degrees of disobedience must correspond with the various degrees of precepts, because the disobedience in which there is contempt of God's precept, from the very nature of disobedience, is more grievous than a sin committed against a man, apart from the latter being a disobedience to God. And I say this because whoever sins against his neighbor acts also against God's commandment. And if the divine precept be contemned in yet graver matter, the sin is still more grievous. The disobedience that contains contempt of a man's precept is less grievous than the sin which contemns the man who made the precept, because reverence for the person commanding should give rise to reverence for his command. In like manner, a sin that directly involves contempt of God, such as blasphemy or the like, is more grievous even if we mentally separate the disobedience from the sin, than would be a sin involving contempt of God's commandment alone. Reply to Objection 1. This comparison of Samuel is one, not of equality, but of likeness, because disobedience redounds to the contempt of God just as idolatry does, though the latter does so more. Reply to Objection 2. Not every disobedience is sin against the Holy Ghost, but only that which obstinacy is added. For it is not the contempt of any obstacle to sin that constitutes sin against the Holy Ghost, else the contempt of any good would be a sin against the Holy Ghost, since any good may hinder a man from committing sin. The sin against the Holy Ghost consists in the contempt of those goods which lead directly to repentance and the remission of sins. Reply to Objection 3. The first sin of our first parent, from which sin was transmitted to all men, was not disobedience considered as a special sin, but pride, from which then man proceeded to disobey. Hence the Apostle in these words seems to take disobedience in relation to every sin.
End of question 105. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 106 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 106. Of thankfulness or gratitude, in 6 articles. We must now consider thankfulness or gratitude, and ingratitude. Concerning thankfulness, there are 6 points of inquiry. First, whether thankfulness is a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Second, who owes more thanks to God, the innocent or the penitent? Third, whether man is always bound to give thanks for human favors. Fourth, whether thanksgiving should be deferred. Fifth, whether thanksgiving should be measured according to the favor received or the disposition of the giver. Sixth, whether one ought to pay back more than one has received. First article: whether thankfulness is a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Objection 1. It seems that thankfulness is not a special virtue distinct from other virtues. For we have received the greatest benefits from God and from our parents. Now the honor which we pay to God in return belongs to the virtue of religion, and the honor with which we repay our parents belongs to the virtue of piety. Therefore, thankfulness or gratitude is not distinct from the other virtues. Objection 2 further. Proportionate repayment belongs to commutative justice, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 5:4. Now the purpose of giving thanks is repayment. Therefore, thanksgiving, which belongs to gratitude, is an act of justice. Therefore, gratitude is not a special virtue distinct from other virtues. Objection 3 further. Acknowledgement of favor received is requisite for the preservation of friendship, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 8:13 and in 9:1. Now friendship is associated with all the virtues, since they are the reason for which man is loved. Therefore, thankfulness or gratitude, to which it belongs to repay favors received, is not a special virtue. On the contrary, Tully reckons thankfulness a special part of justice, in his Rhetoric 2. I answer that, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 60, Article 3, the nature of the debt to be paid must needs vary according to various causes giving rise to the debt, yet so that the greater always includes the lesser. Now the cause of debt is found primarily and chiefly in God, in that He is the first principle of all our goods. Secondarily, it is found in our Father, because He is the proximate principle of our begetting and upbringing. Thirdly, it is found in the person that excels in dignity, from whom general favors proceed. Fourthly, it is found in a benefactor, from whom we have received particular and private favors, on account of which we are under particular obligation to him. Accordingly, since what we owe God, or our Father, or a person excelling in dignity, is not the same as what we owe a benefactor from whom we have received some particular favor, it follows that after religion, whereby we pay God due worship, and piety, whereby we worship our parents, and observance, whereby we worship persons excelling in dignity, there is thankfulness or gratitude, whereby we give thanks to our benefactors. And it is distinct from the foregoing virtues, just as each of these is distinct from the one that precedes as falling short thereof. Reply to Obj. 1. Just as religion is super-excelling piety, so it is excelling thankfulness or gratitude, wherefore giving thanks to God was reckoned above, in question 83, Article 17, among things pertaining to religion. Reply to Obj. 2. Proportionate repayment belongs to commutative justice when it answers to the legal due, for instance, when it is contracted so that so much be paid for so much. But the repayment that belongs to the virtue of thankfulness or gratitude answers to the moral debt and is paid spontaneously. Hence thanksgiving is less thankful when compelled, as Seneca observes in On Benefits 3. Reply to Obj. 3. Since true friendship is based on virtue, whatever there is contrary to virtue in a friend is an obstacle to friendship, and whatever in him is virtuous is an incentive to friendship. In this way, friendship is preserved by repayment of favors, although repayment of favors belongs specially to the virtue of gratitude. Second article: whether the innocent is more bound to give thanks to God than the penitent. Objection 1. It seems that the innocent is more bound to give thanks to God than the penitent. For the greater the gift one has received from God, the more one is bound to give him thanks. Now the gift of innocence is greater than that of justice restored. Therefore it seems that the innocent is more bound to give thanks to God than the penitent. Objection 2 further. A man owes love to his benefactor, just as he owes him gratitude. Now Augustine says in his Confessions 2, "What man, weighing his own infirmity, would dare to ascribe his purity and innocence to his own strength, that so he should love thee the less, as if he had less needed thy mercy, whereby thou remittest sins to those that turn to thee?" And further on he says, "And for this let him love thee as much, yea and more, since by whom he sees me to have been recovered from such deep torpor of sin, by him he sees himself to have been from the like torpor of sin preserved." Therefore the innocent is also more bound to give thanks than the penitent. Objection 3 further. The more a gratuitous favor is continuous, the greater the thanksgiving due for it. Now the favor of divine grace is more continuous in the innocent than in the penitent. For Augustine says in his Confessions 3, "To thy grace I ascribe it, and to thy mercy, that thou hast melted away my sins as it were ice. To thy grace I ascribe also whatsoever I have not done of evil, for what might I have not done? Yea, all I confess to have been forgiven me, both what evils I committed by my own wilfulness, and what by thy guidance committed not." Therefore the innocent is more bound to give thanks than the penitent. On the contrary, it is written in Luke 7 verse 43, "To whom more is forgiven, he loveth more." And at verse 47, "To whom less is forgiven, he loveth less." Therefore, for the same reason, he is bound to greater thanksgiving. I answer that thanksgiving, gratiarum actio, in the recipient corresponds to the favor, gratia, of the giver. So that when there is greater favor on the part of the giver, greater thanks are due on the part of the recipient. Now a favor is something bestowed gratis, wherefore on the part of the giver, the favor may be greater on two accounts. First, owing to the quantity of the thing given, and in this way the innocent owes greater thanksgiving, because he receives a greater gift from God, also, absolutely speaking, a more continuous gift, other things being equal. Secondly, a favor may be said to be greater because it is given more gratuitously, and in this sense the penitent is more bound to give thanks than the innocent, because what he receives from God is more gratuitously given, since, whereas he was deserving of punishment, he has received grace. Wherefore, although the gift bestowed on the innocent is, considered absolutely, greater, yet the gift bestowed on the penitent is greater in relation to him, even as a small gift bestowed on a poor man is greater to him than a great gift is to a rich man. And since actions are about singulars in matters of action, we have to take note of what is such here and now, rather than of what is such absolutely, as the Philosopher observes in Ethics 3, in treating of the voluntary and involuntary. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Third article. Whether a man is bound to give thanks to every benefactor. Objection 1. It seems that a man is not bound to give thanks to every benefactor. For a man may benefit himself just as he may harm himself, according to Ecclesiasticus 14:15. "He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good?" But a man cannot thank himself, since thanksgiving seems to pass from one person to another. Therefore, thanksgiving is not due to every benefactor. Objection 2 further.
gratitude is a repayment of an act of grace. But some favors are granted without grace and are rudely, slowly, and grudgingly given. Therefore, gratitude is not always due to a benefactor. Objection 3 further. No thanks are due to one who works for his own profit. But sometimes people bestow favors for their own profit. Therefore, thanks are not due to them. Objection 4 further. No thanks are due to a slave, for all that he is belongs to his master. Yet sometimes a slave does a good turn to his master. Therefore, gratitude is not due to every benefactor. Objection 5 further. No one is bound to do what he cannot do equitably and advantageously. Now it happens at times that the benefactor is very well off, and it would be of no advantage to him to be repaid for a favor he has bestowed. Again, it happens sometimes that the benefactor, from being virtuous, has become wicked, so that it would not seem to be equitable to repay him. Also, the recipient of a favor may be a poor man and is quite unable to repay. Therefore, seemingly a man is not always bound to repayment for favors received. Objection 6 further. No one is bound to do for another what is inexpedient and hurtful to him. Now sometimes it happens that repayment of a favor would be hurtful or useless to the person repaid. Therefore, favors are not always to be repaid by gratitude. On the contrary, it is written in 1 Thessalonians 5:18, "In all things give thanks." I answer that every effect turns naturally to its cause. Wherefore Dionysius says, in On the Divine Names 1, that God turns all things to himself because he is the cause of all. For the effect must needs always be directed to the end of the agent. Now it is evident that a benefactor, as such, is cause of the beneficiary. Hence the natural order requires that he who has received a favor should, by repaying the favor, turn to his benefactor according to the mode of each. And as stated above with regard to a father, in question 31, Article 3, as well as in question 101, Article 2, a man owes his benefactor, as such, honor and reverence, since the latter stands to him in the relation of principle, but accidentally he owes him assistance or support if he need it. Reply to Objection 1. In the words of Seneca, in On Benefits 5, just as a man is liberal, who gives not to himself but to others, and gracious, who forgives not himself but others, and merciful, who is moved not by his own misfortunes but by another's, so too, no man confers a favor on himself. He is but following the bent of his nature, which moves him to resist what hurts him and to seek what is profitable. Wherefore in things that one does for oneself, there is no place for gratitude or ingratitude, since a man cannot deny himself a thing except by keeping it. Nevertheless, things which are properly spoken of in relation to others are spoken of metaphorically in relation to oneself, as the Philosopher states regarding justice in Ethics 5:11, insofar, to wit, as the various parts of man are considered as though they were various persons. Reply to Objection 2. It is the mark of a happy disposition to see good rather than evil. Wherefore, if someone has conferred a favor, not as he ought to have conferred it, the recipient should not for that reason withhold his thanks. Yet he owes less thanks than if the favor had been conferred duly, since in fact the favor is less, for as Seneca remarks in On Benefits 2, promptness enhances, delay discounts a favor. Reply to Objection 3. As Seneca observes in On Benefits 6, It matters much whether a person does a kindness to us for his own sake, or for ours, or for both his and ours. He that considers himself only, and benefits because cannot otherwise benefit himself, seems to me like a man who seeks fodder for his cattle. And further on, if he has done it for me in common with himself, having both of us in his mind, I am ungrateful and not merely unjust, unless I rejoice that what was profitable to him is profitable to me also. It is the height of malevolence to refuse to recognize a kindness, unless the giver has been the loser thereby. Reply to Obj. 4. As Seneca observes in On Benefits 3, when a slave does what is wont to be demanded of a slave, it is part of his service. When he does more than a slave is bound to do, it is a favor. For as soon as he does anything from a motive of friendship, if indeed that be his motive, it is no longer called service. Wherefore, gratitude is due even to a slave when he does more than his duty. Reply to Obj. 5. A poor man is certainly not ungrateful if he does what he can, for since kindness depends on the heart rather than on the deed, so too gratitude depends chiefly the heart. Hence Seneca says in On Benefits 2, "Who receives a favor gratefully has already begun to pay it back, and that we are grateful for favors received should be shown by the outpourings of the heart, not only in his hearing but everywhere." From this it is evident that however well off a man may be, it is possible to thank him for his kindness by showing him reverence and honor. Wherefore the Philosopher says in Ethics 8:14, "He that abounds should be repaid with honor, he that is in want should be repaid with money." And Seneca writes in his On Benefits 6, "There are many ways of repaying those who are well off, whatever we happen to owe them, such as good advice, frequent fellowship, affable and pleasant conversation without flattery." Therefore, there is no need for a man to desire neediness or distress in his benefactor before repaying his kindness, because, as Seneca says, again in On Benefits 6, "It were inhuman to desire this in one from whom you have received no favor. How much more so to desire it in one whose kindness has made you his debtor?" If, however, the benefactor has lapsed from virtue, nevertheless he should be repaid according to his state, that he may return to virtue if possible. But if he be so wicked as to be incurable, then his heart has changed, and consequently no repayment is due for his kindness, as heretofore. And yet, as far as it is possible without sin, the kindness he has shown should be held in memory, as the Philosopher says in Ethics 9:3. Reply to Obj. 6. As stated in the preceding reply, repayment of a favor depends chiefly on the affection of the heart. Wherefore repayment should be made in such a way as to prove most beneficial. If, however, through the benefactor's carelessness it prove detrimental to him, this is not imputed to the person who repays him, as Seneca observes in On Benefits 7. "It is my duty to repay, and not to keep back and safeguard my repayment." Fourth article. Whether a man is bound to repay a favor at once. Objection 1. It seems that a man is bound to repay a favor at once. For we are bound to restore at once what we owe, unless the term be fixed. Now there is no term prescribed for the repayment of favors, and yet this repayment is a duty, as stated above in Article 3. Therefore, a man is bound to repay a favor at once. Objection 2 further. A good action would seem to be all the more praiseworthy according as it is done with greater earnestness. Now earnestness seems to make a man do his duty without any delay. Therefore, it is apparently more praiseworthy to repay a favor at once. Objection 3 further. Seneca says in On Benefits 2 that
It is proper to a benefactor to act freely and quickly. Now repayment ought to equal the favor received. Therefore, it should be done at once. On the contrary, Seneca says in On Benefits 4, "He that hastens to repay is animated with a sense not of gratitude but of indebtedness." I answer that, just as in conferring a favor two things are to be considered, namely, the affection of the heart and the gift, so also must these things be considered in repaying the favor. As regards the affection of the heart, repayment should be made at once, wherefore Seneca says in On Benefits 2, "Do you wish to repay a favor? Receive it graciously." As regards the gift, one ought to wait until such time as will be convenient to the benefactor. In fact, if instead of choosing a convenient time, one wished to repay at once, favor for favor, it would not seem to be a virtuous but a constrained repayment. For as Seneca observes, again in On Benefits 4, "He that wishes to repay too soon is an unwilling debtor, and an unwilling debtor is ungrateful." Reply to Obj. 1. A legal debt must be paid at once, else the equality of justice would not be preserved, if one kept another's property without his consent. But a moral debt depends on the equity of the debtor, and therefore it should be repaid in due time according as the rectitude of virtue demands. Reply to Obj. 2. Earnestness of the will is not virtuous unless it be regulated by reason. Wherefore it is not praiseworthy to forestall the proper time through earnestness. Reply to Obj. 3. Favors also should be conferred at a convenient time, and one should no longer delay when the convenient time comes, and the same is to be observed in repaying favors. Fifth Article. Whether in giving thanks we should look at the benefactor's disposition or at the deed. Objection 1. It seems that in repaying favors we should not look at the benefactor's disposition but at the deed. For repayment is due to beneficence, and beneficence consists in deeds, as the word itself denotes. Therefore, in repaying favors we should look at the deed. Objection 2 further. Thanksgiving, whereby we repay favors, is a part of justice. But justice considers equality between giving and taking. Therefore, also in repaying favors, we should consider the deed rather than the disposition of the benefactor. Objection 3 further. No one can consider what he does not know. Now God alone knows the interior disposition. Therefore it is impossible to repay a favor according to the benefactor's disposition. On the contrary, Seneca says in On Benefits 1, "We are sometimes under a greater obligation to one who has given little with a large heart, and has bestowed a small favor, yet willingly." I answer that, the repayment of a favor may belong to three virtues, namely, justice, gratitude, and friendship. It belongs to justice when the repayment has the character of a legal debt, as in a loan and the like. And in such cases repayment must be made according to the quantity received. On the other hand, repayment of a favor belongs, though in different ways, to friendship and likewise to the virtue of gratitude, when it has the character of a moral debt. For in the repayment of friendship, we have to consider the cause of friendship, so that in the friendship that is based on the useful, repayment should be made according to the usefulness accruing from the favor conferred, and in the friendship based on virtue, repayment should be made with regard for the choice or disposition of the giver, since this is the chief requisite of virtue as stated in Ethics 8:13. And likewise, since gratitude regards the favor inasmuch as it is bestowed gratis, and this regards the disposition of the giver, it follows again that repayment of a favor depends more on the disposition of the giver than on the effect. Reply to Obj. 1. Every moral act depends on the will. Hence a kindly action, insofar as it is praiseworthy and is deserving of gratitude, consists materially in the thing done, but formally and chiefly in the will. Hence Seneca says in On Benefits 1, "A kindly action consists not in deed or gift, but in the disposition of the giver or doer." Reply to Obj. 2. Gratitude is a part of justice, not indeed as a species is part of a genus, but by a kind of reduction to the genus of justice, as stated above in question 80. Hence it does not follow that we shall find the same kind of debt in both virtues. Reply to Obj. 3. God alone sees man's disposition in itself, but insofar as it is shown by certain signs, man also can know it. It is thus that a benefactor's disposition is known by the way in which he does the kindly action, for instance, through his doing it joyfully and readily. Sixth Article. Whether the repayment of gratitude should surpass the favor received. Objection 1. It seems that there is no need for the repayment of gratitude to surpass the favor received. For it is not possible to make even equal repayment to some, for instance, one's parents, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 8:14. Now virtue does not attempt the impossible. Therefore, gratitude for a favor does not tend to something yet greater. Objection 2 further. If one person repays another more than he has received by his favor, by that very fact he gives him something his turn, as it were. But the latter owes him repayment for the favor which in his turn the former has conferred on him. Therefore, he that first conferred a favor will be bound to a yet greater repayment, and so on indefinitely. Now virtue does not strive at the indefinite, since the indefinite removes the nature of good, according to Metaphysics 2:8. Therefore, repayment of gratitude should not surpass the favor received. Objection 3 further. Justice consists in equality, but more is excess of equality. Since, therefore, excess is sinful in every virtue, it seems that to repay more than the favor received is sinful and opposed to justice. On the contrary, the Philosopher says in Ethics 5:5, "We should repay those who are gracious to us by being gracious to them in return. And this is done by repaying more than we have received. Therefore, gratitude should incline to do something greater." I answer that, as stated above in Article 5, gratitude regards the favor received according to the intention of the benefactor, who seems to be deserving of praise, chiefly for having conferred the favor gratis without being bound to do so. Wherefore, the beneficiary is under a moral obligation to bestow something gratis in return. Now he does not seem to bestow something gratis unless he exceeds the quantity of the favor received, because so long as he repays less or an equivalent, he would seem to do nothing gratis, but only to return what he has received. Therefore gratitude always inclines, as far as possible, to pay back something more. Reply to Objection 1. As stated above in Article 3, fifth reply, as well as in Article 5, in repaying favors, we must consider the disposition rather than the deed. Accordingly, if we consider the effect of beneficence, which a son receives from his parents, namely, to be and to live, the son cannot make an equal repayment, as the Philosopher states in Ethics 8:14. But if we consider the will of the giver and of the repayer,
then it is possible for the son to pay back something greater to his father, as Seneca declares in On Benefits 3. If, however, he were unable to do so, the will to pay back would be sufficient for gratitude. Reply to Objection 2. The debt of gratitude flows from charity, which the more it is paid, the more it is due, according to Romans 13:8. Owe no man anything but to love one another. Wherefore, it is not unreasonable if the obligation of gratitude has no limit. Reply to Objection 3. As in justice, which is a cardinal virtue, we consider equality of things, so in gratitude we consider equality of wills. For while on the one hand, the benefactor of his own free will gave something he was not bound to give, so on the other hand, the beneficiary repays something over and above what he has received. End of question 106. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 107 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 107 of Ingratitude, in 4 articles. We must now consider ingratitude, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether ingratitude is always a sin. Second, whether ingratitude is a special sin. Third, whether every act of ingratitude is a mortal sin. Fourth, whether favors should be withdrawn from the ungrateful. First article, whether ingratitude is always a sin. Objection 1. It seems that ingratitude is not always a sin. For Seneca says in On Benefits 3 that he who does not repay a favor is ungrateful. But sometimes it is impossible to repay a favor without sinning. For instance, if one man has helped another to commit a sin. Therefore, since it is not a sin to refrain from sinning, it seems that ingratitude is not always a sin. Objection 2 further. Every sin is in the power of the person who commits it. Because, according to Augustine in On the Free Will 2, no man sins in what he cannot avoid. Now sometimes it is not in the power of the sinner to avoid ingratitude, for instance, when he has not the means of repaying. Again, forgetfulness is not in our power, and yet Seneca says, again in On Benefits 3, that to forget a kindness is the height of ingratitude. Therefore, ingratitude is not always a sin. Objection 3 further. There would seem to be no repayment in being unwilling to owe anything, according to the Apostle in Romans 13:8. Owe no man anything. Yet, an unwilling debtor is ungrateful, as Seneca declares in On Benefits 4. Therefore, ingratitude is not always a sin. On the contrary, ingratitude is reckoned among other sins in 2 Timothy 3:2, where it is written, disobedient to parents, ungrateful, wicked, etc. I answer that, as stated above in question 106, Article 4, first reply, as well as in Article 6, a debt of gratitude is a moral debt required by virtue.
Now a thing is a sin from the fact of its being contrary to virtue. Wherefore it is evident that every ingratitude is a sin. Reply to Obj. 1. Gratitude regards a favor received, and he that helps another to commit a sin does him not a favor, but an injury, and so no thanks are due to him, except perhaps on account of his good will, supposing him to have been deceived, and to have thought to help him in doing good, whereas he helped him to sin. In such a case, the repayment due to him is not that he should be helped to commit a sin, because this would be repaying not good but evil, and this is contrary to gratitude. Reply to Obj. 2. No man is excused from ingratitude through inability to repay, for the very reason that the mere will suffices for the repayment of the debt of gratitude, as stated above in question 106, Article 6, first reply. Forgetfulness of a favor received amounts to ingratitude, not indeed the forgetfulness that arises from a natural defect that is not subject to the will, but that which arises from negligence. For as Seneca observes in On Benefits 3, when forgetfulness of favors lays hold of a man, he has apparently given little thought to their repayment. Reply to Obj. 3. The debt of gratitude flows from the debt of love, and from the latter no man should wish to be free. Hence, that any one should owe this debt unwillingly seems to arise from lack of love for his benefactor. Second article. Whether ingratitude is a special sin. Objection 1. It seems that ingratitude is not a special sin, for whoever sins acts against God, his sovereign benefactor. But this pertains to ingratitude. Therefore, ingratitude is not a special sin. Objection 2 further. No special sin is contained under different kinds of sin. But one can be ungrateful by committing different kinds of sin, for instance by calumny, theft, or something similar committed against a benefactor. Therefore, ingratitude is not a special sin. Objection 3 further. Seneca writes in On Benefits 3, "It is ungrateful to take no notice of a kindness. It is ungrateful not to repay one. But it is the height of ingratitude to forget it." Now these do not seem to belong to the same species of sin. Therefore, ingratitude is not a special sin. On the contrary, ingratitude is opposed to gratitude or thankfulness, which is a special virtue. Therefore, it is a special sin. I answer that every vice is denominated from a deficiency of virtue, because deficiency is more opposed to virtue. Thus, illiberality is more opposed to liberality than prodigality is. Now, a vice may be opposed to the virtue of gratitude by way of excess. For instance, if one were to show gratitude for things for which gratitude is not due, or sooner than it is due, as stated above in question 106, Article 4. But still more opposed to gratitude is the vice denoting deficiency of gratitude, because the virtue of gratitude, as stated above in question 106, Article 6, inclines to return something more. Wherefore, ingratitude is properly denominated from being a deficiency of gratitude. Now, every deficiency or privation takes its species from the opposite habit. For blindness and deafness differ according to the difference of sight and hearing. Therefore, just as gratitude or thankfulness is one special virtue, so also is ingratitude one special sin. It has, however, various degrees corresponding in their order to the things required for gratitude. The first of these is to recognize the favor received. The second, to express one's appreciation and thanks. And the third, to repay the favor at a suitable place and time according to one's means. And since what is last in the order of generation is first in the order of destruction, it follows that the first degree of ingratitude is when a man fails to repay a favor, the second when he declines to notice or indicate that he has received a favor, while the third and supreme degree is when a man fails to recognize the reception of a favor, whether by forgetting it or in any other way. Moreover, since opposite affirmation includes negation, it follows that it belongs to the first degree of ingratitude to return evil for good, to the second to find fault with a favor received, and to the third to esteem kindness as though it were unkindness. Reply to Objection 1. In every sin, there is material ingratitude to God, inasmuch as a man does something that may pertain to ingratitude. But formal ingratitude is when a favor is actually contemned, and this is a special sin. Reply to Objection 2. Nothing hinders the formal aspect of some special sin from being found materially in several kinds of sin, and in this way the aspect of ingratitude is to be found in many kinds of sin. Reply to Objection 3. These three are not different species, but different degrees of one special sin. Third article. Whether ingratitude is always a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that ingratitude is always a mortal sin. For one ought to be grateful to God above all. But one is not ungrateful to God by committing a venial sin, else every man would be guilty of ingratitude. Therefore, no ingratitude is a venial sin. Objection 2 further. A sin is mortal through being contrary to charity, as stated above in question 24, Article 12. But ingratitude is contrary to charity, since the debt of gratitude proceeds from that virtue as stated above in question 106, Article 1, third reply, and in Article 6, second reply. Therefore, ingratitude is always a mortal sin. Objection 3 further. Seneca says in On Benefits 2, "Between the giver and the receiver of a favor there is this law, that the former should forthwith forget having given, and the latter should never forget having received." Now, seemingly, the reason why the giver should forget is that he may be unaware of the sin of the recipient, should the latter prove ungrateful, and there would be no necessity for that if ingratitude were a slight sin. Therefore, ingratitude is always a mortal sin. On the contrary, no one should be put in the way of committing a mortal sin. Yet, according to Seneca, in On Benefits 2, sometimes it is necessary to deceive the person who receives assistance, in order that he may receive without knowing from whom he has received. But this would seem to put the recipient in the way of ingratitude. Therefore, ingratitude is not always a mortal sin. I answer that, as appears from what we have said above in Article 2, a man may be ungrateful in two ways. First, by mere omission, for instance by failing to recognize the favor received, or to express his appreciation of it, or to pay something in return, and this is not always a mortal sin, because, as stated above in question 106, Article 6, the debt of gratitude requires a man to make a liberal return, which, however, he is not bound to do, wherefore, if he fail to do so, he does not sin mortally. It is nevertheless a venial sin, because it arises either from some kind of negligence, or from some disinclination to virtue in him. And yet ingratitude of this kind may happen to be a mortal sin, by reason either of inward contempt, or of the kind of thing withheld, this being needful to the benefactor, either simply or in some case of necessity. Secondly, a man may be ungrateful because he not only omits to pay the debt of gratitude, but does the contrary. This again is sometimes a mortal and sometimes a venial sin, according to the kind of thing that is done. It must be observed, however, that when ingratitude arises from a mortal sin, it has the perfect character of ingratitude, and when it arises from venial sin, it has the imperfect character. Reply to Objection 1. By committing a venial sin, one is not ungrateful to God to the extent of incurring the guilt of perfect ingratitude. But there is something of ingratitude in a venial sin, insofar as it removes a virtuous act of obedience to God. Reply to Objection 2. When ingratitude is a venial sin, it is not contrary to, but beside charity, since it does not destroy the habit of charity, but excludes some act thereof. Reply to Objection 3. Seneca also says, in On Benefits 7, "When we say that a man after conferring a favor should forget about it, it is a mistake to suppose that we mean him to shake off the recollection of a thing so very praiseworthy. When we say he must not remember it, we mean that he must not publish it abroad and boast about it." Reply to Objection 4. He that is unaware of a favor conferred on him is not ungrateful if he fails to repay it, provided he be prepared to do so if he knew. It is nevertheless commendable at times that the object of a favor should remain in ignorance of it, both in order to avoid vainglory, as when Blessed Nicholas threw gold into a house secretly, wishing to avoid popularity, and because the kindness is all the greater through the benefactor wishing not to shame the person on whom he is conferring the favor. Fourth Article. Whether favors should be withheld from the ungrateful. Objection 1. It seems that favors should be withheld from the ungrateful. For it is written in Wisdom 16:29, "The hope of the unthankful shall melt away as the winter's ice." But this hope would not melt away unless favors were withheld from him. Therefore, favors should be withheld from the ungrateful. Objection 2 further. No one should afford another an occasion of committing sin. But the ungrateful, in receiving a favor, is given an occasion of ingratitude. Therefore, favors should not be bestowed on the ungrateful. Objection 3 further. By what things a man sinneth, by the same also he is tormented, according to Wisdom 11:17. Now he that is ungrateful when he receives a favor sins against the favor. Therefore, he should be deprived of the favor. On the contrary, it is written in Luke 6:35 that "the highest is kind to the unthankful and to the evil." Now we should prove ourselves his children by imitating him, according to Luke 6:36. Therefore, we should not withhold favors from the ungrateful. I answer that there are 2 points to be considered with regard to an ungrateful person. The first is what he deserves to suffer, and thus it is certain that he deserves to be deprived of our favor. The second is what ought his benefactor to do. For in the first place, he should not easily judge him to be ungrateful, since, as Seneca remarks in On Benefits 3, "A man is often grateful although he repays not," because perhaps he has not the means or the opportunity of repaying. Secondly, he should be inclined to turn his ungratefulness into gratitude, and if he does not achieve this by being kind to him once, he may by being so a second time. If, however, the more he repeats his favors, the more ungrateful and evil the other becomes, he should cease from bestowing his favors upon him. Reply to Objection 1. The passage quoted speaks of what the ungrateful man deserves to suffer. Reply to Objection 2. He that bestows a favor on an ungrateful person affords him an occasion not of sin, but of gratitude and love. And if the recipient takes therefrom an occasion of ingratitude, this is not to be imputed to the bestower. Reply to Objection 3. He that bestows a favor must not at once act the part of a punisher of ingratitude, but rather that of a kindly physician, by healing the ingratitude with repeated favors.
End of question 107. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 108 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 108. Of vengeance, in 4 articles. We must now consider vengeance, under which head there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether vengeance is lawful. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, of the manner of taking vengeance. Fourth, on whom should vengeance be taken. First article. Whether vengeance is lawful. Objection 1. It seems that vengeance is not lawful. For whoever usurps what is God's sins. But vengeance belongs to God, for it is written in Deuteronomy 32:35, as well as in Romans 12:19, "Revenge to me, and I will repay." Therefore, all vengeance is unlawful. Objection 2 further. He that takes vengeance on a man does not bear with him. But we ought to bear with the wicked, for a gloss on Canticles 2:2, as the lily among the thorns, says, "He is not a good man that cannot bear with a wicked one." Therefore, we should not take vengeance on the wicked. Objection 3 further. Vengeance is taken by inflicting punishment, which is the cause of servile fear. But the new law is not a law of fear, but of love, as Augustine states in Against Adamantus 17. Therefore, at least in the New Testament, all vengeance is unlawful. Objection 4 further. A man is said to avenge himself when he takes revenge for wrongs inflicted on himself. But seemingly, it is unlawful even for a judge to punish those who have wronged him. For Chrysostom says in a homily on the Gospel of Matthew, "Let us learn after Christ's example to bear our own wrongs with magnanimity, yet not to suffer God's wrongs, not even by listening to them." Therefore, vengeance seems to be unlawful. Objection 5. Further, the sin of a multitude is more harmful than the sin of only one, for it is written in Ecclesiasticus 26 verses 5 through 7, "Of 3 things my heart hath been afraid, the accusation of a city, and the gathering together of the people, and of false calumny." But vengeance should not be taken on the sin of a multitude, for a gloss on Matthew 13 verses 29 and 30
lest perhaps you root up the wheat, suffer both to grow, says that a multitude should not be excommunicated, nor should the sovereign. Neither, therefore, is any other vengeance lawful. On the contrary, we should look to God for nothing save what is good and lawful. But we are to look to God for vengeance on his enemies, for it is written in Luke 18, verse 7, "Will not God revenge his elect who cry to him day and night?" As if to say, he will indeed. Therefore, vengeance is not essentially evil and unlawful. I answer that vengeance consists in the infliction of a penal evil on one who has sinned. Accordingly, in the matter of vengeance, we must consider the mind of the avenger. For if his intention is directed chiefly to the evil of the person on whom he takes vengeance and rests there, then his vengeance is altogether unlawful, because to take pleasure in another's evil belongs to hatred, which is contrary to the charity whereby we are bound to love all men. Nor is it an excuse that he intends the evil of one who has unjustly inflicted evil on him, as neither is a man excused for hating one that hates him. For a man may not sin against another just because the latter has already sinned against him, since this is to be overcome by evil, which was forbidden by the Apostle, who says in Romans 12:21, "Be not overcome by evil, but overcome evil by good." If, however, the avenger's intention be directed chiefly to some good, to be obtained by means of the punishment of the person who has sinned, for instance, that the sinner may amend, or at least that he may be restrained and others be not disturbed, that justice may be upheld and God honored, then vengeance may be lawful, provided other due circumstances be observed. Reply to Objection 1. He who takes vengeance on the wicked in keeping with his rank and position does not usurp what belongs to God, but makes use of the power granted him by God. For it is written in Romans 13:4 of the earthly prince that "he is God's minister, an avenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil." If, however, a man takes vengeance outside the order of divine appointment, he usurps what is God's and therefore sins. Reply to Objection 2. The good bear with the wicked by enduring patiently, and in due manner, the wrongs they themselves receive from them. But they do not bear with them as to endure the wrongs they inflict on God and their neighbor. For Chrysostom says, "It is praiseworthy to be patient under our own wrongs, but to overlook God's wrongs is most wicked." Reply to Objection 3. The law of the gospel is the law of love, and therefore those who do good out of love, and who alone properly belong to the gospel, ought not to be terrorized by means of punishment, but only those who are not moved by love to do good, and who, though they belong to the church outwardly, do not belong to it in merit. Reply to Objection 4. Sometimes a wrong done to a person reflects on God and the church, and then it is the duty of that person to avenge the wrong. For example, Elias made fire descend on those who were come to seize him in 4 Kings 1, and likewise Eliseus cursed the boys that mocked him in 4 Kings 2, and Pope Silverius excommunicated those who sent him into exile. But insofar as the wrong inflicted on a man affects his person, he should bear it patiently, if this be expedient. For these precepts of patience are to be understood as referring to preparedness of the mind, as Augustine states, in his commentary on the Sermon on the Mount 1. Reply to Objection 5. When the whole multitude sins, vengeance must be taken on them, either in respect of the whole multitude,
Thus the Egyptians were drowned in the Red Sea while they were pursuing the children of Israel, in Exodus 14. And the people of Sodom were entirely destroyed, in Genesis 19. Or as regards part of the multitude, as may be seen in the punishment of those who worshipped the calf. Sometimes, however, if there is hope of many making amends, the severity of vengeance should be brought to bear on a few of the principals, whose punishment fills the rest with fear. Thus the Lord, in Numbers 25, commanded the princes of the people to be hanged for the sin of the multitude. On the other hand, if it is not the whole, but only a part of the multitude that has sinned, then if the guilty can be separated from the innocent, vengeance should be wrought on them, provided, however, that this can be done without scandal to others, else the multitude should be spared and severity foregone. The same applies to the sovereign, whom the multitude follow, for his sin should be borne with if it cannot be punished without scandal to the multitude, unless indeed his sin were such that it would do more harm to the multitude, either spiritually or temporally, than would the scandal that was feared to arise from his punishment. Second article: whether vengeance is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that vengeance is not a special and distinct virtue. For just as the good are rewarded for their good deeds, so are the wicked punished for their evil deeds. Now the reward of the good does not belong to a special virtue, but is an act of commutative justice. Therefore, in the same way, vengeance should not be accounted a special virtue. Objection 2 further. There is no need to appoint a special virtue for an act to which a man is sufficiently disposed by the other virtues. Now man is sufficiently disposed by the virtues of fortitude or zeal to avenge evil. Therefore, vengeance should not be reckoned a special virtue. Objection 3. Further, there is a special vice opposed to every special virtue. But seemingly, no special vice is opposed to vengeance. Therefore, it is not a special virtue. On the contrary, Tully, in his Rhetoric, 2, reckons it a part of justice. I answer that, as the philosopher states in Ethics 2:1, aptitude to virtue is in us by nature, but the complement of virtue is in us through habituation or some other cause. Hence it is evident that virtues perfect us, so that we follow in due manner our natural inclinations, which belong to the natural right. Wherefore to every definite natural inclination there corresponds a special virtue. Now there is a special inclination of nature to remove harm, for which reason animals have the irascible power distinct from the concupiscible. Man resists harm by defending himself against wrongs, lest they be inflicted on him, or he avenges those which have already been inflicted on him, with the intention not of harming, but of removing the harm done. And this belongs to vengeance. For Tully says in his Rhetoric 2 that, "By vengeance we resist force or wrong, and in general whatever is obscure," that is, derogatory, "either by self-defense or by avenging it." Therefore, vengeance is a special virtue. Reply to Objection 1. Just as repayment of a legal debt belongs to commutative justice, and as repayment of a moral debt arising from the bestowal of a particular favor belongs to the virtue of gratitude, so too the punishment of sins, so far as it is the concern of public justice, is an act of commutative justice, while so far as it is concerned in defending the rights of the individual by whom a wrong is resisted, it belongs to the virtue of revenge. Reply to Objection 2. Fortitude disposes to vengeance by removing an obstacle thereto, namely, fear of an imminent danger. zeal, as denoting the fervor of love, signifies the primary root of vengeance, insofar as a man avenges the wrong done to God and his neighbor, because charity makes him regard them as his own. Now every act of virtue proceeds from charity as its root, since, according to Gregory, in a homily on the Gospel, there are no green leaves on the bough of good works unless charity be the root. Reply to Obj. 3. Two vices are opposed to vengeance. One by way of excess, namely, the sin of cruelty or brutality, which exceeds the measure in punishing, while the other is a vice by way of deficiency and consists in being remiss in punishing. Wherefore it is written in Proverbs 13:24, "He that spareth the rod hateth his son." But the virtue of vengeance consists in observing the due measure of vengeance with regard to all the circumstances. Third article: whether vengeance should be wrought by means of punishments customary among men. Objection 1. It seems that vengeance should not be wrought by means of punishments customary among men. For to put a man to death is to uproot him. But our Lord forbade in Matthew 13:29 the uprooting of the cockle, whereby the children of the wicked one are signified. Therefore sinners should not be put to death. Objection 2. Further, all who sin mortally seem to be deserving of the same punishment. Therefore, if some who sin mortally are punished with death, it seems that all such persons should be punished with death, and this is evidently false. Objection 3. Further, to punish a man publicly for his sin seems to publish his sin, and this would seem to have a harmful effect on the multitude, since the example of sin is taken by them as an occasion for sin. Therefore, it seems that the punishment of death should not be inflicted for a sin. On the contrary, these punishments are fixed by the divine law, as appears from what we have said above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 105, Article 2. I answer that vengeance is lawful and virtuous so far as it tends to the prevention of evil. Now some who are not influenced by motive of virtue are prevented from committing sin, through fear of losing those things which they love more than those they obtain by sinning, else fear would be no restraint to sin. Consequently, vengeance for sin should be taken by depriving a man of what he loves most. Now the things which a man loves most are life, bodily safety, his own freedom, and external goods such as riches, his country, and his good name. Wherefore, according to Augustine's reckoning, in On the City of God 21, Tully writes that the laws recognize 8 kinds of punishment, namely death, whereby man is deprived of life; stripes, retaliation, or the loss of eye for eye, whereby man forfeits his bodily safety; slavery and imprisonment, whereby he is deprived of freedom; exile, whereby he is banished from his country; fines, whereby he is mulcted in his riches; ignominy, whereby he loses his good name. Reply to Objection 1. Our Lord forbids the uprooting of the cockle, when there is fear lest the wheat be uprooted together with it. But sometimes the wicked can be uprooted by death, not only without danger, but even with great profit to the good. Wherefore, in such a case, the punishment of death may be inflicted on sinners. Reply to Objection 2. All who sin mortally are deserving of eternal death, as regards future retribution, which is in accordance with the truth of the divine judgment. But the punishments of this life are more of a medicinal character. Wherefore the punishment of death is inflicted on those sins alone which conduce to the grave undoing of others. Reply to Objection 3. The very fact that the punishment, whether of death or of any kind that is fearsome to man, is made known at the same time as the sin, makes man's will averse to sin, because the fear of punishment is greater than the enticement of the example of sin. Fourth article: whether vengeance should be taken on those who have sinned involuntarily. Objection 1. It seems that vengeance should be taken on those who have sinned involuntarily. For the will of one man does not follow from the will of another. Yet one man is punished for another according to Exodus 20 verse 5. I am God, jealous, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation. Thus for the sin of Cam, his son Canaan was cursed, in Genesis 9:25. And for the sin of Giezi, his descendants were struck with leprosy, in 4 Kings 5. Again, the blood of Christ lays the descendants of the Jews under the ban of punishment, for they said in Matthew 27:25, His blood be upon us and upon our children. Moreover, we read in Joshua 7 that the people of Israel were delivered into the hands of their enemies for the sin of Achan, and that the same people were overthrown by the Philistines on account of the sin of the sons of Heli, in 1 Kings 4. Therefore, a person is to be punished without having deserved it voluntarily. Objection 2 further: nothing is voluntary except what is in a man's power. But sometimes a man is punished for what is not in his power. Thus a man is removed from the administration of the church on account of being infected with leprosy, and a church ceases to be an episcopal see on account of the depravity or evil of the people. Therefore, vengeance is taken not only for voluntary sins. Objection 3. Further, ignorance makes an act involuntary. Now vengeance is sometimes taken on the ignorant. Thus the children of the people of Sodom, though they were in invincible ignorance, perished with their parents in Genesis 19. Again, for the sin of Dathan and Abiram, their children were swallowed up together with them in Numbers 16. Moreover, dumb animals which are devoid of reason were commanded to be slain on account of the sin of the Amalekites in 1 Kings 15. Therefore, vengeance is sometimes taken on those who have deserved it involuntarily. Objection 4 further: compulsion is most opposed to voluntariness. But a man does not escape the debt of punishment through being compelled by fear to commit a sin. Therefore, vengeance is sometimes taken on those who have deserved it involuntarily. Objection 5. Further, Ambrose says on Luke 5 that the ship in which Judas was in distress. Wherefore, Peter, who was calm in the security of his own merits, was in distress about those of others. But Peter did not will the sin of Judas. Therefore, a person is sometimes punished without having voluntarily deserved it. On the contrary, punishment is due to sin. But every sin is voluntary according to Augustine, in On the Free Will 2, as well as in Retractions 1. Therefore, vengeance should be taken only on those who have deserved it voluntarily. I answer that punishment may be considered in two ways. First, under the aspect of punishment, and in this way punishment is not due save for sin, because by means of punishment the equality of justice is restored, insofar as he who by sinning has exceeded in following his own will suffers something that is contrary to this will. Wherefore, since every sin is voluntary, not excluding original sin as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 81, Article 1, it follows that no one is punished in this way except for something done voluntarily. Secondly, punishment may be considered as a medicine, not only healing the past sin, but also preserving from future sin, or conducing to some good, and in this way a person is sometimes punished without any fault of his own, yet not without cause. It must, however, be observed that a medicine never removes a greater good in order to promote a lesser. Thus the medicine of the body never blinds the eye in order to repair the heel. Yet sometimes it is harmful in lesser things, that it may be helpful in things of greater consequence. And since spiritual goods are of the greatest consequence, while temporal goods are least important, sometimes a person is punished in his temporal goods without any fault of his own. Such are many of the punishments inflicted by God in this present life for our humiliation or probation. But no one is punished in spiritual goods without any fault on his part, neither in this nor in the future life, because in the latter punishment is not medicinal, but as a result of spiritual condemnation. Reply to Objection 1. A man is never condemned to a spiritual punishment for another man's sin, because spiritual punishment affects the soul, in respect of which each man is master of himself. But sometimes a man is condemned to punishment in temporal matters for the sin of another, and this for 3 reasons. First, because one man may be the temporal goods of another, and so he may be punished in punishment of the latter. Thus children, as to the body, are a belonging of their father, and slaves are a possession of their master. Secondly, when one person's sin is transmitted to another, either by imitation, as children copy the sins of their parents, and slaves the sins of their masters, so as to sin with greater daring, or by way of merit, as the sinful subjects merit a sinful superior, according to Job 34:30. Who maketh a man that is a hypocrite to reign for the sins of the people? Hence the people of Israel were punished for David's sin in numbering the people in 2 Kings 24. This may also happen through some kind of consent or connivance. Thus sometimes even the good are punished in temporal matters, together with the wicked, for not having condemned their sins, as Augustine says in On the City of God 1:9. Thirdly, in order to mark the unity of human fellowship, whereby one man is bound to be solicitous for another, lest he sin, and in order to inculcate horror of sin, seeing that the punishment of one affects all, as though all were one body, as Augustine says in speaking of the sins of Achan, in his Questions on Joshua 8. The saying of the Lord, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation, seems to belong to mercy rather than to severity, since he does not take vengeance forthwith, but waits for some future time, in order that the descendants at least may mend their ways. Yet should the wickedness of the descendants increase, it becomes almost necessary to take vengeance on them. Reply to Objection 2. As Augustine states in his Questions on Joshua 8, human judgment should conform to the divine judgment, when this is manifest, and God condemns men spiritually for their own sins. But human judgment cannot be conformed to God's hidden judgments, whereby he punishes certain persons in temporal matters without any fault of theirs, since man is unable to grasp the reasons of these judgments, so as to know what is expedient for each individual. Wherefore, according to human judgment, a man should never be condemned without fault of his own to an inflictive punishment, such as death, mutilation, or flogging. But a man may be condemned, even according to human judgment, to a punishment of forfeiture, even without any fault of his part, but not without cause, and this in 3 ways. First, through being a person becoming, without any fault of his, disqualified for having or acquiring a certain good. Thus, for being infected with leprosy, a man is removed from the administration of the church, and for bigamy, or through pronouncing a death sentence, a man is hindered from receiving sacred orders. Secondly, because the particular good that he forfeits is not his own but common property. Thus, that an episcopal see be attached to a certain church belongs to the good of the whole city, and not only to the good of the clerics. Thirdly, because the good of one person may depend on the good of another. Thus, in the crime of high treason, a son loses his inheritance through the sin of his parent. Reply to Objection 3. By the judgment of God, children are punished in temporal matters together with their parents, both because they are a possession of their parents, so that their parents are punished also in their person, and because this is for their good, lest, should they be spared, they might imitate the sins of their parents, and thus deserve to be punished still more severely. Vengeance is wrought on dumb animals and any other irrational creatures, because in this way their owners are punished, and also in horror of sin. Reply to Objection 4. An act done through compulsion of fear is not involuntary simply, but has an admixture of voluntariness, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 6, articles 5 and 6. Reply to Objection 5. The other apostles were distressed about the sin of Judas, in the same way as the multitude is punished for the sin of one, in commendation of unity, as stated above in the reply to Objections 1 and 2.
End of question 108. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 109 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 109. Of Truth, in 4 articles. We must now consider truth and the vices opposed thereto. Concerning truth, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether truth is a virtue. Second, whether it is a special virtue. Third, whether it is a part of justice. Fourth, whether it inclines to that which is less. First article, whether truth is a virtue. Objection 1. It seems that truth is not a virtue. For the first of virtues is faith, whose object is truth. Since then the object precedes the habit and the act, it seems that truth is not a virtue, but something prior to virtue. Objection 2 further. According to the philosopher in Ethics 4:7, it belongs to truth that a man should state things concerning himself to be neither more nor less than they are. But this is not always praiseworthy, neither in good things, since according to Proverbs 27 verse 2, "Let another praise thee, and not thy own mouth," nor even in evil things, because it is written in condemnation of certain people, in Isaiah 3:9, "They have proclaimed abroad their sin as Sodom, and they have not hid it." Therefore, truth is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. Every virtue is either theological or intellectual or moral. Now, truth is not a theological virtue, because its object is not God but temporal things. For Tully says in his Rhetoric 2 that by truth we faithfully represent things as they are, were, or will be. Likewise, it is not one of the intellectual virtues, but their end. Nor again is it a moral virtue, since it is not a mean between excess and deficiency, for the more one tells the truth, the better it is. Therefore, truth is not a virtue. On the contrary, the philosopher, both in the second and in the fourth book of Ethics, places truth among the other virtues. I answer that truth can be taken in two ways. First, for that by reason of which a thing is said to be true, and thus truth is not a virtue, but the object or end of a virtue. Because, taken in this way, truth is not a habit, which is the genus containing virtue, but a certain equality between the understanding or sign and the thing understood or signified, or again, between a thing and its rule, as stated in the first part, question 16, article 1, and in question 21, article 2. Secondly, truth may stand for that by which a person says what is true, in which sense one is said to be truthful. This truth or truthfulness must needs be a virtue, because to say what is true is a good act, and virtue is that which makes its possessor good and renders his action good. Reply to objection 1. This argument takes truth in the first sense. Reply to objection 2. To state that which concerns oneself, in so far as it is a statement of what is true, is good generically. Yet this does not suffice for it to be an act of virtue, since it is requisite for that purpose that it should also be clothed with the due circumstances, and if these be not observed, the act will be sinful. Accordingly, it is sinful to praise oneself without due cause, even for that which is true, and it is also sinful to publish one's sin by praising oneself on that account, or in any way proclaiming it uselessly. Reply to objection 3. A person who says what is true utters certain signs which are in conformity with things, and such signs are either words or external actions, or any external thing. Now such kinds of things are the subject matter of the moral virtues alone, for the latter are concerned with the use of the external members in so far as this use is put into effect at the commandment of the will. Wherefore truth is neither a theological nor an intellectual, but a moral virtue. And it is a mean between excess and deficiency in two ways. First, on the part of the object, secondly, on the part of the act. On the part of the object, because the true essentially denotes a kind of equality, and equal is a mean between more and less. Hence, for the very reason that a man says what is true about himself, he observes the mean between one that says more than the truth about himself, and one that says less than the truth. On the part of the act, to observe the mean is to tell the truth when one ought, and as one ought. Excess consists in making known one's affairs out of season, and deficiency in hiding them when one ought to make them known. Second article, whether truth is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that truth is not a special virtue. For the true and the good are convertible. Now, goodness is not a special virtue. In fact, every virtue is goodness because it makes its possessor good. Therefore, truth is not a special virtue. Objection 2 further. To make known what belongs to oneself is an act of truth as we understand it here. But this belongs to every virtue, since every virtuous habit is made known by its own act. Therefore, truth is not a special virtue. Objection 3 further. The truth of life is the truth whereby one lives aright, and of which it is written in Isaiah 38 verse 3,
I beseech thee, remember how I have walked before thee in truth and with a perfect heart. Now one lives aright by any virtue, as follows from the definition of virtue given above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, Article 4. Therefore, truth is not a special virtue. Objection 4 further. Truth seems to be the same as simplicity, since hypocrisy is opposed to both. But simplicity is not a special virtue, since it rectifies the intention, and that is required in every virtue. Therefore, neither is truth a special virtue. On the contrary, it is numbered together with the other virtues in Ethics 2:7. I answer that the nature of human virtue consists in making a man's deed good. Consequently, whenever we find a special aspect of goodness in human acts, it is necessary that man be disposed thereto by a special virtue. And since, according to Augustine, good consists in order, as is stated in On the Nature of Good 3, it follows that a special aspect of good will be found where there is a special order. Now there is a special order whereby our externals, whether words or deeds, are duly ordered in relation to something, as sign to things signified, and thereto man is perfected by the virtue of truth. Wherefore it is evident that truth is a special virtue. Reply to Objection 1. The true and the good are convertible as to subject, since every true thing is good, and every good thing is true. But considered logically, they exceed one another, even as the intellect and will exceed one another. For the intellect understands the will and many things besides, and the will desires things pertaining to the intellect and many others. Wherefore the true, considered in its proper aspect as a perfection of the intellect, is a particular good, since it is something appetible. And in like manner, the good, considered in its proper aspect as the end of the appetite, is something true, since it is something intelligible. Therefore, since virtue includes the aspect of goodness, it is possible for truth to be a special virtue, just as the true is a special good. Yet it is not possible for goodness to be a special virtue, since rather, considered logically, it is the genus of virtue. Reply to Objection 2. The habits of virtue and vice take their species from what is directly intended, and not from that which is accidental and beside the intention. Now that a man states that which concerns himself belongs to the virtue of truth as something directly intended, although it may belong to other virtues consequently and beside his principal intention. For the brave man intends to act bravely, and that he shows his fortitude by acting bravely is a consequence besides his principal intention. Reply to Objection 3. The truth of life is the truth whereby a thing is true, not whereby a person says what is true. Life, like anything else, is said to be true from the fact that it attains its rule and measure, namely, the divine law. Since rectitude of life depends on conformity to that law. This truth or rectitude is common to every virtue. Reply to Objection 4. Simplicity is so called from its opposition to duplicity, whereby, to wit, a man shows one thing outwardly while having another in his heart. So that simplicity pertains to this virtue. And it rectifies the intention, not indeed directly, since this belongs to every virtue, but by excluding duplicity, whereby a man pretends one thing and intends another. Third article. Whether truth is a part of justice. Objection 1. it seems that truth is not a part of justice. For it seems proper to justice to give another man his due. But by telling the truth, one does not seem to give another man his due, as is the case in all the foregoing parts of justice. Therefore, truth is not a part of justice. Objection 2 further. Truth pertains to the intellect, whereas justice is in the will, as stated above in question 58, Article 4. Therefore, truth is not a part of justice. Objection 3. Further, according to Jerome, truth is threefold, namely, truth of life, truth of justice, and truth of doctrine. But none of these is a part of justice. For truth of life comprises all virtues, as stated above in Article 2, third reply. Truth of justice is the same as justice, so that it is not one of its parts. And truth of doctrine belongs rather to the intellectual virtues. Therefore, truth is nowise a part of justice. On the contrary, Tully, in his Rhetoric, 2, reckons truth among the parts of justice. I answer that, as stated above in question 80, a virtue is annexed to justice, as secondary to a principal virtue, through having something in common with justice, while falling short from the perfect virtue thereof. Now the virtue of truth has two things in common with justice. In the first place, it is directed to another, since the manifestation which we have stated to be an act of truth is directed to another, inasmuch as one person manifests to another the things that concern himself. In the second place, justice sets up a certain equality between things, and this the virtue of truth does also, for it equals signs to the things which concern man himself. Nevertheless, it falls short of the proper aspect of justice as to the notion of debt, for this virtue does not regard legal debt, which justice concerns, but rather the moral debt, insofar as, out of equity, one man owes to another a manifestation of the truth. Therefore, truth is a part of justice, being annexed thereto as a secondary virtue to its principle. Reply to objection 1. Since man is a social animal, one man naturally owes another whatever is necessary for the preservation of human society. Now, it would be impossible for men to live together unless they believed one another as declaring the truth to one another. Hence, the virtue of truth does, in a manner, regard something as being due. Reply to objection 2. Truth, as known, belongs to the intellect. But man, by his own will, whereby he uses both habits and members, utters external signs in order to manifest the truth, and in this way the manifestation of the truth is an act of the will. Reply to objection 3. The truth of which we are speaking now differs from the truth of life as stated in the preceding article, Article 2, third reply. We speak of the truth of justice in two ways. In one way, we refer to the fact that justice itself is a certain rectitude regulated according to the rule of the divine law. And in this way, the truth of justice differs from the truth of life, because by the truth of life, a man lives aright in himself, whereas by the truth of justice, a man observes the rectitude of the law in those judgments which refer to another man. And in this sense, the truth of justice has nothing to do with the truth of which we are now speaking, as neither has the truth of life. In another way, the truth of justice may be understood as referring to the fact that, out of justice, a man manifests the truth, as for instance when a man confesses the truth or gives true evidence in a court of justice. This truth is a particular act of justice, and does not pertain directly to this truth of which we are now speaking, because to wit, in this manifestation of the truth, a man's chief intention is to give another man his due. Hence the philosopher in Ethics 4:7 says, in describing this virtue, "We are not speaking of one who is truthful in his agreements, nor does this apply to matters in which justice or injustice is questioned." The truth of doctrine consists in a certain manifestation of truths relating to science, wherefore neither does this truth directly pertain to this virtue, but only that truth whereby a man, both in life and in speech, shows himself to be such as he is, and the things that concern him not other, and neither greater nor less than they are. Nevertheless, since truths of science, as known by us, are something concerning us, and pertain to this virtue, in this sense the truth of doctrine may pertain to this virtue, as well as any other kind of truth whereby a man manifests, by word or deed, what he knows. Fourth article: whether the virtue of truth inclines rather to that which is less. Objection 1. It seems that the virtue of truth does not incline to that which is less. For as one incurs falsehood by saying more, so does one by saying less. Thus it is no more false than 4 are 5, than that 4 are 3. But every falsehood is in itself evil and to be avoided, as the philosopher declares in Ethics 4:7. Therefore, the virtue of truth does not incline to that which is less rather than to that which is greater. Objection 2 further: that a virtue inclines to the one extreme rather than to the other is owing to the fact that the virtue's mean is nearer to the one extreme than to the other. Thus fortitude is nearer to daring than to timidity. But the mean of truth is not nearer to one extreme than to the other, because truth, since it is a kind of equality, holds to the exact mean. Therefore, truth does not more incline to that which is less. Objection 3 further: to forsake the truth for that which is less seems to amount to a denial of the truth, since this is to subtract therefrom. And to forsake the truth for that which is greater seems to amount to an addition thereto. Now to deny the truth is more repugnant to the truth than to add something to it, because truth is incompatible with the denial of truth, whereas it is compatible with addition. Therefore, it seems that truth should incline to that which is greater rather than to that which is less. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7 that by this virtue a man declines rather from the truth towards that which is less. I answer that there are 2 ways of declining from the truth to that which is less. First, by affirming, as when a man does not show the whole good that is in him, for instance, science, holiness, and so forth. This is done without prejudice to truth, since the lesser is contained in the greater, and in this way virtue inclines to what is less. For as the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7, this seems to be more prudent because exaggerations give annoyance. For those who represent themselves as being greater than they are a source of annoyance to others, since they seem to wish to surpass others, whereas those who make less account of themselves are a source of pleasure, since they seem to defer to others by their moderation. Hence the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 12:6, "Though I should have a mind to glory, I shall not be foolish, for I will say the truth. But I forbear, lest any man should think of me above that which he seeth in me, or anything he heareth from me." Secondly, one may incline to what is less by denying, so as to say what is in us is not. In this way it does not belong to the virtue to incline to what is less, because this would imply falsehood. And yet this would be less repugnant to the truth, not indeed as regards the proper aspect of truth, but as regards the aspect of prudence, which should be safeguarded in all the virtues. For since it is fraught with greater danger and is more annoying to others, it is more repugnant to prudence to think or boast that one has what one has not, than to think or say that one has not what one has. This suffices for the replies to the objections. End of question 109. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 110 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 110. Of the vices opposed to truth and first of lying, in 4 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to truth, and 1. Lying, 2. Dissimulation or hypocrisy, 3. Boasting and the opposite vice. Concerning lying, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether lying, as containing falsehood, is always opposed to the truth. Second, of the species of lying. Third, whether lying is always a sin. Fourth, whether it is always a mortal sin. First article, whether lying is always opposed to truth. Objection 1. It seems that lying is not always opposed to truth, for opposites are incompatible with one another. But lying is compatible with truth, since he that speaks the truth, thinking it to be false, lies, according to Augustine in On Lying 3. Therefore, lying is not opposed to truth. Objection 2 further. The virtue of truth applies not only to words, but also to deeds, since according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:7, by this virtue one tells the truth both in one's speech and in one's life. But lying only applies to words, for Augustine says, again in Against Lying, that a lie is a false signification by words. Accordingly, it seems that lying is not directly opposed to the virtue of truth. Objection 3 further. Augustine says, again, that the liar's sin is the desire to deceive. But this is not opposed to truth, but rather to benevolence or justice. Therefore, lying is not opposed to truth. On the contrary, Augustine says, in Against Lying 10, "Let no one doubt that it is a lie to tell a falsehood in order to deceive. Wherefore a false statement, uttered with intent to deceive, is a manifest lie." But this is opposed to truth. Therefore, lying is opposed to truth. I answer that a moral act takes its species from 2 things, its object and its end. For the end is the object of the will, which is the first mover in moral acts. And the power moved by the will has its own object, which is the proximate object of the voluntary act, and stands in relation to the will's act towards the end, as material to formal, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 18, articles 6 and 7. Now, it has been said above in question 109, article 1/3 reply, that the virtue of truth, and consequently the opposite vices, regards a manifestation made by certain signs, and this manifestation or statement is an act of reason comparing sign with the thing signified, because every representation consists in comparison, which is the proper act of reason. Wherefore, though dumb animals manifest something, yet they do not intend to manifest anything, but they do something by natural instinct, and a manifestation is the result. But when this manifestation or statement is a moral act, it must needs be voluntary and dependent on the intention of the will. Now, the proper object of a manifestation or statement is the true or the false, and the intention of a bad will may bear on two things, one of which is that a falsehood may be told, while the other is the proper effect of a false statement, namely, that someone may be deceived. Accordingly, if these three things concur, namely, falsehood of what is said, the will to tell a falsehood, and finally the intention to deceive, then there is falsehood, materially, since what is said is false, formally, on account of the will to tell an untruth, and effectively, on account of the will to impart a falsehood. However, the essential notion of a lie is taken from formal falsehood, from the fact, namely, that a person intends to say what is false, wherefore also the word mendacium, lie, is derived from its being in opposition to the mind. Consequently, if one says what is false, thinking it to be true, it is false materially, but not formally, because the falseness is beside the intention of the speaker, so that it is not a perfect lie, since what is besides the speaker's intention is accidental, for which reason it cannot be a specific difference. If, on the other hand, one utters falsehood formally, through having the will to deceive, even if what one says be true, yet inasmuch as this is a voluntary and moral act, it contains falseness essentially and truth accidentally, and attains the specific nature of a lie. That a person intends to cause another to have a false opinion by deceiving him does not belong to the species of lying, but to perfection thereof, even as in the physical order a thing acquires its species if it has its form, even though the form's effect be lacking. For instance, a heavy body which is held up aloft by force, lest it come down in accordance with the exigency of its form. Therefore it is evident that lying is directly and formally opposed to the virtue of truth. Reply to Obj. 1. We judge of a thing according to what is in it formally and essentially, rather than according to what is in it materially and accidentally. Hence it is more in opposition to truth, considered as a moral virtue, to tell the truth with the intention of telling a falsehood, than to tell a falsehood with the intention of telling the truth. Reply to Obj. 2. As Augustine says, in On Christian Doctrine 2, words hold the chief place among other signs. And so, when it is said that a lie is a false signification by words, the term words denotes every kind of sign. Wherefore, if a person intended to signify something false by means of signs, he would not be excused from lying. Reply to Obj. 3. The desire to deceive belongs to the perfection of lying, but not to its species, as neither does any effect belonging to the species of its cause. Second article. Whether lies are sufficiently divided into officious, jocose, and mischievous lies. Objection 1. It seems that lies are not sufficiently divided into officious, jocose, and mischievous lies. For a division should be made according to that which pertains to a thing by reason of its nature, as the Philosopher states in Metaphysics 7:43. But seemingly the intention of the effect, resulting from a moral act, is something beside and accidental to the species of that act, so that an indefinite number of effects can result from one act. Now this division is made according to the intention of the effect. For a jocose lie is told in order to make fun,
an officious lie for some useful purpose, and a mischievous lie in order to injure someone. Therefore, lies are unfittingly divided in this way. Objection 2 further. Augustine, in Against Lying 14, gives 8 kinds of lies. The first is in religious doctrine. The second is a lie that profits no one and injures someone. The third profits one party so as to injure another. The fourth is told out of mere lust of lying and deceiving. The fifth is told out of the desire to please. The sixth injures no one and profits someone in saving his money. The seventh injures no one and profits someone in saving him from death. The eighth injures no one and profits someone in saving him from defilement of the body. Therefore, it seems that the first division of lies is insufficient. Objection 3 further. The philosopher in Ethics 4:7 divides lying into boasting, which exceeds the truth in speech, and irony, which falls short of the truth by saying something less. And these two are not contained under any one of the kinds mentioned above. Therefore, it seems that the aforesaid division of lies is inadequate. On the contrary, a gloss on Psalm 5:7, "Thou wilt destroy all that speak a lie," says, "There are 3 kinds of lies, for some are told for the well-being and convenience of someone, and there is another kind of lie that is told in fun, but the third kind of lie is told out of malice." The first of these is called an officious lie, the second a jocose lie, the third a mischievous lie. Therefore, lies are divided into these 3 kinds. I answer that lies may be divided in 3 ways. First, with respect to their nature as lies, and this is the proper and essential division of lying. In this way, according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:7, lies are of 2 kinds, namely, the lie which goes beyond the truth, and this belongs to boasting, and the lie which stops short of the truth, and this belongs to irony. This division is an essential division of lying itself, because lying as such is opposed to truth, as stated in the preceding article, and truth is a kind of equality to which more and less are essential in opposition. Secondly, lies may be divided with respect to their nature as sins, and with regard to those things that aggravate or diminish the sin of lying on the part of the end intended. Now, the sin of lying is aggravated if by lying a person intends to injure another, and this is called a mischievous lie, while the sin of lying is diminished if it be directed to some good, either of pleasure, and then it is a jocose lie, or of usefulness, and then we have the officious lie, whereby it is intended to help another person or to save him from being injured. In this way, lies are divided into the 3 kinds aforesaid. Thirdly, lies are divided in a more general way, with respect to their relation to some end, whether or not this increase or diminish their gravity. And in this way the division comprises 8 kinds, as stated in the second objection. Here the first 3 kinds are contained under mischievous lies, which are either against God, and then we have the lie in religious doctrine, or against man, and this either with the sole intention of injuring him, and then it is the second kind of lie, which profits no one and injures someone, or with the intention of injuring one and at the same time profiting another, and this is the third kind of lie, which profits one and injures another. Of these, the first is the most grievous, because sins against God are always more grievous, as stated above in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 73, Article 3.
And the second is more grievous than the third, since the latter's gravity is diminished by the intention of profiting another. After these three, which aggravate the sin of lying, we have a fourth, which has its own measure of gravity without addition or diminution. And this is the lie which is told out of mere lust of lying and deceiving. This proceeds from a habit, wherefore the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7 that the liar, when he lies from habit, delights in lying. The four kinds that follow lessen the gravity of the sin of lying. For the fifth kind is the yokos lie, which is told with a desire to please. And the remaining three are comprised under the officious lie, wherein something useful to another person is intended. This usefulness regards either external things, and then we have the sixth kind of lie, which profits someone in saving his money, or his body, and this is the seventh kind, which saves a man from death, or the morality of his virtue, and this is the eighth kind, which saves him from unlawful defilement of his body. Now it is evident that the greater the good intended, the more is the sin of lying diminished in gravity. Wherefore a careful consideration of the matter will show that these various kinds of lies are enumerated in their order of gravity, since the useful good is better than the pleasurable good, and life of the body than money, and virtue than the life of the body. This suffices for the replies to the objections. Third article: whether every lie is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that not every lie is a sin. For it is evident that the evangelists did not sin in the writing of the gospel, yet they seem to have told something false, since their accounts of the words of Christ and of others often differ from one another, wherefore seemingly one of them must have given an untrue account. Therefore, not every lie is a sin. Objection 2. Further, no one is rewarded by God for sin. But the midwives of Egypt were rewarded by God for a lie, for it is stated that God built them houses in Exodus 1:21. Therefore, a lie is not a sin. Objection 3. Further, the deeds of holy men are related in sacred writ, that they may be a model of human life. But we read of certain very holy men that they lied. Thus in Genesis 12:20, we are told that Abraham said of his wife that she was his sister. Jacob also lied when he said that he was Esau, and yet he received a blessing, as is written in Genesis 27, verses 27 through 29. Again, Judith is commended in chapter 15, verses 10 and 11, although she lied to Holofernes. Therefore, not every lie is a sin. Objection 4. Further, one ought to choose the lesser evil in order to avoid the greater. Even so a physician cuts off a limb, lest the whole body perish. Yet less harm is done by raising a false opinion in a person's mind than by someone slaying or being slain. Therefore, a man may lawfully lie to save another from committing murder or another from being killed. Objection 5. Further, it is not a lie not to fulfill what one has promised. Yet one is not bound to keep all one's promises, for Isidore says, in his Synonyms too, "Break your faith when you have promised ill." Therefore, not every lie is a sin. Objection 6. Further, apparently a lie is a sin because thereby we deceive our neighbor. Wherefore Augustine says in On Lies 21, "Whoever thinks that there is any kind of lie that is not a sin deceives himself shamefully, since he deems himself an honest man when he deceives others." Yet not every lie is a cause of deception, since no one is deceived by a yokos lie, seeing that lies of this kind are told not with the intention of being believed,
but merely for the sake of giving pleasure. Hence again we find hyperbolical expressions in Holy Writ. Therefore, not every lie is a sin. On the contrary, it is written in Ecclesiasticus 7:14, "Be not willing to make any manner of lie." I answer that an action that is naturally evil in respect of its genus can by no means be good and lawful, since in order for an action to be good, it must be right in every respect. Because good results from a complete cause, while evil results from any single defect, as Dionysius asserts in On the Divine Names 4. Now a lie is an evil in respect of its genus, since it is an action bearing on undue matter. For as words are naturally signs of intellectual acts, it is unnatural and undue for anyone to signify by words something that is not in his mind. Hence the Philosopher says in Ethics 4:7 that lying is in itself evil and to be shunned, while truthfulness is good and worthy of praise. Therefore, every lie is a sin, as also Augustine declares in Against Lying 1. Reply to Objection 1. It is unlawful to hold that any false assertion is contained either in the Gospel or in any canonical Scripture, or that the writers thereof have told truths because faith would be deprived of its certitude, which is based on the authority of Holy Writ. That the words of certain people are variously reported in the Gospel and other sacred writings does not constitute a lie. Hence Augustine says in On the Consensus of the Evangelists 2, "He that has the wit to understand that in order to know the truth it is necessary to get at the sense, will conclude that he must not be the least troubled, no matter by what words that sense is expressed." Hence it is evident, as he adds in the same place, that we must not judge that someone is lying if several persons fail to describe in the same way and in the same words a thing which they remember to have seen or heard. Reply to Objection 2. The midwives were rewarded, not for their lie, but for their fear of God, and for their good will, which latter led them to tell a lie. Hence it is expressly stated in Exodus 2:21, "And because the midwives feared God, he built them houses." But the subsequent lie was not meritorious. Reply to Objection 3. In Holy Writ, as Augustine observes, the deeds of certain persons are related as examples of perfect virtue, and we must not believe that such persons were liars. If, however, any of their statements appear to be untruthful, we must understand such statements to have been figurative and prophetic. Hence Augustine says in On Lying 5, "We must believe that whatever is related of those who, in prophetical times, are mentioned as being worthy of credit, was done and said by them prophetically. As to Abraham, when he said that Sarah was his sister, he wished to hide the truth, not to tell a lie, for she is called his sister, since she was the daughter of his father. Wherefore Abraham himself said, in Genesis 20, verse 12, She is truly my sister, the daughter of my father, and not the daughter of my mother, being related to him on his father's side. Jacob's assertion that he was Esau, Isaac's firstborn, was spoken in a mystical sense, because, to wit, the latter's birthright was due to him by right, and he made use of this mode of speech, being moved by the spirit of prophecy, in order to signify a mystery, namely, that the younger people, that is, the Gentiles, should supplant the firstborn, that is, the Jews. Some, however, are commended in the Scriptures, not on account of perfect virtue, but for a certain virtuous disposition, seeing that it was owing to some praiseworthy sentiment that they were moved to do certain undue things. It is thus that Judith is praised, not for lying to Holofernes, but for her desire to save the people, to which end she exposed herself to danger. And yet one might also say that her words contain truth in some mystical sense. Reply to Objection 4. A lie is sinful not only because it injures one's neighbor, but also on account of its inordinateness, as stated above in this article. Now, it is not allowed to make use of anything inordinate in order to ward off injury or defects from another, as neither is it lawful to steal in order to give an alms, except perhaps in a case of necessity when all things are common. Therefore, it is not lawful to tell a lie in order to deliver another from any danger whatever. Nevertheless, it is lawful to hide the truth prudently by keeping it back, as Augustine says, in Against Lying 10. Reply to Objection 5. A man does not lie so long as he has in mind to do what he promises, because he does not speak contrary to what he has in mind. But if he does not keep his promise, he seems to act without faith in changing his mind. He may, however, be excused for two reasons. First, if he has promised something evidently unlawful, because he sinned in promise, and did well to change his mind. Secondly, if circumstances have changed with regard to persons and the business in hand. For as Seneca states, for a man to be bound to keep a promise, it is necessary for everything to remain unchanged. Otherwise, neither did he lie in promising, since he promised what he had in his mind, due circumstances being taken for granted, nor was he faithless in not keeping his promise, because circumstances are no longer the same. Hence the Apostle, though he did not go to Corinth, whither he had promised to go, in 2 Corinthians 1, did not lie, because obstacles had arisen which prevented him. Reply to Objection 6. An action may be considered in two ways. First, in itself. Secondly, with regard to the agent. Accordingly, a jocose lie, from the very genus of the action, is of a nature to deceive, although in the intention of the speaker it is not told to deceive, nor does it deceive by the way it is told. Nor is there any similarity in the hyperbolical or any kind of figurative expressions with which we meet in Holy Writ, because, as Augustine says, it is not a lie to do or say a thing figuratively, because every statement must be referred to the thing stated. And when a thing is done or said figuratively, it states what to those to whom it is tendered understand it to signify. Fourth Article. Whether every lie is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that every lie is a mortal sin. For it is written in Psalm 6 verse 7, "Thou wilt destroy all that speak a lie." And in Wisdom 1:11, "The mouth that belieth killeth the soul." Now mortal sin alone causes destruction and death of the soul. Therefore, every lie is a mortal sin. Objection 2 further. Whatever is against a precept of the Decalogue is a mortal sin. Now lying is against this precept of the Decalogue. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Therefore, every lie is a mortal sin. Objection 3 further. Augustine says in On Christian Doctrine 136, "Every liar breaks his faith in lying, since forsooth he wishes the person to whom he lies to have faith in him, and yet he does not keep faith with him, when he lies to him. And whoever breaks his faith is guilty of iniquity." Now no one is said to break his faith, or to be guilty of iniquity, for a venial sin. Therefore, no lie is a venial sin. Objection 4 further. The eternal reward is not lost, save for a mortal sin. Now for a lie the eternal reward was lost, being exchanged for a temporal meed. For Gregory says in his commentary on Job 18 that "We learn from the reward of the midwives what the sin of lying deserves, since the reward which they deserved for their kindness and which they might have received in eternal life, dwindled into a temporal meed on account of the lie of which they were guilty. Therefore, even an officious lie, such as was that of the midwives, which seemingly is the least of lies, is a mortal sin. Objection 5 further. Augustine says in On Lying 17 that it is a precept of perfection, not only not to lie at all, but not even to wish to lie. Now, it is a mortal sin to act against a precept. Therefore, every lie of the perfect is a mortal sin, and consequently, so also is a lie told by anyone else. Otherwise, the perfect would be worse off than others. On the contrary, Augustine says on Psalm 5:7, "Thou wilt destroy," etc. There are two kinds of lie that are not grievously sinful, yet are not devoid of sin, when we lie either in joking or for the sake of our neighbor's good. But every mortal sin is grievous. Therefore, jocose and officious lies are not mortal sins. I answer that a mortal sin is, properly speaking, one that is contrary to charity, whereby the soul lives in union with God, as stated above, in question 24, Article 12, and in question 35, Article 3. Now, a lie may be contrary to charity in three ways. First, in itself. Secondly, in respect of the evil intended. Thirdly, accidentally. A lie may be in itself contrary to charity by reason of its false signification. For if this be about divine things, it is contrary to the charity of God, whose truth one hides or corrupts by such a lie. So that a lie of this kind is opposed not only to the virtue of charity, but also to the virtues of faith and religion. Wherefore it is a most grievous and a mortal sin. If, however, the false signification be about something the knowledge of which affects a man's good, for instance, if it pertain to the perfection of science or to moral conduct, a lie of this description inflicts an injury on one's neighbor, since it causes him to have a false opinion, wherefore it is contrary to charity as regards the love of our neighbor, and consequently is a mortal sin. On the other hand, if the false opinion engendered by the lie be about some matter the knowledge of which is of no consequence, then the lie in question does no harm to one's neighbor. For instance, if a person be deceived as to some contingent particulars that do not concern him. Wherefore a lie of this kind, considered in itself, is not a mortal sin. As regards the end in view, a lie may be contrary to charity, through being told with the purpose of injuring God, and this is always a mortal sin, for it is opposed to religion, or in order to injure one's neighbor in his person, his possessions, or his good name, and this also is a mortal sin, since it is a mortal sin to injure one's neighbor, and one sins mortally if one has merely the intention of committing a mortal sin. But if the end intended be not contrary to charity, neither will the lie, considered under this aspect, be a mortal sin, as in the case of a jocose lie, where some little pleasure is intended, or in an officious lie, where the good also of one's neighbor is intended. Accidentally, a lie may be contrary to charity by reason of scandal, or any other injury resulting therefrom. And thus again, it will be a mortal sin, for instance, if a man were not deterred through scandal from lying publicly. Reply to Objection 1. The passages quoted refer to the mischievous lie, as a gloss explains the words of Psalm 5:7, "Thou wilt destroy all that speak a lie." Reply to Objection 2. Since all the precepts of the Decalogue are directed to the love of God and our neighbor, as stated above, in question 44, Article 1, third reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae question 100, Article 5, first reply, a lie
is contrary to a precept of the Decalogue, insofar as it is contrary to the love of God and our neighbor. Hence it is expressly forbidden to bear false witness against our neighbor. Reply to Obj. 3. Even a venial sin can be called iniquity in a broad sense, insofar as it is beside the equity of justice. Wherefore it is written in 1 John 3:4, "Every sin is iniquity." It is in this sense that Augustine is speaking. Reply to Obj. 4. The lie of the midwives may be considered in two ways. First, as regards their feeling of kindliness towards the Jews, and their reverence and fear of God, for which their virtuous disposition is commended. For this, an eternal reward is due. Wherefore Jerome, in his exposition of Isaiah 65:21, "And they shall build houses," explains that God "built them spiritual houses." Secondly, it may be considered with regard to the external act of lying, for thereby they could merit not indeed eternal reward, but perhaps some temporal meed, the deserving of which was not inconsistent with the deformity of their lie, though this was inconsistent with their meriting an eternal reward. It is in this sense that we must understand the words of Gregory, and not that they merited by that lie to lose the eternal reward, as though they had already merited it by their preceding kindliness, as the objection understands the words to mean. Reply to Obj. 5. Some say that for the perfect every lie is a mortal sin, but this assertion is unreasonable. For no circumstance causes a sin to be infinitely more grievous unless it transfers it to another species. Now a circumstance of person does not transfer a sin to another species, except perhaps by reason of something annexed to that person, for instance, if it be against his vow, and this cannot apply to an officious or jocose lie. Wherefore an officious or jocose lie is not a mortal sin in perfect men, except perhaps accidentally on account of scandal. We may take in this sense the saying of Augustine that "it is a precept of perfection not only not to lie at all, but not even to wish to lie." Although Augustine says this not positively but dubiously, for he begins by saying, "unless perhaps it is a precept," etc. Nor does it matter that they are placed in a position to safeguard the truth, because they are bound to safeguard the truth by virtue of their office in judging or teaching, and if they lie in these matters, their lie will be a mortal sin. But it does not follow that they sin mortally when they lie in other matters.
End of question 110. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 111 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 111 of Dissimulation and Hypocrisy in 4 articles. In due sequence, we must consider dissimulation and hypocrisy. Under this head, there are 4 points of inquiry. First, whether all dissimulation is a sin. Second, whether hypocrisy is dissimulation. Third, whether it is opposed to truth. Fourth, whether it is a mortal sin. First article, whether all dissimulation is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that not all dissimulation is a sin. For it is written in Luke 24, verse 28, that our Lord pretended he would go further. And Ambrose, in his book on the Patriarchs, says of Abraham that he spoke craftily to his servants when he said, in Genesis 22 verse 5, "I and the boy will go with speed as far as yonder, and after we have worshipped will return to you." Now to pretend and to speak craftily savour of dissimulation, and yet it is not to be said that there was sin in Christ or Abraham. Therefore, not all dissimulation is a sin. Objection 2 further. No sin is profitable. But according to Jerome in his commentary on Galatians 2:11, when Peter was come to Antioch, the example of Jehu king of Israel, who slew the priest of Baal, pretending that he desired to worship idols, should teach us that dissimulation is useful and sometimes to be employed. And David changed his countenance before Achish king of Geth, as is related in 1 Kings 21:13. Therefore, not all dissimulation is a sin. Objection 3 further. Good is contrary to evil. Therefore, if it is evil to simulate good, it is good to simulate evil. Objection 4 further. It is written in condemnation of certain people in Isaiah 3:9, "They have proclaimed abroad their sin as Sodom, and they have not hid it." Now it pertains to dissimulation to hide one's sin. Therefore, it is reprehensible sometimes not to simulate. But it is never reprehensible to avoid sin. Therefore, dissimulation is not a sin. On the contrary, a gloss on Isaiah 16:14, in 3 years, etc., says, "Of the two evils it is less to sin openly than to simulate holiness." But to sin openly is always a sin. Therefore, dissimulation is always a sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 109, Article 3, and in question 110, Article 1, it belongs to the virtue of truth to show oneself outwardly by outward signs to be such as one is. Now outward signs are not only words, but also deeds. Accordingly, just as it is contrary to truth to signify by words something different from that which is in one's mind, so also is it contrary to truth to employ signs of deeds or things to signify the contrary of what is in oneself, and this is what is properly denoted by dissimulation. Consequently, dissimulation is properly a lie told by the signs of outward deeds. Now it matters not whether one lie in word or in any other way, as stated above, in question 110, Article 1, Objection 2. Wherefore, since every sin is a lie, as stated above in question 110, Article 3, it follows that also all dissimulation is a sin. Reply to Objection 1. As Augustine says in his Questions on the Gospel 2, to pretend is not always a lie, but only when the pretense has no signification, then it is a lie. When, however, our pretense refers to some signification, there is no lie, but a representation of the truth. And he cites figures of speech as an example, where a thing is pretended, for we do not mean it to be taken literally, but as a figure of something else that we wish to say. In this way our Lord pretended he would go further, because he acted as if wishing to go farther, in order to signify something figuratively, either because he was far from their faith, according to Gregory, or as Augustine says, because he was about to go farther away from them by ascending into heaven. He was, so to speak, held back on earth by their hospitality. Abraham also spoke figuratively. Wherefore Ambrose, in On Abraham, says that Abraham foretold what he knew not, for he intended to return alone after sacrificing his son, but by his mouth the Lord expressed what he was about to do. It is evident, therefore, that neither dissembled. Reply to Objection 2.
Jerome implies the term simulation in a broad sense for any kind of pretense. David's change of countenance was a figurative pretense, as a gloss observes in commenting on the title of Psalm 33, "I will bless the Lord at all times." There is no need to excuse Jehu's dissimulation from sin or lie, because he was a wicked man, since he departed not from the idolatry of Jeroboam, as related in 4 Kings 10, verses 29 and 31. Yet he is praised withal and received an earthly reward from God, not for his dissimulation, but for his zeal in destroying the worship of Baal. Reply to Objection 3. Some say that no one may pretend to be wicked, because no one pretends to be wicked by doing good deeds, and if he do evil deeds, he is evil. But this argument proves nothing, because a man might pretend to be evil by doing what is not evil in itself but has some appearance of evil, and nevertheless this dissimulation is evil, both because it is a lie and because it gives scandal. And although he is wicked on this account, yet his wickedness is not the wickedness he simulates. And because dissimulation is evil in itself, its sinfulness is not derived from the thing simulated, whether this be good or evil. Reply to Objection 4. Just as a man lies when he signifies by word that which he is not, yet lies not when he refrains from saying what he is, for this is sometimes lawful, so also does a man dissemble when by outward signs of deeds or things he signifies that which he is not, yet he dissembles not if he omits to signify what he is. Hence one may hide one's sin without being guilty of dissimulation. It is thus that we must understand the saying of Jerome on the words of Isaiah 3:9, that the second remedy after shipwreck is to hide one's sin, lest, to wit, others be scandalized thereby. Second article. Whether hypocrisy is the same as dissimulation. Objection 1. It seems that hypocrisy is not the same as dissimulation, for dissimulation consists in lying by deeds. But there may be hypocrisy in showing outwardly what one does inwardly, according to Matthew 6:2. When thou dost an alms deed, sound not a trumpet before thee, as the hypocrites do. Therefore, hypocrisy is not the same as dissimulation. Objection 2 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:7, "There are some who wear the habit of holiness, yet are unable to attain the merit of perfection. We must by no means deem these to have joined the ranks of the hypocrites, since it is one thing to sin from weakness, and another to sin from malice." Now those who wear the habit of holiness without attaining the merit of perfection are dissemblers, since the outward habit signifies works of perfection. Therefore, dissimulation is not the same as hypocrisy. Objection 3 further. Hypocrisy consists in the mere intention. For our Lord says of hypocrites in Matthew 25, verse 5, that all their works they do for to be seen of men. And Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:7 that they never consider what it is that they do, but how by their every action they may please men. But dissimulation consists not in the mere intention, but in the outward action, wherefore a gloss on Job 36:13, "Dissemblers and crafty men prove the wrath of God," says that the dissembler simulates one thing and does another. He pretends chastity and delights in lewdness. He makes a show of poverty and fills his purse. Therefore, hypocrisy is not the same as dissimulation. On the contrary, Isidore says in his Etymologies 10, hypocrite is a Greek word corresponding to the Latin simulator, for whereas he is evil within, he shows himself outwardly as being good. Hypo, denoting falsehood, and krisis, judgment.
I answer that, as Isidore says in his Etymologies, the word hypocrite is derived from the appearance of those who come onto the stage with a disguised face, by changing the color of their complexion so as to imitate the complexion of the person they simulate, at one time under the guise of a man, at another under the guise of a woman, so as to deceive the people in their acting. Hence Augustine says that, just as hypocrites by simulating other persons act on the part of those they are not, since he that acts the part of Agamemnon is not that man himself but pretends to be, so too in the Church and in every department of human life, whoever wishes to seem what he is not is a hypocrite, for he pretends to be just, without being so in reality. We must conclude, therefore, that hypocrisy is dissimulation. Not, however, any form of dissimulation, but only when one person simulates another, as when a sinner simulates the person of a just man. Reply to Objection 1. The outward deed is a natural sign of the intention. Accordingly, when a man does good works pertaining by their genus to be the service of God, and seeks by their means to please, not God but man, he simulates a right intention which he has not. Wherefore Gregory says in his commentary on Job that, hypocrites make God's interests subservient to worldly purposes, since by making a show of saintly conduct they seek, not to turn men to God, but to draw to themselves the applause of their approval. And so they make a lying pretense of having a good intention, which they have not, although they do not pretend to do a good deed without doing it. Reply to Objection 2. The habit of holiness, for instance, the religious or the clerical habit, signifies a state whereby one is bound to perform works of perfection. And so when a man puts on the habit of holiness with the intention of entering the state of perfection, if he fail through weakness, he is not a dissembler or a hypocrite, because he is not bound to disclose his sin by laying aside the habit of holiness. If, however, he were to put on the habit of holiness in order to make a show of righteousness, he would be a hypocrite and a dissembler. Reply to Objection 3. In dissimulation, as in a lie, there are two things, one by way of sign, the other by way of a thing signified. Accordingly, the evil intention in hypocrisy is considered as a thing signified, which does not tally with the sign, and the outward words or deeds, or any sensible objects, are considered in every dissimulation and lie as a sign. Third article. Whether hypocrisy is contrary to the virtue of truth. Objection 1. It seems that hypocrisy is not contrary to the virtue of truth. For in dissimulation or hypocrisy there is a sign and a thing signified. Now with regard to neither of these does it seem to be opposed to any special virtue. For a hypocrite simulates any virtue, and by means of any virtuous deeds, such as fasting, prayer, and alms deeds, as stated in Matthew 6, verses 1 through 18. Therefore, hypocrisy is not specially opposed to the virtue of truth. Objection 2 further. All dissimulation seems to proceed from guile, wherefore it is opposed to simplicity. Now guile is opposed to prudence, as above stated, in question 55, Article 4. Therefore, hypocrisy, which is dissimulation, is not opposed to truth, but rather to prudence or simplicity. Objection 3 further. The species of a moral act is taken from its end. Now the end of hypocrisy is the acquisition of gain or vainglory. Wherefore a gloss on Job 27 verse 8, "What is the hope of the hypocrite if through covetousness he take by violence?" says, "A hypocrite, or as the Latin has it, a dissimulator, is a covetous thief. For through desire of being honored for holiness, though guilty of wickedness, he steals praise for a life which is not his." Therefore,
since covetousness or vainglory is not directly opposed to truth, it seems that neither is hypocrisy or dissimulation. On the contrary, all dissimulation is a lie, as stated above in Article 1. Now a lie is directly opposed to truth. Therefore, dissimulation or hypocrisy is also. I answer that, according to the philosopher in Metaphysics 1324, contrariety is opposition as regards form, that is, the specific form. Accordingly, we must reply that dissimulation or hypocrisy may be opposed to a virtue in two ways. In one way, directly; in another way, indirectly. Its direct opposition or contrariety is to be considered with regard to the very species of the act, and this species depends on that act's proper object. Wherefore, since hypocrisy is a kind of dissimulation, whereby a man simulates a character which is not his, as stated in the preceding article, it follows that it is directly opposed to truth whereby a man shows himself in life and speech to be what he is, as stated in Ethics 4:7. The indirect opposition or contrariety of hypocrisy may be considered in relation to any accident, for instance, a remote end, or an instrument of action, or anything else of that kind. Reply to Objection 1. The hypocrite, in simulating a virtue, regards it as his end, not in respect of its existence, as though he wished to have it, but in respect of appearance, since he wishes to seem to have it. Hence his hypocrisy is not opposed to that virtue, but to truth, inasmuch as he wishes to deceive men with regard to that virtue. And he performs acts of that virtue not as intending them for their own sake, but instrumentally, as signs of that virtue, wherefore his hypocrisy has not, on that account, a direct opposition to that virtue. Reply to Objection 2. As stated above in question 55, Articles 3, 4, and 5, the vice directly opposed to prudence is cunning, to which it belongs to discover ways of achieving a purpose that are apparent and not real. While it accomplishes that purpose by guile in words and by fraud in deeds, and it stands in relation to prudence as guile and fraud to simplicity. Now guile and fraud are directed chiefly to deception, and sometimes secondarily to injury. Wherefore it belongs directly to simplicity to guard oneself from deception, and in this way the virtue of simplicity is the same as the virtue of truth, as stated above, in question 109, Article 2, fourth reply. There is, however, a mere logical difference between them, because by truth we mean the concordance between sign and a thing signified, while simplicity indicates that one does not tend to different things by intending one thing inwardly and pretending another outwardly. Reply to Objection 3. Gain or glory is the remote end of the dissembler as also of the liar. Hence it does not take its species from this end, but from the proximate end, which is to show oneself other than one is. Wherefore it sometimes happens to a man to pretend great things of himself, for no further purpose than the mere lust of hypocrisy, as the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7, and as also we have said above with regard to lying, in question 110, Article 2. Fourth Article. Whether hypocrisy is always a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that hypocrisy is always a mortal sin. For Jerome says on Isaiah 16:14, "Of the two evils it is less to sin openly than to simulate holiness." And a gloss on Job 1:21, "As it hath pleased the Lord," etc., says that pretended justice is no justice, but a twofold sin. And again, a gloss on Lamentations 4:6, "The iniquity of my people is made greater than the sin of Sodom," says,
He deplores the sins of the soul that falls into hypocrisy, which is a greater iniquity than the sin of Sodom. Now the sins of Sodom are mortal sin. Therefore, hypocrisy is always a mortal sin. Objection 2 further. Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:8 that hypocrites sin out of malice. But this is most grievous, for it pertains to the sin against the Holy Ghost. Therefore, a hypocrite always sins mortally. Objection 3 further. No one deserves the anger of God and exclusion from seeing God, save on account of mortal sin. Now the anger of God is deserved through hypocrisy according to Job 36:13. Dissemblers and crafty men prove the wrath of God. And the hypocrite is excluded from seeing God according to Job 13:16. No hypocrite shall come before his presence. Therefore, hypocrisy is always a mortal sin. On the contrary, hypocrisy is lying by deed, since it is a kind of dissimulation. But it is not always a mortal sin to lie by deed. Neither, therefore, is all hypocrisy a mortal sin. Further, the intention of a hypocrite is to appear to be good, but this is not contrary to charity. Therefore, hypocrisy is not of itself a mortal sin. Further, hypocrisy is born of vainglory, as Gregory says in his commentary on Job 31:17. But vainglory is not always a mortal sin. Therefore, neither is hypocrisy. I answer that there are two things in hypocrisy: lack of holiness and simulation thereof. Accordingly, if by a hypocrite we mean a person whose intention is directed to both the above, one namely, who cares not to be holy but only to appear so, in which sense sacred Scripture is wont to use the term, it is evident that hypocrisy is a mortal sin, for no one is entirely deprived of holiness save through mortal sin. But if by a hypocrite we mean one who intends to simulate holiness, which he lacks through mortal sin, then, although he is in mortal sin whereby he is deprived of holiness, yet, in his case, the dissimulation itself is not always a mortal sin, but sometimes a venial sin. This will depend on the end in view. For if this be contrary to the love of God or of his neighbor, it will be a mortal sin. For instance, if he were to simulate holiness in order to disseminate false doctrine, or that he may obtain ecclesiastical preferment, though unworthy, or that he may obtain any temporal good in which he fixes his end. If, however, the end intended be not contrary to charity, it will be a venial sin, as for instance when a man takes pleasure in the pretense itself. Of such a man it is said in Ethics 4:7 that he would seem to be vain rather than evil. For the same applies to simulation as to a lie. It happens also sometimes that a man simulates the perfection of holiness which is not necessary for spiritual welfare. Simulation of this kind is neither a mortal sin always, nor is it always associated with mortal sin. This suffices for the replies to the objections. End of question 111. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C. Question 112 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 112. Of boasting in 2 articles. We must now consider boasting and irony,
which are parts of lying according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:7. Under the first head, namely boasting, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, to which virtue is it opposed? Second, whether it is a mortal sin. First article: whether boasting is opposed to the virtue of truth. Objection 1. It seems that boasting is not opposed to the virtue of truth. For lying is opposed to truth. But it is possible to boast even without lying, as when a man makes a show of his own excellence. Thus it is written in Esther 1, verses 3 and 4, that Ahasuerus made a great feast, that he might show the riches of the glory, and of his kingdom, and the greatness and boasting of his power. Therefore, boasting is not opposed to the virtue of truth. Objection 2, further, boasting is reckoned by Gregory in his commentary on Job 23:4 to be one of the 4 species of pride, when, to wit, a man boasts of having what he has not. Hence it is written in Jeremiah 48, verses 29 and 30, "We have heard the pride of Moab, he is exceedingly proud. His haughtiness and his arrogancy and his pride and the loftiness of his heart. I know, saith the Lord, his boasting, and that the strength thereof is not according to it." Moreover, Gregory says again in his commentary that boasting arises from vainglory. Now pride and vainglory are opposed to the virtue of humility. Therefore, boasting is opposed not to truth, but to humility. Objection 3, further, boasting seems to be occasioned by riches. Wherefore it is written in Wisdom 5:8, "What hath pride profited us? Or what advantage hath the boasting of riches brought us?" Now excess of riches seems to belong to the sin of covetousness, which is opposed to justice or liberality. Therefore, boasting is not opposed to truth. On the contrary, the philosopher says in Ethics 2:7 and Ethics 4:7 that boasting is opposed to truth. I answer that jactantia, boasting, seems properly to denote the uplifting of self by words, since if a man wishes to throw, jactare, a thing far away, he lifts it up high. And to uplift oneself, properly speaking, is to talk of oneself above oneself. Translator's note, or tall talking, as we should say in English. End of note. This happens in 2 ways. For sometimes a man speaks of himself not above what he is in himself, but above that which he is esteemed by men to be. And this the apostle declines to do when he says in 2 Corinthians 12:6, "I forbear lest any man should think of me above that which he seeth in me, or anything he heareth of me." In another way, a man uplifts himself by words, by speaking of himself above that which he is in reality. And since we should judge of things as they are in themselves, rather than as others deem them to be, it follows that boasting denotes more properly the uplifting of self above what one is in oneself, than the uplifting of self above what others think of one. Although in either case it may be called boasting. Hence boasting, properly so called, is opposed to truth by way of excess. Reply to Objection 1. This argument takes boasting as exceeding men's opinion. Reply to Objection 2. The sin of boasting may be considered in 2 ways. First, with regard to the species of the act, and thus it is opposed to truth, as stated in the body of the article, as well as in question 110, Article 2. Secondly, with regard to its cause, from which more frequently, though not always, it arises. And thus it proceeds from pride as its inwardly moving and impelling cause. For when a man is uplifted inwardly by arrogance, it often results that outwardly he boasts of great things about himself,
though sometimes a man takes to boasting not from arrogance, but from some kind of vanity, and delights therein, because he is a boaster by habit. Hence arrogance, which is an uplifting of self above oneself, is a kind of pride. Yet it is not the same as boasting, but is very often its cause. For this reason, Gregory reckons boasting among the species of pride. Moreover, the boaster frequently aims at obtaining glory through his boasting, and so, according to Gregory, it arises from vainglory considered as its end. Reply to Obj. 3. Wealth also causes boasting in two ways. First, as an occasional cause, inasmuch as a man prides himself on his riches. Hence in Proverbs 8:18, riches are significantly described as proud. Secondly, as being the end of boasting, since according to Ethics 4:7, some boast not only for the sake of glory, but also for the sake of gain. Such people invent stories about themselves so as to make profit thereby. For instance, they pretend to be skilled in medicine, wisdom, or divination. Second article: whether boasting is a mortal sin. Objection 1. It seems that boasting is a mortal sin. For it is written in Proverbs 28:25, "He that boasteth and puffeth himself stirreth up quarrels." Now it is a mortal sin to stir up quarrels, since God hates those that sow discord, according to Proverbs 6:19. Therefore, boasting is a mortal sin. Objection 2 further: whatever is forbidden in God's law is a mortal sin. Now a gloss on Ecclesiasticus 6:2, "Extol not thyself in the thoughts of thy soul," says, "This is a prohibition of boasting and pride." Therefore, boasting is a mortal sin. Objection 3 further: boasting is a kind of lie. But it is neither an officious nor a jocose lie. This is evident from the end of lying, for according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:7, "The boaster pretends to something greater than he is, sometimes for no further purpose, sometimes for the sake of glory or honor, sometimes for the sake of money." Thus it is evident that it is neither an officious nor a jocose lie, and consequently it must be a mischievous lie. Therefore, seemingly, it is always a mortal sin. On the contrary, boasting arises from vainglory, according to Gregory, in his commentary on Job 31:17. Now vainglory is not always a mortal sin, but is sometimes a venial sin, which only the very perfect avoid. For Gregory says, again in his commentary on Job 8:30, that it belongs to the very perfect, by outward deeds so to seek the glory of their author, that they are not inwardly uplifted by the praise awarded them. Therefore, boasting is not always a mortal sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 110, Article 4, a mortal sin is one that is contrary to charity. Accordingly, boasting may be considered in two ways. First, in itself as a lie, and thus it is sometimes a mortal and sometimes a venial sin. It will be a mortal sin when a man boasts of that which is contrary to God's glory. Thus it is said in the person of the king of Tyre, in Ezekiel 28:2, "Thy heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am God." Or contrary to the love of our neighbor, as when a man, while boasting of himself, breaks out in invectives against others, as told of the Pharisee who said in Luke 18:11, "I am not as the rest of men, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, as also this publican." Sometimes it is a venial sin, when to wit a man boasts of things that are against neither God nor his neighbor. Secondly, it may be considered with regard to its cause, namely pride, or the desire of gain or of vainglory. and then if it proceeds from pride or from such vainglory as is a mortal sin, then the boasting will also be a mortal sin. Otherwise, it will be a venial sin. Sometimes, however, a man breaks out into boasting through desire of gain, and for this very reason he would seem to be aiming at the deception and injury of his neighbor. Wherefore boasting of this kind is more likely to be a mortal sin. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7 that a man who boasts for the sake of gain is viler than anyone who boasts for the sake of glory or honor. Yet it is not always a mortal sin, because the gain may be such as not to injure another man. Reply to Objection 1. To boast in order to stir quarrels is a mortal sin. But it happens sometimes that boasts are the cause of quarrels, not intentionally but accidentally, and consequently boasting will not be a mortal sin on that account. Reply to Objection 2. This gloss speaks of boasting as arising from pride that is a mortal sin. Reply to Objection 3. Boasting does not always involve a mischievous lie, but only where it is contrary to the love of God or our neighbor, either in itself or in its cause. That a man boast through mere pleasure in boasting is an inane thing to do, as the philosopher remarks in Ethics 4:7. Wherefore it amounts to a jocose lie. Unless perchance he were to prefer this to the love of God, so as to contemn God's commandments for the sake of boasting, for then it would be against the charity of God, in whom alone ought our mind to rest as in its last end. To boast for the sake of glory or gain seems to involve an officious lie, provided it be done without injury to others, for then it would at once become a mischievous lie.
End of question 112. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 113 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 113. Of irony, in 2 articles. Translator's note: irony here must be given the signification of the Greek eironia, whence it is derived, dissimulation of one's own good points. End of note. We must now consider irony, under which head there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether irony is a sin. Second, of its comparison with boasting. First article, whether irony is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that irony, which consists in belittling oneself, is not a sin. For no sin arises from one's being strengthened by God, and yet this leads one to belittle oneself according to Proverbs 30 verses 1 and 2. The vision which the man spoke, with whom is God, and who being strengthened by God, abiding with him, said, I am the most foolish of men. Also it is written in Amos 7:14, Amos answered, I am not a prophet. Therefore, irony, whereby a man belittles himself in words, is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Gregory says in a letter to Augustine, Bishop of the English, it is the mark of a well-disposed mind to acknowledge one's fault when one is not guilty. But all sin is inconsistent with the well-disposed mind. Therefore, irony is not a sin. Objection 3 further. It is not a sin to shun pride, but Some belittle themselves in words so as to avoid pride, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:7. Therefore, irony is not a sin. On the contrary, Augustine says, "If thou liest on account of humility, if thou wert not a sinner before lying, thou hast become one by lying." I answer that, to speak so as to belittle oneself may occur in two ways. First, so as to safeguard truth, as when a man conceals the greater things in himself, but discovers and asserts lesser things of himself, the presence of which in himself he perceives. To belittle oneself in this way does not belong to irony, nor is it a sin in respect of its genus, except through corruption of one of its circumstances. Secondly, a person belittles himself by forsaking the truth, for instance, by ascribing to himself something mean, the existence of which in himself he does not perceive, or by denying something great of himself, which nevertheless he perceives himself to possess. This pertains to irony, and is always a sin. Reply to Obj. 1. There is a twofold wisdom and a twofold folly. For there is a wisdom according to God, which has human or worldly folly annexed to it, according to 1 Corinthians 3:18. "If any man among you seem to be wise in this world, let him become a fool, that he may be wise." But there is another wisdom that is worldly, which, as the same text goes on to say, is foolishness with God. Accordingly, he that is strengthened by God acknowledges himself to be most foolish in the estimation of men, because, to wit, he despises human things, which human wisdom seeks. Hence the text quoted continues, "And the wisdom of men is not with me," and further on, "And I have known the science of the saints." It may also be replied that the wisdom of men is that which is acquired by human reason, while the wisdom of the saints is that which is received by divine inspiration. Amos denied that he was a prophet by birth, since, to wit, he was not of the race of prophets. Hence the text goes on, "Nor am I the son of a prophet." Reply to Obj. 2. It belongs to a well-disposed mind that a man tend to perfect righteousness, and consequently deem himself guilty, not only if he fall short of common righteousness, which is truly a sin, but also if he fall short of perfect righteousness, which sometimes is not a sin. But he does not call sinful that which he does not acknowledge to be sinful, which would be a lie of irony. Reply to Obj. 3. A man should not commit one sin in order to avoid another, and so he ought not to lie in any way at all in order to avoid pride. Hence Augustine says in his commentary on the Gospel of John, "Shun not arrogance so as to forsake truth." And Gregory says in his commentary on Job 26:3 that "it is a reckless humility that entangles itself with lies." Second article, whether irony is a less grievous sin than boasting. Objection 1. It seems that irony is not a less grievous sin than boasting. For each of them is a sin through forsaking truth, which is a kind of equality. But one does not forsake truth by exceeding it any more than by diminishing it. Therefore, irony is not a less grievous sin than boasting. Objection 2 further. According to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:7, irony sometimes is boasting. But boasting is not irony. Therefore, irony is not a less grievous sin than boasting. Objection 3 further. It is written in Proverbs 26:25, "When he shall speak low, trust him not, because there are 7 mischiefs in his heart." Now it belongs to irony to speak low. Therefore it contains a manifold wickedness. On the contrary, The philosopher says in Ethics 4:7, "Those who speak with irony and belittle themselves are more gracious, seemingly, in their manners." I answer that, as stated above in question 110, Articles 2 and 4, one lie is more grievous than another, sometimes on account of the matter which it is about. Thus a lie about a matter of religious doctrine is most grievous, and sometimes on account of the motive for sinning. Thus a mischievous lie is more grievous than an officious or jocosa lie. Now irony and boasting lie about the same matter, either by words or by any outward signs, namely, about matters affecting the person, so that in this respect they are equal. But for the most part, boasting proceeds from a viler motive, namely, the desire of gain or honor, whereas irony arises from a man's averseness, albeit inordinate, to be disagreeable to others by uplifting himself, and in this respect the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7 that boasting is a more grievous sin than irony. Sometimes, however, it happens that a man belittles himself for some other motive, for instance that he may deceive cunningly, and then irony is more grievous. Reply to Objection 1. This argument applies to irony and boasting according as a lie is considered to be grievous in itself or on account of its matter, for it has been said that in this way they are equal. Reply to Objection 2. Excellence is twofold. One is temporal, the other in spiritual things. Now it happens at times that a person, by outward words or signs, pretends to be lacking in external things, for instance, by wearing shabby clothes or by doing something of the kind, and that he intends by so doing to make a show of some spiritual excellence. Thus our Lord said of certain men in Matthew 6:16 that they disfigure their faces, and they may appear unto men to fast. Wherefore, such persons are guilty of both vices, irony and boasting, although in different respects, and for this reason they sin more grievously. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:7 that it is the practice of boasters both to make overmuch of themselves and to make very little of themselves. And for the same reason it is related of Augustine that he was unwilling to possess clothes that were either too costly or too shabby, because by both do men seek glory. Reply to Objection 3. According to the words of Ecclesiasticus 19:23, there is one that humbleth himself wickedly, and his interior is full of deceit. And it is in this sense that Solomon speaks of the man who, through deceitful humility, speaks low, wickedly. End of question 113. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 114 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 114. Of the friendliness which is called affability, in 2 articles. We must now consider the friendliness which is called affability, and the opposite vices which are flattery and quarreling. Concerning friendliness, or affability, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is a special virtue. Second, whether it is a part of justice. First article, whether friendliness is a special virtue. Objection 1. It seems that friendliness is not a special virtue. For the philosopher says in Ethics 8:3 that The perfect friendship is that which is on account of virtue. Now any virtue is the cause of friendship, since the good is lovable to all, as Dionysius states in On the Divine Names 4. Therefore, friendliness is not a special virtue, but a consequence of every virtue. Objection 2 further. The philosopher says in Ethics 4:6, of this kind of friend that he takes everything in a right manner, both from those whom he loves and from those who are not his friends. Now it seems to pertain to simulation that a person should show signs of friendship to those whom he loves not, and this is incompatible with virtue. Therefore, this kind of friendliness is not a virtue. Objection 3 further. Virtue observes the mean according as a wise man decides, as is stated in Ethics 2:6. Now it is written in Ecclesiastes 7:5, the heart of the wise is where there is mourning, and the heart of fools where there is mirth. Wherefore, it belongs to a virtuous man to be most wary of pleasure, as is stated in Ethics 2:9. Now this kind of friendship, according to the philosopher, again in Ethics 4:6, is essentially desirous of sharing pleasures, but fears to give pain. Therefore, this kind of friendliness is not a virtue. On the contrary, the precepts of the law are about acts of virtue. Now it is written in Ecclesiasticus 4:7, make thyself affable to the congregation of the poor. Therefore affability, which is what we mean by friendship, is a special virtue. I answer that, as stated above in question 109, Article 2, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 55, Article 3, since virtue is directed to good, wherever there is a special kind of good, there must needs be a special kind of virtue. Now good consists in order, as stated above in question 109, Article 2. And it behooves man to be maintained in a becoming order towards other men, as regards their mutual relations with one another, in point of both deeds and words, so that they behave towards one another in a becoming manner. Hence the need of a special virtue that maintains the becomingness of this order, and this virtue is called friendliness. Reply to Objection 1. The philosopher speaks of a twofold friendship in his Ethics. One consists chiefly in the affection whereby one man loves another, and may result from any virtue. We have stated above in treating of charity, in question 23, Article 1, as well as in Article 3, first reply, as well again in questions 25 and 26, what things belong to this kind of friendship. But he mentions another friendliness which consists merely in outward words or deeds. This has not the perfect nature of friendship, but bears a certain likeness thereto, insofar as a man behaves in a becoming manner towards those with whom he is in contact. Reply to Objection 2. Every man is naturally every man's friend by a certain general love. Even so it is written in Ecclesiasticus 13:19 that every beast loveth its like. This love is signified by signs of friendship, which we show outwardly by words or deeds, even to those who are strangers or unknown to us. Hence there is no dissimulation in this, because we do not show them signs of perfect friendship, for we do not treat strangers with the same intimacy as those who are united to us by special friendship. Reply to Objection 3. When it is said that the heart of the wise is where there is mourning, it is not that he may bring sorrow to his neighbor. For the Apostle says in Romans 14:15, if, because of thy meat, thy brother be grieved, thou walkest not now according to charity. but that he may bring consolation to the sorrowful, according to Ecclesiasticus 7:38. Be not wanting in comforting them that weep, and walk with them that mourn. Again, the heart of fools is where there is mirth. Not that they may gladden others, but that they may enjoy others' gladness. Accordingly, it belongs to the wise man to share his pleasures with those among whom he dwells, not lustful pleasures, which virtue shuns, but honest pleasures, according to Psalm 132, verse 1. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. Nevertheless, as the philosopher says in Ethics 4:6, for the sake of some good that will result, or in order to avoid some evil, the virtuous man will sometimes not shrink from bringing sorrow to those among whom he lives. Hence the Apostle says in 2 Corinthians 7:8, although I made you sorrowful by my epistle, I do not repent. And further on in 2 Corinthians 7:9, I am glad, not because you were made sorrowful, but because you were made sorrowful unto repentance. For this reason, we should not show a cheerful face to those who are given to sin, in order that we may please them, lest we seem to consent to their sin, and in a way encourage them to sin further. Hence it is written in Ecclesiasticus 7:26, Hast thou daughters? Have a care of their body, and show not thy countenance gay towards them. Second article. Whether this kind of friendship is a part of justice. Objection 1. It seems that this kind of friendship is not a part of justice. For justice consists in giving another man his due. But this virtue does not consist in doing that, but in behaving agreeably towards those among whom we live. Therefore, this virtue is not a part of justice. Objection 2 further. According to the philosopher in Ethics 4:6, this virtue is concerned about the joys and sorrows of those who dwell in fellowship. Now it belongs to temperance to moderate the greatest pleasures as stated above, in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 60, Article 5, and in question 61, Article 3. Therefore, this virtue is a part of temperance rather than of justice. Objection 3 further. To give equal things to those who are unequal is contrary to justice, as stated above in question 59, Articles 1 and 2. Now, according to the philosopher, in Ethics 4:6, this virtue treats in like manner known and unknown, companions and strangers. Therefore, this virtue, rather than being part of justice, is opposed thereto. On the contrary, Macrobius accounts friendship a part of justice. I answer that this virtue is a part of justice, being annexed to it as to a principal virtue, because in common with justice it is directed to another person, even as justice is. Yet it falls short of the notion of justice, because it lacks the full aspect of debt, whereby one man is bound to another, either by legal debt, which the law binds him to pay, or by some debt arising out of a favor received. For it regards merely a certain debt of equity, namely, that we behave pleasantly to those among whom we dwell, unless at times, for some reason, it be necessary to displease them for some good purpose. Reply to Objection 1. As we have said above, in question 109, Article 3, first reply, because man is a social animal, he owes his fellow man, in equity, the manifestation of truth without which human society could not last. Now, as man could not live in society without truth, so likewise not without joy, because, as the philosopher says in Ethics 8, no one could abide a day with the sad, nor with the joyless. Therefore, a certain natural equity obliges a man to live agreeably with his fellow men, unless some reason should oblige him to sadden them for their good. Reply to Obj. 2. It belongs to temperance to curb pleasures of the senses. But this virtue regards the pleasures of fellowship which have their origin in the reason, insofar as one man behaves becomingly towards another. Such pleasures need not to be curbed as though they were noisome. Reply to Obj. 3. This saying of the philosopher does not mean that one ought to converse and behave in the same way with acquaintances and strangers, since, as he says in Ethics 4:6, it is not fitting to please and displease intimate friends and strangers in the same way. This likeness consists in this, that we ought to behave towards all in a fitting manner.
End of question 114. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 115 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice, by St. Thomas Aquinas, translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province.
Question 115. Of flattery, in 2 articles. We must now consider the vices opposed to the aforesaid virtue. 1. Flattery, and 2. Quarreling. Concerning flattery, there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether flattery is a sin. Second, whether it is a mortal sin. First article, whether flattery is a sin. Objection 1. It seems that flattery is not a sin. For flattery consists in words of praise offered to another in order to please him. But it is not a sin to praise a person, according to Proverbs 31:28. Her children rose up and called her blessed, her husband, and he praised her. Moreover, there is no evil in wishing to please others, according to 1 Corinthians 10:33. I in all things please all men. Therefore, flattery is not a sin. Objection 2 further. Evil is contrary to good, and blame to praise. But it is not a sin to blame evil. Neither, then, is it a sin to praise good, which seems to belong to flattery. Therefore, flattery is not a sin. Objection 3 further. Detraction is contrary to flattery. Wherefore Gregory says in his commentary on Job 22:5 that detraction is a remedy against flattery. It must be observed, says he, that by the wonderful moderation of our ruler, we are often allowed to be rent by detractions, but are uplifted by immoderate praise, so that whom the voice of the flatterer upraises, the tongue of the detractor may humble. But detraction is an evil, as stated above in question 73, articles 2 and 3. Therefore, flattery is a good. On the contrary, a gloss on Ezekiel 13:18, "Woe to them that sow cushions under every elbow," says, that is to say, sweet flattery. Therefore, flattery is a sin. I answer that, as stated above in question 114, article 1, third reply, although the friendship of which we have been speaking, or affability, intends chiefly the pleasure of those among whom one lives, yet it does not fear to displease when it is a question of obtaining a certain good, or of avoiding a certain evil. Accordingly, if a man were to wish always to speak pleasantly to others, he would exceed the mode of pleasing, and would therefore sin by excess. If he do this with the mere intention of pleasing, he he is said to be complacent, according to the Philosopher in Ethics 4:6. Whereas if he do it with the intention of making some gain out of it, he is called a flatterer or adulator. As a rule, however, the term flattery is wont to be applied to all who wish to exceed the mode of virtue in pleasing others by words or deeds, in their ordinary behavior towards their fellows. Reply to Objection 1. One may praise a person both well and ill, according as one observes or omits the due circumstances. For if while observing other due circumstances one were to wish to please a person by praising him, in order thereby to console him, or that he may strive to make progress in good, this will belong to the aforesaid virtue of friendship. But it would belong to flattery if one wished to praise a person for things in which he ought not to be praised, since perhaps they are evil, according to Psalm 9:24, "The sinner is praised in the desires of his soul." Or they may be uncertain, according to Ecclesiasticus 27:8, "Praise not a man before he speaketh." And again, in Ecclesiasticus 11:2, "Praise not a man for his beauty." Or because there may be fear lest human praise should incite him to vainglory, wherefore it is written in Ecclesiasticus 11:30, "Praise not any man before death." Again, in like manner it is right to wish to please a man in order to foster charity, so that he may make spiritual progress therein. But it would be sinful to wish to please men for the sake of vainglory or gain, or to please them in something evil, according to Psalm 52:6, "God hath scattered the bones of them that please men." And according to the words of the Apostle in Galatians 1:10, "If I yet pleased men, I should not be the servant of Christ." Reply to Objection 2. Even to blame evil is sinful if due circumstances be not observed, and so too is it to praise good. Reply to Objection 3. Nothing hinders two vices being contrary to one another. Wherefore even as detraction is evil, so is flattery, which is contrary thereto as regards what is said, but not directly as regards the end. Because flattery seeks to please the person flattered, whereas the detractor seeks not the displeasure of the person defamed, since at times he defames him in secret, but seeks rather his defamation. Second article. Whether flattery is a mortal sin? Objection 1. It would seem that flattery is a mortal sin. For according to Augustine in his Enchiridion 12, "A thing is evil because it is harmful." But flattery is most harmful, according to Psalm 9:24, "For the sinner is praised in the desires of his soul, and the unjust man is blessed. The sinner hath provoked the Lord." Wherefore Jerome says in his letter, "Nothing so easily corrupts the human mind as flattery." And a gloss on Psalm 69:4, "Let them be presently turned away, blushing for shame that they say to me, 'Tis well, says, the tongue of the flatterer harms more than the sword of the persecutor." Therefore, flattery is a most grievous sin. Objection 2 further. Whoever does harm by words harms himself no less than others. Wherefore it is written in Psalm 36:15, "Let their sword enter into their own hearts." Now he that flatters another induces him to sin mortally. Hence a gloss on Psalm 140, verse 5, "Let not the oil of the sinner fatten my head," says, "The false praise of the flatterer softens the mind by depriving it of the rigidity of truth, and renders it susceptive of vice. Much more, therefore, does the flatterer sin in himself." Objection 3 further. It is written in the Decretals, chapter 3,
The cleric who shall be found to spend his time in flattery and treachery shall be degraded from his office. Now such a punishment as this is not inflicted save for mortal sin. Therefore flattery is a mortal sin. On the contrary, Augustine, in a sermon on purgatory, reckons among slight sins, "If one desire to flatter any person of higher standing, whether of one's own choice or out of necessity." I answer that, as stated above in question 112, Article 2, a mortal sin is one that is contrary to charity. Now flattery is sometimes contrary to charity, and sometimes not. It is contrary to charity in three ways. First, by reason of the very matter, as when one man praises another's sin. For this is contrary to the love of God, against whose justice he speaks, and contrary to the love of his neighbor, whom he encourages to sin. Wherefore this is a mortal sin, according to Isaiah 5:20, "Woe to you that call evil good." Secondly, by reason of the intention, as when one man flatters another, so that by deceiving him he may injure him in body or in soul. This is also a mortal sin, and of this it is written in Proverbs 27:6, "Better are the wounds of a friend than the deceitful kisses of an enemy." Thirdly, by way of occasion, as when the praise of a flatterer, even without his intending it, becomes to another an occasion of sin. In this case, it is necessary to consider whether the occasion were given or taken, and how grievous the consequent downfall, as may be understood from what has been said above concerning scandal. Regard question 43, Articles 3 and 4. If, however, one man flatters another from the mere craving to please others, or again, in order to avoid some evil, or to acquire something in a case of necessity, this is not contrary to charity. Consequently, it is not a mortal but a venial sin. Reply to Objection 1. The passages quoted speak of the flatterer who praises another's sin. Flattery of this kind is said to harm more than the sword of the persecutor, since it does harm to goods that are of greater consequence, namely, spiritual goods. Yet it does not harm so efficaciously, since the sword of the persecutor slays effectively, being a sufficient cause of death, whereas no one, by flattering, can be a sufficient cause of another's sinning, as was shown above in question 43, Article 1, third reply, as well as in the Pars Prima Secundae, question 73, Article 8, third reply, as well as in question 80, Article 1. Reply to Objection 2. This argument applies to one that flatters with the intention of doing harm. For such a man harms himself more than others, since he harms himself as the sufficient cause of sinning, whereas he is only the occasional cause of the harm he does to others. Reply to Objection 3. The passage quoted refers to the man who flatters another treacherously in order to deceive him. End of question 115. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, LC. Question 116 of Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Summa Theologica Secunda Secundae. Treatise on the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtue of Justice. By St. Thomas Aquinas. Translated by the Fathers of the English Dominican Province. Question 116. Of quarreling, in 2 articles. We must now consider quarreling, concerning which there are 2 points of inquiry. First, whether it is opposed to the virtue of friendship. Second, of its comparison with flattery.
First article. Whether quarreling is opposed to the virtue of friendship or affability. Objection 1. It seems that quarreling is not opposed to the virtue of friendship or affability. For quarreling seems to pertain to discord, just as contention does. But discord is opposed to charity, as stated above in question 37, Article 1. Therefore, quarreling is also. Objection 2 further. It is written in Proverbs 26, verse 21, "An angry man stirreth up strife." Now anger is opposed to meekness. Therefore, strife or quarreling is also. Objection 3 further. It is written in James 4:1, "From whence are wars and quarrels among you? Are they not hence from your concupiscences, which war in your members?" Now it would seem contrary to temperance to follow one's concupiscences. Therefore it seems that quarreling is opposed not to friendship, but to temperance. On the contrary, the philosopher opposes quarreling to friendship in Ethics 4:6. I answer that quarreling consists properly in words, when, namely, one person contradicts another's words. Now two things may be observed in this contradiction. For sometimes contradiction arises on account of the person who speaks, the contradictor refusing to consent with him from lack of that love which unites minds together, and this seems to pertain to discord, which is contrary to charity. Whereas at times contradiction arises by reason of the speaker being a person to whom someone does not fear to be disagreeable, whence arises quarreling, which is opposed to the aforesaid friendship or affability, to which it belongs to behave agreeably towards those among whom we dwell. Hence the philosopher says in Ethics 4:6 that those who are opposed to everything with the intent of being disagreeable and care for nobody are said to be peevish and quarrelsome. Reply to Objection 1. Contention pertains rather to the contradiction of discord, while quarreling belongs to the contradiction which has the intention of displeasing. Reply to Objection 2. The direct opposition of virtues to vices depends not on their causes, since one vice may arise from many causes, but on the species of their acts. And although quarreling arises at times from anger, it may arise from many other causes. Hence it does not follow that it is directly opposed to meekness. Reply to Objection 3. James speaks there of concupiscence, considered as a general evil whence all vices arise. Thus a gloss on Romans 7:7 says, "The law is good, since by forbidding concupiscence it forbids all evil." Second article. Whether quarreling is a more grievous sin than flattery. Objection 1. It seems that quarreling is a less grievous sin than the contrary vice, notably adulation or flattery. For the more harm a sin does, the more grievous it seems to be. Now flattery does more harm than quarreling, for it is written in Isaiah 3:12, "O my people, that they call thee blessed, the same deceive thee, and destroy the way of thy steps." Therefore, flattery is a more grievous sin than quarreling. Objection 2 further. There appears to be a certain amount of deceit in flattery, since the flatterer says one thing and thinks another, whereas the quarrelsome man is without deceit, for he contradicts openly. Now he that sins deceitfully is a viler man, according to the philosopher in Ethics 7:6. Therefore, flattery is a more grievous sin than quarreling. Objection 3 further. Shame is fear of what is vile, according to the philosopher in Ethics 4:9. But a man is more ashamed to be a flatterer than a quarreler. Therefore, quarreling is a less grievous sin than flattery.
On the contrary, the more a sin is inconsistent with the spiritual state, the more it appears to be grievous. Now quarreling seems to be more inconsistent with the spiritual state, for it is written in 1 Timothy 3 verses 2 and 3 that, "It behooveth a bishop to be not quarrelsome." And in 2 Timothy 3:24, "The servant of the Lord must not wrangle." Therefore, quarreling seems to be a more grievous sin than flattery. I answer that, we can speak of each of these sins in two ways. In one way, we may consider the species of either sin, and thus the more a vice is at variance with the opposite virtue, the more grievous it is. Now the virtue of friendship has a greater tendency to please than to displease, and so the quarrelsome man, who exceeds in giving displeasure, sins more grievously than the adulator or flatterer, who exceeds in giving pleasure. In another way, we may consider them as regards certain external motives, and thus flattery is sometimes more grievous, for instance, when one intends by deception to acquire undue honor or gain, while sometimes quarreling is more grievous, for instance, when one intends either to deny the truth or to hold up the speaker to contempt. Reply to Obj. 1. Just as the flatterer may do harm by deceiving secretly, so the quarreler may do harm sometimes by assailing openly. Now, other things being equal, it is more grievous to harm a person openly, by violence as it were, than secretly. Wherefore robbery is a more grievous sin than theft, as stated above in question 66, Article 9. Reply to Obj. 2. In human acts, the more grievous is not always the more vile. For the comeliness of a man has its source in his reason, wherefore the sins of the flesh, whereby the flesh enslaves the reason, are viler, although spiritual sins are more grievous, since they proceed from greater contempt. In like manner, sins that are committed through deceit are viler, insofar as they seem to arise from a certain wickedness, and from a certain falseness of the reason, although sins that are committed openly proceed sometimes from a greater contempt. Hence flattery, through being accompanied by deceit, seems to be a viler sin, while quarreling, through proceeding from greater contempt, is apparently more grievous. Reply to Obj. 3. As stated in the objection, shame regards the vileness of a sin, wherefore a man is not always more ashamed of a more grievous sin, but of a viler sin. Hence it is that a man is more ashamed of flattery than of quarreling, although quarreling is more grievous.
End of question 116. Read by Michael Shane Craig Lambert, L.C.